Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Come in, come in, come in. What's going on? What's going on? We still at war with Iran. I thought the war was over weeks ago. They were praising, Donald Trump was praising his skills as a warrior and deal maker. They still politicking with these people. That's what you got to look at. I thought the war was over. Smash that like, come in, come in, come in. Let's get this shit popping this morning. What's going on with y'all? The man, these young boys is dying by the droves. Every day is a new guy that got drowned or I mean was with some friends and they come back or got sentenced to 35 years for man, it's a war going on outside. My man is safe from. Smash that like. It's one of y'all in here, whether it's 1 or 1,000. Maybe that one person can say something that it affects me and change my life. Maybe I can say something to affect that one person. But it is what it is. Smash that like. Good morning. Come in, come in, come in. What's going on? Y'all know we getting closer and closer to 2028 to the election. And so far, nobody has appeared that they running. Like it's almost down to the wire. You know what I mean? Doug, what's up, Doug? Did you hit me on the Gmail? Did you hit me on the Gmail? I told you I want to get you on the StreamYard to play that bass, man. This is my Gmail right here, Doug. Smash that like, y'all. What you been up to, Doug? You played any gigs outside the been out into any of the bars or anything? I want to provide some music for my peoples, man. You got that dope music. I want to ask you this: do you have 5 songs that are not copyright and that are banging? Hit me up on that Gmail. Okay, hit me up on that, Doug, because I need you to come through and play for my peoples, man. Doug, you know you was one of my highest, view uploads, other than some from somebody else, like one of my guests. You actually was the highest upload. Thank you. Hit me on that Gmail so I can get back at you with the date, the link. Know what I mean? And I want 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 songs that are not copyright. Know what I mean? So we can get this popping. And you the other day you were killing that shit. That shit in the background, man. That shit was killing. Smash that like, y'all. All my peoples on the East Coast, get up from there. All my peoples on the West Coast, get up from there. All my peoples in the South, get up from there. All my peoples up north, get up from there. All my geopolitical global people, get up from there. Buenos dias, you know what I mean? Guten Tag, Guten Abend, Namaste, Bonjour, oui, Amazuri, Yamo, Bueno. Good morning, man. Shout out everybody, however you greet in your country or your area. What the grind? What's going on with y'all this morning, man? Let's get this conversation held. Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? Because seemingly Iran is handling Trump right now. All this talk of the Strait of Hormuz and Now he backpedaling, saying that he was going to charge the people for coming through there. Now he's not, because he can't. He has not a dog in a fight over there, but he's fighting. What they're not telling you is the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, they had the prime minister from Iraq here yesterday, but do you see it all over the paper or anybody saying anything about the Norwan Canal? Is in Iraq, and they need the Strait of Hormuz because they're gonna be charging people for the Norwan Canal as well as the Strait of Hormuz. They trying to get the Strait of Hormuz and give it to Iraq and their administration. That's crazy, ain't it? The Norwan Canal and the Strait of Hormuz is part of a bigger plan by the United States and its allies to take over that part of the world with commerce and to offset China's Silk Road initiative. You know, China got an initiative that they want to put a commercial port in commerce in every country in the world, and basically they're doing it. But the United States trying to keep up, and its allies, they have a canal that will sort of like give them a trade, you know what I mean, route through Iraq, getting them closer to the Mediterranean. When at first they had to use the Suez Canal, they got the Norwan Canal in Iraq. Then nobody's telling y'all this shit. Smash that like. Good morning, Sue from the Bud Files. What's up with you? Smash that like. Make sure y'all taking a poll too. But yeah, it's so much going on right now. So much going on right now. Yeah, he had the Iraqi dude here yesterday. That's crazy. Before I got on live, I was investigating, going down the rabbit hole on about aliens and what people tend to look for aliens in the wrong direction, and possibly you might have to look in the mirror if you really want to find an alien. That's why we can't find aliens, and maybe the powers that be probably figured that out or already know it, that maybe we're just the aliens that we're waiting on. We already here. It's so crazy, like, because you believe that humankind started from two people by some mystery god, but you won't believe that somebody came from somewhere else. Hence, people are like, my granddaddy was from New York. Yeah, your granddaddy could be from, your great great granddaddy could be from Pluto, or, you know what I mean? Wow. Smash that light. House passes bill to make daylight saving times permanent. That's wow. Smash that light. Three of y'all in here, man. Greatly appreciate it. That's wild as fuck. Somebody in the chat, take the questions. Is white privilege one America? Okay, I'm gonna check it when I get off of this live. Greatly appreciate it, Doug. Um, we gonna get it popping. And if you didn't leave it in the email, leave me the times where you will be available, so I can kind of like stage the concert around it, and um also give me your cash app in case somebody wanted to donate. You know, we'll come across somebody who might be feeling the vibe. Make sure you give me your cash out, what times you're available, and can you do like 10 songs But I wanted 10 songs that are copyright, you know what I mean, friendly. As long as it's some crazy bass melodies that you was playing, it can be freestyle. You know what I mean? Smash that like, so I can go ahead and set it up. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Yeah, set, you know what I mean? Your cash out, you tell me the days you're available, and you know what I mean, if so, can you create for me to so we don't get a copyright strike when we do this, because you know what I mean, a lot of people in here, I know they'll probably enjoy that good music, man. Smash that like Doug the Poking Guitarist. Doug, if you text the letters BMC, Nightbot will drop your link too. BMC lowercase. Smash that like. Camp Thin Wallet. What's up with you? What's up, Camp? I'm cooling, man. Does white privilege run America? Or they tenure up? Because I'm telling you, these democratic socialists, they don't go for that white privilege stuff. And they're white privilege. The white privileged kids that went to college and studied Camus and Hegel and all that stuff, now they want their piece of the pie. They want to do some control. They never got a chance to while they was in college, sitting around discussing that shit with little berets on and Viva la Revolution and all that shit. Now it's a free fall because the Democratic and the Republican Party has lost control of government and of politics in this country. It's been overran by different think tanks that ain't got a chance to shine, but they've been bubbling. Like the Democratic Socialists, all these other little foundations, the Heritage Foundation, all of them are radical organizations outside of the norm of what we consider politics. We would say they were more of conspiracy theorists politics, because all of them, maybe they'll get in power, but maybe not now. The motherfuckers in power. As a white man, I'm tired of white rich boomers running into the ground. Pretty much all politicians, both sides. Yeah. Did you see this lady? And what's the guy that just died? They just put his sister in charge. What's her background? What the fuck? Who is it? One of these politicians just died, right? And the governor of that state put his sister or sister-in-law in charge. No election. What's her background? Does she have any experience with politics? Did y'all see that? That shit is crazy, Camp. What part of the country you in, Camp Dan Wallet? And did you get over there and turn on the notification bell? It's 5 of us in here, man. Double tap that stream. Let's get them likes on the other side of 50 on the way to 100, fam. And have this conversation this morning. Good morning. Get up from there. Know what I mean? Lindsey Graham's death is like post-decoration, defection, euphoria, defecation, euphoria, okay? Okay, you in Missouri. A wild-ass state, too. Missouri. That's what it is, family. So, do you agree with that? The guy died, Lindsey Graham, and they put his sister or sister-in-law in his place. Why didn't have an election in it? The thing is, we have to get away from, you right, these baby boomers, and some of them is damn near World War II's. It's that shit crazy, man. We got to get more futuristic with our thinking. Our politicians should grow with us, not die out. As you know what I mean, our politicians should be growing with our new, because this is a new world order, man. It's and internet plays a great part in it. See, a lot of us came up when all of this stuff was introduced, but all the kids that we can look up into the future and see that will be running the country and running the world, they are fully, you know what I mean, invested into the internet. We won't. You know what I mean? We won't. They come fully plugged into the internet. If they cut this internet off right now, there'd be so much depression and probably suicide by people, let's say 45 and below. People under 45 will be fucking depressed. Older people will be like, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? Smash that like. They still watching TVs with the antenna. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Sounds like freedom to me. Smash that like. What sounds like freedom to you, Captain Wallet? Smash that like. Oh, no internet, right? Yeah. You know, we was born without the internet. When the TV cut off when we was kids, the world cut off. We would get our ass whipping for keeping the TV on all night. That seemingly we gonna keep the world running. I did like how many copies? Remember that? The black and white sound of the doo. You hear that shit? Ain't nothing jumping. Ain't nothing open but 7-Eleven maybe, or the gas station if you're in a rural area. They managed to realize to get that dough no matter what. But other than that, in the 80s, the world, I mean, right before the internet, the world would stop when the TV stopped playing. You know what I'm saying? It was like a 4 or 5 hour break. Smash that like y'all. 7 of y'all in here, man. Does white privilege run America? And what's the solution? I say, shit, we got to be careful though. Fools rush in and now hurry to get the white privilege out. Don't end up putting in their kids who are white privilege but anti-white privilege like Antifa. Because all Antifa is the kids that grew up not wanting to be their fathers and their mothers and their grandfathers and grandmothers and their uncles and aunts because they've been seemingly, you know what I mean, experiencing all of this stuff with their family. You know what I mean? They're like the grown-ups are oblivious to them, just living their lives. Everything. If they don't like black people, they don't like gay people, they drink too much, if they beat their woman, if they do drugs. These kids were privy to seeing it in the home. And now they're anti their parents. They don't want to grow up being racist. They don't want to grow up being homophobic. They don't want to grow up being misogynistic. They don't want to inherit their grandfather's watch. They don't want to run the family business. They want to go up and guys want to marry guys and girls want to marry girls and they want to be furries and go to Comic-Con and get on their Twitch and become a great content creator on the new apps that's popping up. They want to be TikTokers and stuff like that. Even the older ones, it's like a different kind of world right now in this hooked to the internet. Everything is on Wi-Fi. Your toaster's on Wi-Fi now. Your icebox, you can go and get on YouTube or Google on your icebox. Everything that we own now is tied into the grid. And these kids are coming up grid babies. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand it if it don't come by way of DoorDash or paid for with Cash App. They don't understand the shit. 45 Commons Goals turned January 10th, 1963. Yeah, because you know a lot of them have read the Miles Little Red book since they've been in college and all these democratic socialist economic theories and stuff. And now, shit, they getting a chance to implement this, the very thing that they always thought was a fantasy and played with it. I mean, now this shit is happening. Black victimhood runs America. Can you name 3 things that is considered black victimhood? Donald Rump. Smash that like Donald Rump is your, I mean, Donald Rump is your penis. Wow, that's a dope name. Black victimhood. Can you name 3 instances of black victimhood? Smash that like. But you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy that these kids are born fully into the loop. I mean, let's break that down for shits and giggles. Ben Crump, the lawyer. Nope, he's just a slimy American, no matter what color. He's just a slimy lawyer, dude. Al Sharpton. He's not a victim. Al Sharpton is a pimp, a dope dealer, a finesser. So he's not a victim. In the WNBA, ain't Caitlin Clark the face of the WNBA? That's a white girl, right? Caitlin Clark. Ain't she the face of the WNBA? Everything you said made no sense. See what I'm saying? It's all your personal. You're scared of goddamn black lawyers. Maybe your wife used one to sue you. Al Sharpton, you don't want a black man to get in control of Congress or Senate, any of that, because maybe you got high cholesterol, too much fried chicken, Mike. You know what I mean? And the WNBA, you just got there going misogynistic and maybe a little homophobic, Donald. Let's see it here. He also said, Hillary was mentioned by Saul Alinsky and Obama, mentored by Bill Ayers, both Americans hating socialists. Okay, I never heard of Obama's association with this guy Bill Ayers or Hillary's association with Saul Alinsky. That's what it is. What was the guy that Trump was associated with? Um, Cone Henry. What was his name? Cone. Don, Donald Rump. See what I'm saying? You know, smash that like. Kevin, how am I a racist because I asked, does white privilege run America? That I didn't say does white supremacy or do crackers run America or honkies or Caucasians. I said does white privileged. That is a pronoun, not a verb. You came in looking for the white privilege. That's a that's a verb. That's an action word to be privileged. You know what I mean? Or privilege. That's a run like running water. You know what I mean? Do you get it? This white privilege, that's a pronoun. That's a particular group of people. White privilege is a action. You know what I mean? White privileged is a pronoun. You know what I mean? So how does it sound like I'm racist? The question is up there. I'm not saying it. You know what I mean? Smash that like maybe you're racist and you're just projecting your emotions on me. Smash that like. 7 of y'all in here. Kevin Wilson. What can a white person do that I can't? They can walk down the street without getting racially profiled. Until one of you can answer that, it is what it is. Church. You can walk down the street and not get racially profiled. Come again? Smash that like. That's what a white person can do that a black person can't. Okay? You can walk down the street and not get racially profiled. If you can prove me different, you know what I mean? I won't say it no more. But until somebody answers that and prove it, you know what I'm saying? You know it. You can walk down the street and get, you know what I mean? Nothing happened to you. I'm going to get racially profiled 7 out of 10 times that I walk down that street. So, Kevin, you know what I mean? Prove it. Okay, Mr. Affirmative Action. We hear you. Yeah, with Donald Trump. Donald Rump. What's good with you? Affirmative Action, all them shits was gimmicks, man. Gimmicks. DEI was supposed to get the white lady lit, and when they got her lit, the white man got jealous because they hold on, she out here getting her money. She damn near about to goddamn get more money than me. She's creating businesses, she's making friends outside of the white community. When they got the DEI stuff back and shut it down, it wasn't to deactivate black people or people of color or handicapped people or any other myriad of people's civil rights who got violated when they took it away. It was to bring the white woman back home because now she'll have to depend on me again. We don't let them get out here and do their motherfucking thing. Peace, 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 peace. What's up, Bearded? What's up with your family? How you this morning, man? Hey, if y'all haven't got over there and checked out Bearded Conversation, make sure you get over there and check the brother out. Bearded, you can text the letters BMC at any time you want in this chat, and it will drop your link to let these people know where you at. Know what I'm saying? Dale Earnhardt was like that too. But I like Ricky Rudd. Dale Earnhardt was alright. He was too commercial. He was like the Jordan of the game. But there also was the Muggsy Bogues, the little guys, and everybody else that did their thing. You know what I'm saying? I like Ricky Rudd, the homeboy. What you know about Ricky Rudd? Donald Rump. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Ricky Rudd, that's my homeboy too. I fuck with Rick, man. Fuck the other side. I'm down with my the other side. Magnum TA also. That was the NWA wrestling. That's my homeboy. He from around the way. I mean, the era. We came across each other as kids, all of them. Ricky Rudd, I mean. Salute, smash that like, man. I'm talking about from the soil, though. Damn near kin. Ricky Rudd, man, all of us see in our area. It exists, but it don't exist. You understand what I'm saying? Get in when you fit in. I raise get in when you fit in. For those that come in and say, you're a racist. No, I'm not. I raise get in when you fit in. If you want some pussy shit, I'm going to call you out on it. Win, lose, or draw. White, black, Chinese. Nope. Not me, not here. I already know it's bigger than just racism. That's just one of the chambers that you can set in and wait for some ducks, old duck ass, to come through. You know what I mean? There's so many chambers in America that you can set in, and that's what you want. Some free kills. Eyes without a face. It ain't no easy space. Eyes without a face. Proud for Soul, what it is right now. Smash that like. Hey, Proud for Soul, are you familiar with Bearded Conversation? We got him in the house too. Super positive brother. Maybe kickback, smoking on a Jonah too. You know what I mean? Get over there and check him out too, Proud for Soul. If you don't, because you know our community, we sometimes we know each other. If you already, you know what I mean? But Bearded Conversations is in the house today too. Peace family, what's up? Magna TA was great. Tragic. Yup, that car, man, fucking with that goddamn gone fast car, NASCAR. I think it was either a Corvette or a Trans Am. Some, you know what I mean? Firebird or something. It's something fast. Yeah, you know a little bit of something too, Donald Rump. What part of the country you in? Don't let me find out you on the Outer Banks or over there in Duck with your duck ass. Smash that like. Donald Rump, get over there and turn on the notification bell. Know what I mean? Smash that like. What's up, Nobi? Yeah, I'm chilling with a good cup of Joe myself, man. What's going on with you? Yeah, that Porsche 911. Ooh, although I like the 944. But that 911 with the flip lights, I remember when he had that. Okay. You said you in the Union, unfortunately, you from Pennsylvania somewhere. So we below the Mason. This I remember when Magnum TA got that fucking 911. Because he still has he getting money in technology right now because his family always had electrical business where they would put up the lines or something dealing with electric. Around the way. But yeah, Magnum, I remember that shit, man. Terry, his name is Terry. Yeah, I'm usually up, John, up early. When I be doing the late night jumps, I be trying to catch those scragglers out there, you know what I mean, that want to be mentally fed, some positive intellectual, you know what I mean, commentary. So I you know what I mean, I switched up buff fruit. But you can start catching me at 10 o'clock every day, you know, I'm get back into the routine. Cause that late night stuff, nah. I got a shorty with a big, pretty ass. I got a guy there gonna smash, you know what I mean? It's taken away from me. I mean, we all adults here, but you know what I mean? When I be up late, these high end cars are overrated. My Infiniti M37A has a two and still runs right. But Infiniti, I mean, who makes Infiniti? Is it Mazda or is it Toyota? Like Honda makes what does Honda make? Honda Accords make. Is it Infiniti? Because you know Mazda, Toyota, and Honda make one of those upgraded Japanese joints, as well as like Benz has Maybach and all of these other little subsidiaries. Nissan. Okay. Yeah. Y'all remember when Honda first flipped to the flip lights? My homeboy had a white one. A white Honda, I think it was 89. And he used to cut the flip lights on. And when I used to be standing away from it, it looked like on the Scarface movie when Tony had that 911. And he cut the lights on that bitch. They was running out the club with them little boots on. And he cut the fucking lights on. Them shits popped up. And he peeled out. Shit. Y'all remember the disease? Them Z's was fast in the 80s too. They kept them fucking commercials. 280Z. Smash that like this. Now that y'all in here, man. Let's get it up. Somebody tell me the British version of the Honda Accord. What is it called? Oh yeah, your mama had that Honda. And when she went out in the morning, she could tap that little joint up to the upper left of the goddamn on floorboard and it would idle her car up. That little jump. Yeah. Them shits was classic. Innovative back in the day. Innovative. That radio that Honda had in there and those flip lights was innovative. Okay. You got the flip lights on it. That's what it is. Your 50th anniversary convertible Corvette, Nene, is it the red, white, and blue edition? I know an older white lady, she got the red, white, and blue edition of that one. I bought a high-end car with 3 miles on it for 100K off of the dealer and don't even drive from 2024 from now on it. Damn, you need to put that bitch on the auction mark. You need to auction that bitch. You need to cut that hand off. You got a hand, you know what I mean? You gonna hold it up so long that you know those cars are made to be driven. You gonna have that motherfucker so long that bitch ain't gonna work. Oh, you learn how to drive the stick shift for that. Remember Daihatsu was out and Datsun and all them car companies. They was flooding America with them little funny looking 5-speeds. A couple of them probably were Accords. Remember Daihatsu and Datsun and I want a 95 Ford Probe. Y'all remember they first time they showed you the Ford what is it? The Ford Taurus was on RoboCop. Ford Taurus, the first time you saw the Ford Taurus was that car that was on RoboCop. Ain't that's crazy? Smash that like I remember I went to the movies to see RoboCop. It was shit. Had me shook like god damn. And now they got RoboCop can come kick your door in right now. Smash that like. Share me out. Does white privileged run America? Read it before you make an assumption. You know what I mean? That's for those of us that can see it above my head. Some of y'all might be viewing me from like a laptop or iPad. It won't show up. You say China ain't playing shit. The United States ain't playing. Don't get a stick shift in the mid-90s. Mustang, they had a recall. I sold mine to a lawyer's son and was sued. Wow. Y'all remember the what's that funny looking car? The Conquest? They had two. It was the Conquest and then it was the Turismo. The Turismo and the Conquest, both of them looked alike. But somebody answered the question. What's the British version of the Honda Accord? Smash that like, man. Who did it best, man? Who had the best Iran deal? Obama or Trump, y'all? John, Oval, text that again, family. The dealership warned me about not driving it, setting is killing the battery. Yeah. Drive that shit just like when people drive these Mercedes-Benz, buy these Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, or any European car that's made for the Autobahn, which has no fucking speed limit. It's like an engine. It's meant to constantly be pumping those pistons. No setting. When they go buy these expensive cars in the suburbs, it's the waste of their money, and they don't even know it. They be like, damn, this shit always this and that because you're not running it like it's supposed to. You're not using it the right way. You know what I'm saying? A Mercedes-Benz, a BMW, an Audi, even a Volkswagen is meant to be constantly driven and not at a slow speed, at a fast, steady pace. It's like a goddamn combustible engine. It's an engine. It's meant to constantly run. That's what people be like. Don't go get a foreign car because you're getting a foreign car and you're using it for the wrong reasons. You're using it more for cosmetic. Go look at him here in the Benz and not for what it's meant for, to get you from point A to B in style and class. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. I had a few of them, Bobby. I don't like to, you know what I mean, even get into it, but I had a few of those. I mean, now don't unplug the battery and take it out because the rest of the car, you know what I mean, everything else, you have to run those shit just like they are meant to be driven, not drove. Not, you know what I mean? I could be eating more crab cakes. For sure, Bobby. For sure. For sure. And then you got the AMG. You know, that ain't even a Benz, BMW, Audi, and none of that shit. That's AMG. They do that. Do that. Know what I mean? What is it? Is it on a 59 wheelbase? 54, 63, what's the wheelbase on that? Smash that like. I'm telling you. Like, we go out here and get these cars for the gram. We go get a expensive car so somebody can see us in it. And then realize once we get in it, that it's hard to get out of it. You know what I mean? I ran my Corvette every now and then fast. My father is a retired NJ lieutenant, state trooper, so I keep New Jersey state trooper, so I keep a sticker on it. Okay, you keep the black and the blue. You keep that black and blue joint up there so they can know you one of them peoples. You can't unplug the battery because of the computer is constantly updating. My garage feels warm in the winter because the computer is constantly running. Smash that light. Wow. So can you drive or can you just smash the gas? Corvette has a quick acceleration. Okay, you from Newark. Okay. Okay. New rules. So you familiar with the poor righteous teachers. Also, one of my homeboys is from Elizabeth, Passaic, and all those spots. Remember I told you if you're looking for a good artist, a good hip hop artist, I think he just got locked up for something, but it's a guy by the name of P. Dice. P. Dice is out of Newark. Chilling, for instance. What's up with you, fam? How you doing today, man? How you doing today? Just kicking back. You know I got to get back on my daytime schedule. I've been going live late nights too, grinding, trying to, you know what I mean, branch out and expose, you know what I mean, different people to the conversation. You was talking about what kind of engineer, Proud for Soul? What part of the country you from too, Proud for Soul? I drive. I grew up on fast cars. My father still has a 19... That Chevelle. Ooh, Pontiac Le Mans and those Chevelles, that was my daddy's favorite cars because they always came with that leather inside. Do he have the one with the split seats or the one that got the shared seat in it? B1 Trucker, what's up? Been up with you, family? Ain't heard from you in a minute, brother. What's going on with you? Ain't heard from you in a minute. Where you at? Where you at? What part of the country? Shout out my boy Chuck and the Javelin, probably be popping up in here in a minute too. I used to be around the gods and earths, but was raised by the New World Nation of Islam. Okay, is that Akbar Pray? What's that? Akbar Pray, Bobby? If it is, shout out Akbar Pray, man. Smash that like. Yo, need money. I'm at work. I'm gonna catch you later. Akeem, hey, I ain't even see you in here, brother. We be grinding. What's up with you? Enjoy your day at work, Akeem Page. Super supporter. That's what it is, family. I'm all right. Heard your boy Crump is about to meet with the DA. Right, I think Crump should be out of it. For instance, Crump is just such, you know what I mean? The black man is God. Peace, 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 peace. Shout out Bag Talk. What's good with you? Okay, the shared sheep Nini. That's what it is. My daddy loved those kind of cars, man. Those Pontiac Le Mans and all that. But the dopest car my pops had back in the day was a Riviera. That motherfucker had a white Riviera with some like burgundy seats. That motherfucker was tight. I fucked it up though. I was a little kid. Dude tells me to go out and clean his car. Go clean my car. He gives me a bucket or like a ShamWow. They won't out back then, but one of them shits and some Brillo pads. Do you know that I went and took a Brillo pad and made probably like a baseball size circle on one of his doors because not realizing that he didn't give me the Brillo pad to. This is my first time washing a car. I didn't know. Only time I see somebody washing a car was on the Peanuts or something. Cartoon. Pops got there going damn near pop my head off for that shit. Ali Muhammad, a.k.a. Uncle Yaya, Feel Supreme, Captain, former Temple Twin. Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Salute. Yeah, I'm a student of Elijah Muhammad myself. You know what I mean? The BMC has its origin in, you know what I mean, Elijah Muhammad putting that seed in my head, and so many other farmers help cultivate, you know what I mean, the garden that is my mind, you understand? But I give Elijah Muhammad a lot of credit for opening my eyes up, you know what I mean, and feeding me that baby food. And when I got strong enough to eat my own steak and, you know what I mean, fix my own potato, you know what I mean, I found myself using his ingredients. So peace to the father, Elijah. You know what I mean, a lot of people get him on the wrong side, say he was fighting with it, but I don't give a fuck about that. I know that the knowledge that he brought forth it supplied a whole nation. I mean, whether they realize it or not, even the white folks, every time you hear a white person say, yo, what's up, son? You got to think of Elijah because he's the original that brought that. I mean, peace, God, peace, peace, peace. You know what I'm saying? You got to know that no matter what y'all say about Elijah, he brought that forth. No matter who spoke it, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Smash that like. You say you love Pontiacs. You from the deep south, the southeast, okay. Probably down there Seminole, Florida. Them Seminoles wild as fuck down there. Smash that like. My husband's a master technician, so I'm glad I don't have to pay to service my vehicles. Okay, Nene, that's what it is. That's wild. But yeah, for all of y'all that like to drive them foreign whips, you get anything from Europe, you better plan on driving it fast. I hope you got to commute to work every day when you got to be on the freeway or the interstate or the highway. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Word. Turkey, you just sitting back thinking of shit, ain't you? Smash that like. What's going on with you this morning, Turkey? Go further into that I just racially profiled somebody. You came in on your new shit. You've been thinking about that. You've been thinking about that. I told y'all. You might not say nothing, but you're peeking and geeking and peeking. You know what I mean? When I said that, you know what I mean? What a white man can do that a black man can't is be racially profiled. You'll never racially profile a white man because more likely a white man is doing a racial profiling, or a Karen is doing a racial profiling, or a Bob is doing a racial profiling. I call a Bob an old neighbor who's nosy. More likely it's an older white guy who's always cutting his grass and peeking and watching what everybody else is doing, and then he's pointing the finger when the police show up. They did it. Lewis, what's up with you, family? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, they wake up miserable, but I'm here to put a smile on their face because after they come in here, they'll figure out that this shit is not about racism. This is just a conversation. Those teachers took me out of the streets, jumping out of a Mazda MPV. It's a short life. Bobby, the brain He-Man. What part of the world was you jumping out that MPV? I can agree with you. And once we got the math, we got that did the knowledge and we went on with it. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, this is my contribution and this is Elijah Muhammad's input. You know what I mean? Black equals MC. You feel me? Black equals the money corp. It don't pop without me. And that's who opened my brain up, them 120s and stuff like that, man. Smash that like. It is pathetic, but it's all good. We as Americans got to do it. Chilling, Lewis, chilling. That's what I do. They'll see these words like white privilege and all that and come in. Hey, black on black crime is 14% of it, 90% of it. No, but what can we do to get this shit together, brother? Then they'll sit in here all day after they realize that this isn't about racism. That was a hook. YouTube calls that a hook. You're able to make a title that they'll come in with so much animosity and fervor to debate. And we don't debate over here. If you're racist, it's cool over here. As long as you're not weaponizing it, speak your mind. Maybe I can get some insight on it. And I'm not going to fuss at it. I'm going to fuss, around it. And the fuss I'm going to put up is that it's more positivity and good energy out there than bad energy. That's why everybody's fighting for to have that bad energy, because they always want something that they shouldn't have and they don't know what to do with it in the first place. Yeah, Nene. And good Jones. That young blood right there. I checked out a few of his joints as of late when he been popping up. And you know what I mean? He good peoples, man. I fuck with Good John. Hey y'all. Hey Nene, do you know his channel link? Drop his channel link in here. Cause he be politicking too. The other day I hit him up, he was drinking on some Amsterdam. I don't know whether that was a cigarette or a blunt or something, but he was cooling. And his mind was running. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear all these people high tech behind the screen and they got the board and they playing the music and they shoot a gun every time somebody do. That don't move me. The average man, the average Joe who has knowledge of the world, geopolitically, or even just what's going on in mainstream pop culture, that's where it's at. And Good Joe, he a dope brother, man. If you know his channel link, so I ain't got to go off of there, drop it in here, man. Go get it for me and drop it in there. You said they need prayer. Smash that like, y'all. They always quote that, but they never provide an actual source of the 13th. Right, fam? Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby. They never do. They never do, man. But you know that we not 13% of the population no more. If we ain't damn near 50%, we've higher than 13 right now. You know what I mean? And we should be way past them. All that fucking they say we do with leaving kids everywhere. If every one of us black dudes got 12 kids, god damn. We have to fix the culture. Christian values work when we actually live them. Also, Islamic values, Buddhist values, Taoist values. You know what I mean? You know what? You know what I mean? Values on life, miyat, all that shit works. You know what I mean? Because nobody ain't got to tell me, rabbi, imam, preacher, bishop. You know what I mean? Religious leader doesn't have to tell me to have integrity as a man. Don't steal, don't rob. You know what I mean? They don't have to tell me that. You know what I mean? Live by the code of ethics that you want to be, you know what I mean, under. You know what I mean? They don't have to tell me that. I don't need the 10 commandments to tell me any of that shit that's a commandment. Because if you living by the goddamn go to rule, treat people how you want to be treated, and moving like a man on your square, you don't need anybody to tell you that. That shit is wrong, that shit is evil. That's a choice to be crooked, and anything that you're doing in life is a choice, family. Smash that like, man. Prayer for soul. What part of the world did you say you was in, family? Let's get a world check. Where y'all at in the country or in the world? Because I got a large international crew too. I did 21 years in the Army. Much respect as an MP. I'm finishing my second master's degree, and I was anti-terrorism officer for 5 years. All I ever did was look at data, right? And then so you understand that this world is actually being ran by data and analytics. Even if you change your name on one of these social media sites, they still will make a profile around that name. You know what I mean? A lot of people are not realizing that the digital footprint is the next plateau. And all of this stuff, you'll say, damn, I didn't know that. Everything that you did thus far up until this point, when they start looking at your social media score, or your, you know what I mean, what you doing online and all that, some of y'all don't know that y'all fucking it up. Is US 16 blacks, 50% white? Wow, Mike. Facts. Treat people how you want to be treated. I don't look at color. Yeah, because a black man, white man, Chinese man will cross you all the same. It just depending on how big the ass, how much the money, and who's telling him to do it. You know what I mean? Maybe it's somebody in his head or somebody that's beside him. It just varies. What's up with you, Numis Maniac? The crazy money maniac. Y'all get over there and check out Numis Maniac in Canada too. OG with his wisdom. During the winter years, you might catch him running around with his St. Nicholas suit on, Santa Claus. You know what I mean? But Numis, what's up with you? Good morning. I ain't heard from you in a couple of weeks. You always come through and stop and give me your 1-2s. Good morning. Just dropping by to say hello and trying to avoid all the rain that's been happening over in Alberta. What's going on in Alberta? How's your kids, man? How's your son and them, man? What's up with it? Wow. When it rains like that in Alberta, I don't know whether that's considered the rural, because I know they got a lot of forest area in Alberta, don't they? Numis Maniac. Y'all get over there and check out Numis Maniac too. He talked that money. He's the Canadian version of Black Money Corp. He's about that bread. It's his name. You know what I'm saying? Numis Maniac. You feel me? You know, that's, you know what I mean, that bread. I like his profile pic. That Canadian, who had one of those Canadian dimes and still spent it? Fuck that, I'm gonna spend it anyway. When we was young, remember you count your change and you see one of those Canadian dimes with the maple leaf, you still spent it. Fuck that. And the person at the store still took it because they didn't look at it. It was a dime. Psh, smash that light. My blood pressure good, fam. It's good. I just checked it before I got online. You know how I do. How's your blood pressure? I'm good. I mean, just checked it before I got online, man. Just checked it before I got online. Did a fruit jumps with my bells. So I got a couple of different sizes of bells too. Did a fruit. I mean, 1-2s and do with the bells. I mean, little guy there going squats with the foot. You know, little jumps. I mean, making sure that I'm healthy. If anything, I might not get too rich, but my health is wealth. Smash that like. Shout out my boy King Fire. I almost moved to Calgary until I saw downtown flooded back in the 2015. Okay, remember Calgary had the Winter Olympics? That was a dope Winter Olympics when it was in Calgary that year. You say white privilege is real, Alexander. Can you name 3 instances of white privilege? The military is a great example of all races, especially the Marines. The Marines are extremely loyal to each other. Anybody with that globe, that anchor, and that eagle on them, they gonna fuck with each other no matter what. Once they see that, they like, shit, they kick in. And it should be like that as Americans. Once you hear that accent, oh, you from Paducah? Well, shit, I'm from Boise. Who? I'm from Miami. We're Americans, dude. No matter what, we should kick in and start helping each other. You say he should go to Kodiak Island, New Jet. Okay, y'all getting a lot of smoke. And where you say you was at, Michael Johnson? Michael Johnson, are you named after the athlete Michael Johnson from Canada that did all that running? And then they say he was on steroids. For sure, cuh. Super. You know I'm, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'll do a lunar drive-by in a minute. Catch me in a solar standoff. Smack. What Social Boy say? I hit him. When he was telling that story how he was shooting that dude that kind of robbed him and shit. I live just across the road from the Olympic Village, and I used to ski those slopes all the time in Bonus, Calgary. Okay. Were you there? Okay, so you were there when they had the Winter Olympics? You know when Adidas put those sweaters out, they was dope as fuck. Adidas collaboration with the Winter Olympics that year, them shits was dope. Google that shit, y'all. You'll see the motherfuckers skiing like that, jumping that shit. That shit was dope, man. Oh, to see the bears. The bears will tear your ass out the frame. Ain't that's what dude got killed at? That was it's always somebody that likes to go hang out with wild animals, knowing they're wild animals. Ain't that's what the dude got killed at that was cool with the bears and shit? Y'all see recently dude got hit with that bison. He was messing with the bison, the bison saw him. And that bison is intelligent because the bison was sitting down taking a dirt nap. He had just ran through the little camp fucking with shit, fucking people's stuff up. He was taking a dirt nap and it was a white guy and his grandson looked like. They kept peeking and playing. That bison got up. He didn't charge at him. He actually at first sniffed him out and chased him around a tree jump and then hit his ass, and it was like, it was unreal. Knocked him in the air like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. White privilege. Talk to the police any way you want to. Wow, for instance, I never thought it, yes. They be talking crazy, and sometimes you be with them, you be like, yeah, what he said, yeah. Look, you can't do that here. No, let me see your badge number. I'm going to call Bob. Yes, sir. Yes, they talk to the police crazy. Yes. Never worry about being profiled and other kids getting spared while you get detention. You don't even get that. They send you home. I guess I've been living in Alberta too long. I got more excited seeing bison than I do the bears. Right, them bison wild as hell. Y'all see a bunch of bears around you where you at, Numis? Okay, when it was called Pascapoo. So they started calling Calgary for what? To make it seem more worldly, Numis. People who got out of their cars to face wild animals just want to fall out of the gene pool, right? They crazy as hell. Did you see that recently? The older dude, they knocked that bison, hit his ass, flipped him the fuck in the air. Like the lady, everybody that go with those animals end up told the fuck up somewhere. And it's crazy, they still go do it. Darwin Awards. I have information to travel to Kodiak Island, but I could see the same size coastal brown bears in Kittimer National Park. Okay, where's Kittimer National Park at? But yeah, for instance, that is true. White privilege. They talk to the police any way they want to. Never worry about being profiled, and their kids get expelled. You know what I mean? I mean, their kids get, you know what I mean, sent home. Everybody else get expelled. Or shit, their kids go to juvie. Our kids go to prison, dude. They'll say, we don't want to ruin his life. Huh? You just gave him life, but you don't want to ruin this one's life? And sometimes it hurts them. It's just like what Jake Lane told Austin Metcalf, Daddy Jeff Metcalf. Jake Lane told him if he didn't make his son the face of white supremacy, that he would be goddamn making other Austin Metcalfs. Smash that like, y'all. Bears, cougars, elks, mountain goats. God damn. Wow. Obama never handled Iran. He signed a deal with them that simply kicked the issue down to the road to another president to handle. Okay, Tim, what deal did he sign? There are a lot of videos. There are a lot of videos of white people getting jacked up from the cops because of not cooperating. But it's not because of their race. It's because of their addictions or breaking the law. Racial profiling is just simply you fit the bill because you're this color. You understand what I'm saying? They're getting jacked up because they're breaking laws. Racial profiling ain't got nothing to do with the law. It has to do with your profile, your genetic makeup, your melanin in your skin. You know what I mean? Smash that like. So, of course, you know what I mean? You got smash that like. But yeah, Obama did the same thing Trump did. Politics with Iran. Trump just got involved with the Israel people and the military-industrial complex who wants the Strait of Hormuz. It ain't even about Iran. Trump didn't want to liberate. Where's all those people that was like, he's liberating Iran, yay! They was the same people hollering free Palestine. They just nation D-riders. Every month is a different person that they putting up in lights. What about the Palestinians? What about the... I mean, you don't hear about them. I mean, smash that like. Satire, you could have been cool in here as if you just can't say something just a little more intellectual. You feel me? But for now, you know what Donald Trump would say. You're fired, homie. Hit the showers. Tombstone pizza, Pierre. Come on with that, man. I'm trying to have a dope conversation here. But it's all good. Maybe that's the only way you know how to communicate with some tomfoolery and debauchery. There are only white colleges, no white history. They weak. There are no, yes, there are all white colleges. Yes, there are white history. There is no white anything. That's why they can't get profiled. Anyway, but it is though. That's, you just named it. That's goddamn racial profiling. That's why they can never get racial profile because there are no white events. I mean, there are not no white venues. White is similarly the universal code in America. To be white is the beginning. Because they sponsor all the racial profiling. Wow, go sit down. And especially with Future. Future just dropped a fucking dud. You weak as hell. Duke, I'm him. You talking two different languages too. That Duke, yo Duke, what's up? That's old school New York, Brooklyn type. Yo Duke. I mean, and then you say I'm him. That's some ATL shit. So you might be sus. You are him. Yep. You're right. You can have it, Future Clean. You can be him. That was him, y'all. The gay dude working in the ATL goddamn airport. That's him right there. Future clean. Smash that like. White people get profiled driving jalopies, beaters. It's more wealth rich than white privilege. Nah, it's more of when they get profiled, it's because they might be in a high crime area for junkies. And so that's the, you know what I mean? Smash that like. You gotta go be him, fam. I can't hold you. Smash that like. Enjoy your morning. You're fired. There's 11 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Where's the integrity at? We're having a deep conversation, dope conversation, if you ask me. And, you know what I mean? Double tap that, man. We on the goddamn way to 100 likes today. Does white privilege run America? You know that white privilege is a pronoun. It's not the verb that y'all used to. And y'all coming in here answering so blindly. Look at it. Read that shit. It would say, do white privilege run America? If it was the verb, it says, does white privileged, ED, run America? That's a pronoun. Stop looking for the verb. See what I'm saying? Okay, you know what? A lot of y'all ain't come up on conjunction, junction, what's your function? I mean, or I'm just a bill and them sitting on Capitol Hill. Remember that shit? What was that? The Schoolyard Rock. Smash that like, take the poll. Let's see what the poll popping off. Make sure y'all taking the poll too, man. That shit crazy. Participate, man. Trump approve 65%. Disapprove 16%. 50-50, 13%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault 6%. Wow. Smash that like, man. New Jersey State Police have a long documented history of racial profiling, most notably leading to federal consent decree that spanned from 1999 to, wow. Remember they used to say the police had a quota? Like everybody used to say that shit. For instance, they'd be like, yo, you know they got a quota. It used to be around Halloween to New Year's. Motherfuckers be going to jail, get pulled over. You know, they'd be like, he trying to make his quota. Kind of found out that shit maybe was true. It was a certain amount of arrests they had to make. Smash that like. Vote independent with term limits. Shit, nowadays you can't trust that independent shit. Independent it sound too much like Democratic Socialists to me. I don't fuck with them cats. That's just me. I'm like Winston Churchill when he tried to warn everybody about Hitler and them, or McCartney when he was running around talking about these same people. Democratic Socialists turn into communists when their system don't work. And if y'all ain't peep, New York running out of money because everybody with all the money is running out of New York. I would too because they're about to have a war on people that have worked hard. I can see it's a few corporations that have money gouge, Chase Manhattan and all that Wall Street shit, but for the most part, a lot of people have got their money in those Hollywood halls, but no doubt their money as an American, they have been able to get some of that white privilege, that American dream, but it costs. But they have been able to make this money, and now here come these Democratic Socialists with their fancy ways, and most of them have raised as privileged kids. Now they're Democratic Socialists, because you know what the privilege was? To have a free mind to study all that shit, and now to be able to exercise it. That's white privilege. And now they getting their chance, the Democratic Socialist ones, the ones that was radical in high school and college and shit in the 60s and 70s. That shit crazy. Yep, the new gent. People align too much with party and not enough with principle. That's what I say. I'll vote for anybody that has something pertaining to me. Not because we supposed to and we a crew. Oh, yo, you ain't voting Democrat? You, man, oh, man. Nah, I'm voting for whoever got something to offer. You understand what I'm saying? Like Janet Jackson used to say in the back in the day, what have you done for me lately? Why should you represent me if you ain't done shit for me and ain't gonna do shit for me? Not to benefit you. Why am I propping you up? What's the vig? What's my cut? What's my interest in it? Like, what's the guy that just died? They have appointed his sister or sister-in-law. They ain't having no voter who can go. The governor appointed somebody like, what's her resume? What's her background? Like, it makes no. It's sort of like how Donald Trump whole cabinet was YouTube people and like who the fuck? The woke and MAGA. Yep, the woke. Y'all remember Abraham Lincoln had a crew called the Awaken. It was some wild out. It was sort of like the Proud Boys. Did y'all know that Abraham Lincoln had a crew of dudes that protected him that was running with him called the Awakened? A bunch of wild ass frontier young boys. Smash that like, man. Yeah, the woke. I don't even fuck with that woke stuff because hence they can put you back to sleep if you adhere to being woke. I'm woke now. With bing. Go take a nap. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all, and share me out, man. Peace, peace, peace to all the enlightening and all the gods and earths and even, you know what I mean, the people that don't even want to admit what it is going on. Shout out all of y'all that's coming through here, man. Yo, I got to change this shit because y'all, nobody ain't coming here and say nothing. But I got Obama name spelled wrong in my title. I did their job. I got this shit spelled as Obama instead of Obama. Oh shit. Nobody said fix your Afro daddy. Wow. If it ain't right, it ain't right. Wow, Breezy. Smash that like, man. What does that mean? Because are you interpreting the question the proper way? Does white privileged, not white privilege, white privileged, which is the pronoun, not the verb that y'all usually looking for, the white privilege. I don't understand the white privilege. Of course, because white privilege is cost. And most of y'all are just like me. You know what I mean? Just like everybody else in here. We Americans that's, you know what I mean, working, you know what I mean, to stay in the rat race. You know what I mean? What's so crazy, when you get to the end of the motherfucking rat race, you still got to pay for the cheese. God damn. History gives white people power. The fact that white people could have assets when people of color weren't. Salute, coach. What's up with you? Good morning. What's up with you? Welcome back in, fam. Yeah, and you're so right though. It was before when it was just a Protestant, straight, allegedly white male that was lit. And everything was based around him. When they signed the Constitution, it was based around the white Protestant straight male. Allegedly, I say allegedly with all of it because the white, everybody don't want to be white no more. That's considered white. They want to marry Spanish. They want to marry black. Nothing wrong with that. They want to adhere to other cultures. Okay, Protestant. Everybody's not Protestant. J.D. Vance was Protestant. He turned into a Catholic. Or there's Buddhists. There are white Muslims. Know what I mean? Straight shit. LGBTQ. Just look around in there. All of those people are a mixed bag of. Know what I mean? And you know what I mean? It just smash that like. America is not perfect, but it's still the best country to live in. And I second that, the new gent. That's for real. America is not perfect, but I don't want to go nowhere else. I'm not trying to go nowhere else, nor would I fit in nowhere else. Man, people of color only got the right to vote like 60 years ago. Imagine trying to build a business wealth. A coach, but it was allowed because they kind of like fucked up when they did that segregation move. They realized that these people have created a whole infrastructure, a whole ecosystem that is revolving around the American dollar, but we ain't getting none of it. That's why they decided to desegregate us, because we had made our own pharmacies, our own farms, our own, I mean, business links amongst each other, barber shops and franchises and products that were, I mean, FUBU, for us, by us. FUBU was really popping in segregation. You never see stories of black people really falling down. They always show you some shit. Somebody's a pimp, or she was prostituting, or he was a dope head. You know what I mean? Not knowing, you know what I'm saying? That in segregation, that's when we really did our thing, because we had no choice. You know what I mean? Ain't no going backwards, you all in, because they wouldn't allow us to have it. And you know, being black, you know, we like shiny things. We like nice shit too. And that's what they realized. You know what I mean? Tulsa won't shit though, coach. You got to go check on North Carolina, fam. Durham. And that jump that happened in dang. Look, it was in the Wilmington, man. Go check out what happened in Wilmington. The white people got so mad that the black people were in charge of everything. The white people got so mad that they went through that jank with a Gatling gun and started shooting them up and shit. That's crazy. Why are black women so evil? Why are white women falling in love with a bunch of black men while they're married to white men? It's just human nature. That's why, dude. Why are they so evil? I mean, smash that light. America's so bad, but everyone is trying to break. Yeah, to get here. Shit. Smash that light. Smash that light. Bruh, everyone who thinks America is the best needs to travel more. I think America is the best, family. Hey, for instance, I'm just sitting here reading it though. You know what I mean? Fuck yeah, and Uncle, look at Uncle. Y'all always putting yourself with something. You're broke just like everybody else do. We. Always we. That's that shit Malcolm X was talking about. I don't like to quote that boy, but Malcolm X, we sick, master. When his master sick, we sick and we just got a car. We doing no, dude, Uncle. Africa, shit, America does. I'm American. I don't know why when you see a person of color, you say Africa. Africa is a shithole. I'm living the American dream, homeboy. I ain't got a dog in a fight in the African situation. Y'all would not realize that. That shows me your intelligence level when you start talking about Africa and stuff. The black man only knew of freedom due to the white man. No, the I'm gonna tell you something. Europeans, and I'm not gonna say black and white because guess what? Europeans were all colors and Africans are all colors. So, but Africans taught Europeans how to take baths. They gave them the concept of numbers, the zero, um, colleges, Salamanca, and the Andalus, which y'all call Spain. Okay, France, southern France was ran by Africans. Fam. Europeans accepted it. The medieval times, the Dark Ages, a lot of that knowledge was brought forth by people from off of the African peninsula, like Tariq. You know what I mean? The last vestiges of it was kicked out 1492. Isabella and Ferdinand in Grenada. They got them out of there. Come on, man. Exactly, it is. Even interest on loans is an Arab invention. Know what I mean? Uncle, cut it out. The black man only knew if you were in dang and but it's all good. The Moors in Spain was of all colors, dude. Moor means black, to love black, like amore, okay? And also, y'all forget that while the Moors were in Spain, they were in Italy too, because Italy, that we know now, was a part of Spain at the time, and the Moors controlled that too. That's why they say all the southern Italians have African in them. Go watch all the Italian movies. Always Muli is Congili, but their granddaddies was black Moors, and that means they all weren't Arabic. That mean, you know what I'm saying? Because if that was the case, wouldn't they be like the Saudi Arabia people and the Arab Emirates and all those people and Egyptian people were the people that ran Spain? You notice you never hear that. They'll say it was some Moors from this and that. And what they tell you the Moors from in Northern Africa, they were mixed with white people. White people came across just like black people went across the Strait of Gibraltar. White people called Vandals and Goths. I mean, white people got all the way to Constantinople. The people that's in Egypt right now, the Turkey people, they had a country called Constantinople, Byzantine. I mean, do some history, family. Christianity still enslaves people too. You know what I mean? They got a whole country called the United States full of a bunch of Christians, and they enslaved. They also got some Muslims and some Buddhists and Taoist immigrants mixed in with it. You know what I mean? Because it's a free for all to come here, but they very rarely want to, you know what I mean? Your wife is Taiwanese. That's what it is. So she's still Chinese. She Chinese. She's still Chinese. She just got her people just left with Chiang Kai-shek and them, and Mao and them got the big part of the chicken, and her peoples went on to Taiwan, and then they started beefing. No, we want y'all to come with us. That's all it is. That God don't understand the Taiwan China shit. All of them, it ain't nothing different. They're just another branch of the Chinese people. But when they had one day independence from whatever colonizers, um, Mao Zedong and them say, "Nah, we about to do communists." So it was a great part of them that wasn't really with that. So they went to Taiwan. Okay, okay. Smash that like. That's an interesting combination. That's what it is. Conrad, what's up with you? White privilege is a myth. Shit. Why do you say that, Conrad? Just even that you are, but it does exist in the concept though, right? So a lot of times, don't be uh shocked if you fuck around and run across a myth buster. Know what I mean? Who handled it better? The guy that sent billions to fund their nuclear enrichment program and the guy who ended their regime. Donald Trump was just willing to give these peoples like $400 billion. You know that Obama gave them like 1.7 billion, which ain't shit, of their own money, which was the interest off of the Shah of Iran and BP oil and the UK, the United States dirty dealings. When he left money on the table in 1979, when he hauled ass and left the country to be ran by white Muslims from Azerbaijan. Y'all do realize that, right? The people that's in Iran are white people. Iran means the land of the Aryan. They ran by Iran is being ran by a Azerbaijan crew. They from Georgia and the Caucasus Mountains. They're not the original Persians or the Zoroastrians and stuff. That's just a small community to them now. That shit is no less than we are all privileged to be able to talk to each other, but the moment they don't want us to talk, they'll cut this shit off. You'll see it happen. Iran was a gorgeous country until the Muslims conquered them. Well, the Muslims been there for centuries. They're just now getting in power. You know the 300 when they show you the 300 Xerxes and all that. That's where they was at, Iran and Darian, the guy that conquered Alexander the Great conquered him, and then he conquered Alexander the Great. And that's crazy. Alexander soldiers and them took the land, but then later on that night, Alexander the Great did some more homo shit with him. Alexander the Great soldiers, even though they were homo too, they never looked at him the same. They always thought he was a top tier, whatever. You know what I mean? Go do your history on that shit. That was the decline of Alexander the Great. When his soldiers saw him mounted, at first he was the mounter of men, and that's why they was calling him the Great. You do know that those Greek Hippolytes, they took them little young boys as blankets with them, and then they became older Hippolytes. And you know what I mean, like people say, hurt people hurt people. Smash that like, y'all. Forensics, stay speaking facts, family. White privilege is embedded in the Constitution. No whites in America have ever considered 3/5 of a person. Boy, you should know by now. Easy does it, forensics. Salute, family. Now that's crazy. You just keep bringing up shit. No white person has ever been considered 3/4 or fourth. You can say I'm a whole white man. That's cool with me. I'm not coming at it on a racist tip. This is just a word to hook you in. YouTube tells you to create a hook, and sure enough, hit dog gonna holler, but a whoop dog ain't gonna bark. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all in here peeking because y'all know that this shit is real. But you know what I mean? That little motherfucker that's just persistent snapping at our heels, you know what it is. There's white privilege run America, not white privilege. White privilege as a pronoun. I mean, white privilege is a verb, is an action word. This what I got up here is a pronoun. Smash that like. Can you spell ignorant, J? On vanity projects. Yeah, Donald Trump is silly. Joe Biden just said that. Why would Joe Biden say it? Y'all don't want to go with it. Joe Biden just said Donald Trump is just president to make money. And talking about all he has done nothing for America. Everything he's doing is a vanity project. How can some big arch help us? How can our kids eat an arch? unless it's at McDonald's. This stuff putting his name on everything. Nothing putting a motherfucking chicken or shuck of corn or a glass of even shine to keep our minds fucked up in a pot for the Americans, man. That's crazy, but he taking more money, more money, more money, more money, throwing it around just on these excursions. Because remember, this war in Iran was supposed to be Operation Full Fury. He had 190 some days to do it before Congress is what had to say whether it's war or not. And now they calling it a war. They did that shit in like 60 days of it. It just makes no sense. See, that's what you get for watching it from Europe, dang. You don't understand America in general. You know what I mean? From Europe. You only get a European vision of it, fam. And of course, it's going to be a little jaded because white supremacy hasn't allowed for even the man of color over there to totally take his place on the world stage. Because y'all the birth for white supremacy. You are aware of that. So it is going to look a little different, dang. And then you look around and say, but I still ain't got shit. They still got more than me. Even the wildest, brokest black man or person of color here in America still has more than the average European. Smash that like. That's why they invented the euro. The euro was designed to take out the dollar. That shit ain't work. And now Donald Trump on y'all head. Y'all not even realizing that. Donald Trump don't give a fuck about what color you are. He care about how much money he giving you and what you giving back and how much money he can save by not giving to you and keeping it. He's with the military industrial structure. Who's moving to Africa, dude? If you hate America, you're in Europe, dude. What are you talking about? But you're repeating them political ideology. Republicans never advocated for those things. Oh, Republican, Democrat, all of them the same people, man. Yep, the Dred Scott decision, white privilege, the Dred Scott decision. Even George Washington and what's the young lady that he was trying to keep in slavery? Oh, that's all good. No, I was just reading. The euro was created to unify the continent under one currency. No, and it was created to combat the dollar. It did a SpaceX. It came out busting, and then that shit's fizzled because it was backed off of y'all colonization of all these other countries, and then y'all power started winding. Y'all did it a little too late. The euro and the European Union was designed to be in like the United States type of situation, but y'all ain't have nothing to back it. You can't back the euro on nothing if y'all don't got no goddamn natural resources. You don't have a lot of natural resources in abundance. That's why y'all tend to prey on Eastern European countries like Ukraine and stuff because they got a lot of minerals and stuff. Yeah, Africa is waking up. They getting a new colonizer now. United States, Russia, and China is the number one colonizer on the planet. Whereas it was the European peninsula that was getting all the money at first. Belgium, motherfucking whack ass Belgium had some money in the Congo. Come on, that should tell you something right there. They had to be backed by some nuclear weapons or some, conglomerate of power somewhere. Like, y'all gotta stop goddamn dealing with this shit on emotion and really get to the facts. Hit the Library of Congress. If any Americans in here, fuck these motherfuckers from Europe or wherever they're from, that's in the comments. That's on you. Have your own opinion on it. But all y'all Americans, man, go to the United States Library of Congress. Hit Washington, D.C., them hollow halls where everything starts at, and get some understanding on this stuff. Your understanding. The euro sucks, dude. The European Shenzhen open travel. Part of it was to challenge the dollar. Yep, but primarily to boost Europe's economy. Yeah, but they boost their economy. They wanted to control their money. They try to make the euro because right now the United States is the money maker. The money, how everybody do their deals, they do it in United States dollars because it's easily transferable to their currency. That's why everybody trying to create that alternative. But the internet has created so many different alternatives, but seemingly it still all revolved back to the dollar. You know what I mean? Like all these cryptocurrencies joints that they use here. I'm not really familiar with a lot of ones that they use in these other countries, but besides WhatsApp and maybe Zeal or like that. But you know what I mean? That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. Smash that like. What's up, DMB? What's up, partner? What's up? What you do? Smash that like. Well, no, I like going and looking at Trump supporters because every country has different currencies that Gemini not challenge the dollar. No, I'm telling you that dollar. That's what the world does their business in. But not as of late, all these other groups are getting together and making their own currency because the dollar was the strongest because all their money was backed by the dollar. So now that we are pulling out of these with these tariffs and all these trade deals with these people, the dollar is not so much invested in their economies, and these people are being able to stand on their own. Look at India. India is like in the top 10 countries, and at first they was the UK's fucking private ATM. The Pearl of the Orient was the UK's private ATM. That's what the UK based all their wealth off of, what they got out of, starting with Hindustan, which they call India. You know what I mean? And all the other little colonized, even with the United States, we shut them off early in the game with us, but they still managed to stay here and get in taxes. And then they got in bed with the Saudis. They put the Saudis in power and then couldn't handle their money, and the Saudis flipped them. It's sort of like what's going on now with the Democratic Socialists. They got in bed with the Democrats and shit. Now they on top now. You know what I mean? They done managed to eke an existence out and push the fucking Democratic Party to the side. And you can see the differences, you know what I mean, of the Democratic Socialists than the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party are usually over 60 years old. Democratic Socialists is a plethora of people, maybe some neo-Nazis, maybe some LGBTQ transgenders, maybe a mixing of those people that went to college and always wanted to exercise all that stuff they learned from reading the Red Book and all that stuff, 1984 and what's that, 1984 and Animal Farm, all that shit. Now they get a chance to implement some of that stuff. You feel me? Smash that like, y'all. Man, India has massive resources and also they smart as fuck. I mean, shit, America loaded up with scam call centers. You can't call nobody right now and try to get some work on your internet, on your phone, or anything like that. But it's gonna be somebody from India. Hello? Because they feel like the Indians are they speak English, but they speak a patois just like we do. That's why sometimes the communication is kind of, you know what I mean? They speak a patois, we speak a patois. None of us speak the King's English. Shit, that's what they say, but look at the ratio. India has billions of people, so the average is shit is on a large ass scale. Of course, they're gonna be those stands out. So give me the don't give me give me the ratio of how many Indians uh graduate with uh PhDs and I mean are in heavy influence in technology and medical advancement. Okay, you'll go see that's that racist stuff, man. Indians IQ is 75. Shit. My granddaddy ain't go to all them colleges, but he was a hell of a motherfucking stevedore. Long show me he was at goddamn on 30 some dollars and goddamn on 1960. You know what I'm saying? That, you know what I mean? Exturbating it, but you know what I'm saying? You don't have to have a college degree. But it's more likely all these people that have these considered high IQs, they be niche professionals outside of what they trained for or what they studied for, and seemingly was given that piece of paper that said that they were qualified to do it. They don't know shit else. Doctors that work on brains don't know shit about going up on 125th and getting a ticket to the Apollo because they specialize in working on brains. You understand what I'm saying? Smash that like. Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can have a low IQ and still be smart because you're being graded by something that somebody else had to create. And some of that stuff is created to exclude, you know what I mean, people like India and black people by some IQ scales that somebody else, you know what I mean, put the bar up high and then they'll say because they don't know this says that, but shit, give me something that I do know. Tell me something that's about my environment. Don't give me some kind of test that's, you know what I mean, alien to me and expect me to adapt to it and be, you know what I mean, proficient in it. No. See, that's what y'all gotta fail to realize. A lot of this stuff is designed too. I mean, because there's no proof to it, but it's just it's giving you something to say you know. I mean, Indians are educated, dude. What are you talking about? Go to a hospital right now. 95% of the fucking staff is gonna be Indian with and the doctors. Okay, go to any engineering company, Life Touch, any of that shit. 50% of the people there are gonna be Indian. You know what I'm saying? They're taking over. They like Jewish people. They're taking over certain niche jobs. So many patals that used to be owning hotels to sent their kids with their hotel money to be a doctor. You know what I mean? To be an engineer. Go look in the net. Go pull up NASA, and when they do a launch on one of these satellites or something, look in that room. 50% of those people are either black and Indian. Come on, man. What are you talking about? Yes, it does. See what I'm saying? We not. You know what? What's your name? Conrad. Nah, dog. We're not gonna sit here and voice your racist views. Not me and you. Maybe you can. So continue on, bro. But smash that like, y'all. Does white privilege run America? Intelligence is the ability to learn. Often the problem is the format, right? We all, you know what I mean? Most people don't succeed in academia because they don't put in the effort. It's like muscle training. You have to work out the brain, right, Nugent? You have to work out the brain. But most people that do succeed in academia, it be niche academia. Motherfucker be a lawyer. That's all he knows is law. Street smarts or going to the grocery store, not so much. Even paying bills, he don't know it, but he can quote a law because most learned halls is just being able to retain information and regurgitate it at the proper time you need to. That's why people cram for tests. They don't just go in and do a test with their skill of knowledge. They have to cram for it. You know what I mean? Wow, sure I am. And you just here to cause confusion, dude. Go sit down somewhere, Conrad. Matter of fact, go back and just listen to it again. You know what I mean? And shout out everybody that catches this on the playback. Make sure you leave a comment, you know what I'm saying? And let us know if it's something that you want to motherfucking politic about. Academia should be for a profession. Technical schools are better value for the money, right? Academia is just fancy summa cum laude. You know I got a bachelor's in philosophy, but technical school more likely you're gonna learn how to fix an air conditioner or airplane engine or welding and I mean business management. You know what I'm saying? Academia is more for the accolades. You know I went to Harvard for what? Where the fuck is you gonna work at Harvard? Somewhere that they ain't even got a job for you right now. So you're the manager at Burger King with a Harvard degree. Beans and rice. Good morning, man. Bonus dias, man. What's going on? Nope, not right now. In this day and times, the entrepreneur, the one that ain't go to these hollow halls. These hollow halls will put you in a box. It's only a niche where you can go in and what you can do. All they're doing is making more cannon fodder for the elite. They might pull you up, they might not. Going to one of those Harvard, Stanford, MIT, and all those places like that, maybe you'll get a job doing what you went to school for. Maybe not. It's like a NFL draft for the rest of your life. Maybe they'll pull you up into the secret societies and all these closed meetings and stuff. Maybe they won't. I mean, most college grads don't use the degree unless they go into a profession, right? Most college grads don't even get a job at what they doing, at what they got a college degree in. Smash that like. You say you about to roll up beans, right? That's what it is. A bank and a hospital are always going like to hire the educated man. University teachers, critical thinking skills, and endurance. University teachers are under fucking paid. They know that's like tips. That's why they have something called tenure, because each one of them have their own style of teaching, and if it ain't up to par or ready to fit in with the curriculum that the school, they won't keep you on. You'll be getting paid minimum wage. Me too, Tony Hype. I got a business administration degree. You feel me? And no, I didn't get hired into anything. I went out and created businesses. You know what I mean? Hence, if you can't make money, y'all, while you sleep, you're gonna be working till you die. Also, if you don't live out your dreams, you're gonna help somebody live their dreams out. It kills me when some guy comes and say, "Go get a job." Shit, I employ people, family. You know what I mean? Been there, done that. You go get a job, you're no less hitching your mule ass to somebody else's wagon. And every morning you're gonna be able to, you're gonna be expected to pull a shit. You know what I mean? You better bet it. You got a doctorate in dentistry. Do you practice that? Are you a practicing dentist, Nugent? And what part of the country are you? You better bet it. All she can talk to you about is Bach and what was her instrument? What was her instrument? What instrument did she love to go to? Working here 10 years now. My stepson has graduated high school, is gonna make more money than me. Told my manager I need a raise like nothing. Right, Tony? Yo, that shit is crazy, ain't it? And that's the old school pistol whipping. There's a lot of people at y'all jobs that been there for 40 years, but you make triple the amount because when they started out, $1.25 was like, you know what I mean? That's crazy. They're on a different scale. And these corporations refuse to update it to everybody because if they went off the dollar that they was making back then and made it the same dollar now, they would owe them a lot more money. People don't realize that. The same dollar that they were spending in 1972 is not the dollar that we're spending now. Donald Trump's dollar don't mean shit. That's why shit costs so much because the dollar is like 70% of it is foreign interest. I mean, 25% of it is our debt. I mean, and then that 5%, smash that like y'all. I have a background in immunology. I would never have had a career I got now without a degree, right? But you found the job in your niche. A lot of people will go to college for some bullshit and just say, I graduated from, I mean, a fancy name, and then don't have no, like, shit, don't have nothing to do with what they went to college for. You go read the plaque on their wall, you be talking like, this motherfucker, the manager, had goddamn on the quickie mark. He has a, you know what I'm saying? Retired Army, but I like working in the community health centers. Her degree is flute. Okay, okay, okay. But also she plays. Okay, so she's smart. A lot of piano players are super smart, man. Super smart. And that flute. Answer. Was it a flute or a piccolo? Smash that like. So she got you wrapped around her little finger. She's a flute player. She know the right motherfucking the piper shit on you. Smash that like I like that, man. Biden dollar was worth a little bit more than this dollar because this dollar is under the duress of war. That's why they gave out a lot of Biden dollars. You see, Trump is spending a lot of his shit because it ain't worth shit. Okay, salute, family. Okay, okay. What do you do with that NGO? Sassy Mo, what's up with you? What's up, player? Either you're indigenous, brought over from a slave ship, or you're an immigrant. That's the total makeup of the U.S., right? But we try to find so many different ways to explain it. And it kills me when one American tells another American to go back to Africa. Knowing ain't nobody came here from Africa since goddamn on 1812 or something. In huge droves. Come on. How long does it take for me to live in America for another American to recognize that I'm American just like him? That's what kills me. And this white privilege, which is, this a pronoun, white privilege, ed on the end. It's not white privilege. That's a verb, an action. Chuck, what's up with you, family? What part of the country you in? A Chucky, a Chucky. Get up from there. You know what I mean, Chuck, I still ain't found that Daddy Jack Haynes Drop, man. Smash that like. Power to the people. Okay, get me some cheese, man, in Wisconsin. Is it cold here? How's the weather? It's 86 degrees today, sunny. Proud so, welcome back. How much is Trump debt right now? In the trillions, man. In the trillions. Smash that like. Yeah. But when the Constitution was written, the same people that was writing it were predominantly now, allegedly, straight white Protestant males. So what they created was designed for them to prosper. You understand what I'm saying? And everybody else would be in a subculture. That cheese. No, it's not cold here, but out the head in Michigan. Okay, okay, that's what you be moving too, Chuck. You be moving, fam. How's that working out? Is this with the new company? How's that working out? 2.5 trillion. Do you realize that if Elon Musk wanted to, he can actually take control of the United States by way of sharehold if he was to pay off half of their debt? Yeah, the dollar's worth like 20 cents. They don't realize that the dollar that we were spending in the 80s is not the same dollar. Each president, you know what I mean? That's why they allowed to do that shit with Ben Bernanke. What was Ben Bernanke's position? That's why the presidents are allowed to fuck with the money. You know what I mean? Yep, some of us are all of the above. In perspective, we went from 8 trillion Obama first term to 22 trillion or so at his end, thanks to Obamacare. But what about now, Tony Hype? Why are we, you know what I mean? Obama did his thing, whatever, you know what I mean, good or bad. What about now? What did we start at with Trump in his 2.0 and now where we at? I know it's got to be up there because he's added this Iranian war shit, so that's more money. Yeah, Elon got more money than some hemispheres, dude. But the money ain't shit. His control, well, because people perceive money as power, which is not. But his control, his influence. Smash that like. But y'all do realize that shit is so fragile. One misstep and all of that should be gone. Wow. 39.2 trillion. That's what Donald Trump done put us at. Wow. Yeah, he had a surplus many times, but some don't like, so they increase spending. Imagine what the wealth could be for the world. Fuck billionaires, man. Probably should be that rich. Shit. After the first beer, everything should go to the. No, it shouldn't, because the people ain't gonna know how to fucking act. You don't give nobody. You don't give a fucking baby fucking steak. You don't. You know what I'm saying? Those billionaires have been carefully crafted and chosen. It's only can be for us to be handling all that money. We wouldn't know how to act. Give it to the people for what? So they can go buy a bunch of bullshit. That shit go out the window. Give it to the people. If you can make $1 billion, spend it. It's yours. That's crazy. I'm an entrepreneur, so my ultimate goal is to keep selling and selling and selling and making money. Now I don't have. You don't set a limit on your success. And sometimes communism and that socialist stuff is setting a limit on your success, dude. You talking about something give it to hell no, give it to the people for what? So they can fuck it up? Y'all know that New York is going bankrupt now because they're running off all the money. Ain't nothing wrong with having money. When you get it, do what you do. If you got integrity and you standing this well, you're gonna help out what needs to be helped out. That's a lot of times people that don't have money, they always be so invested in what people with money do with it. And they want them to fuck it up. Huh? The ultra rich, all that shit. To be rich, know what I mean, is that you can be poor again. Wealth is the truth, know what I mean? Create some or get involved in something that creates wealth. Know what I mean, generational wealth. You don't hear anybody saying they're generational rich, coach. I can see your terminologies. You got to do a little bit more studying on money. Rich is a title. You know what I mean? You know they consider you rich if you have $1.5 million in equity. You're considered rich. But wealthy is something different. where it's something that you can hand down to your people. Rich, meaning whatever's getting you rich, when it stops trending, the bottom might fall out and you might be back poor again. See, rich and poor, but you never, I mean, wealth is creating a whole base, I mean, economic, I mean, a system. Don't create a don't open up a store. Don't create a company or product. Create a system so that that wealth can be implemented on any goddamn with any materials. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Eric Adams was also he ain't got there gone Europe somewhere hiding. But why we talking about Eric Adams when Madonna is the mayor of New York now? Madonna is spending a bunch of money on free buses and all this other stuff. But who's gonna pay for it? The majority don't rule, the minority does. It's more poor people than it is trillionaires and billionaires, dummy. The minority rules, not the majority. The majority only rules in prison. Whether it's the Mexicans, the white, or the black, who got the most knives, that's who usually wins in prison, the majority then. In the world, the real world, the minority always rules. Smash that like. Drew, what's going on, Drew? See what I'm saying? Y'all love to come back here, man, because y'all know. Knowledge is being dropped. Look at that. Drew, you was, well, boy. Andrew. And to think, you got like 6 or 7 gospel songs in your playlist. You should be more peaceful. Salute, Drew. See you waking it up. The other day you was talking that racist shit. Yeah, you do. You know you do. You got like 110 of them. Ain't no wrong with it, family. See what I'm saying, Drew? I told you the other day. I ain't knowing that fucking racist shit. But if I gotta hook your ass in with a racist word because, you know what I mean, hit dog gonna holler, and maybe that you ain't experienced in none of it, you know what I'm saying? Or that white privilege. But this is white privilege, ED. That's a pronoun. Somebody, you know what I mean, privileged in power. Smash that like. That's what it is. Salute, family. That's what it's about. No matter our differences, we still gonna find something in common. There are around 1,000 billionaires. If you took all their money, it wouldn't fund America for 6 to 8 months. It's shit. So why not 6 to 8 decades, dude? That should tell you something. Money ain't shit. I mean, I just told y'all that's a pronoun when the ED on it. If it was the just with the privileged, that would be a verb, an action. Smash that like. I just told y'all that. Randy Watson. Sexually chocolate, Randy Watson. Smash that like. Fuck racist. Problem is, a lot of white people don't get understood. I wish I had some white privilege with the shit I've been through. Never have I had a sliver of it. For real, Tony, because you know what white privilege costs, and like somebody just said earlier, us broke people, we ain't got no money for no white privilege. It costs to drive those Benzes and live in those gated communities now. And the Indian folk, the black folk, the Chinese folk that can get the credits and debits up, now they can get some of that white privilege. You know what I mean? Because it's just that. It's not a white or a black thing now. It's a money thing to, you know what I mean? You got to buy your way into the elite. They might, when you get there, give you a bigger plate if they seem like they can use you. But other than that, you paying your way to be there. You know what I mean? The Jeffersons had to pay for that fucking penthouse on when every movie went up, they had to pay for that shit. Ain't shit free. You find it with a job and some money, Drew. That's the only way you gonna get it. White privilege costs, dude. That shit ain't. That's what people don't understand. I didn't have it. Yeah, because you didn't pay for it. You didn't want to pay for it. Ain't shit free in America. The American dream costs. What's the American dream? A car, a house, Sending your kids to little league football or baseball, and depending on which one it is, them shits cost that equipment. Sending your kids to a decent school, and more likely Montessori or private, if you think you're really doing it. All that ain't none of that shit free because you white. You have to get them debits up to get into whatever was set up for this society to seemingly that you're supposed to be well off. It's all everybody that's well off or doing good or positive. Oh, they perceive to be. You know what I mean, smash that light. Well, you have to have money to indulge in white privilege, dude. You have to have money to indulge in it. You know what I mean? Because ain't nothing worth nothing to you unless you put a price on it mentally. No matter how much they tell you it costs, it don't mean shit unless you say it does. You understand that? They can say that Mercedes Benz is $1,000,000. And unless you believe that it's $1,000,000, you're gonna be like, fuck that. I'm gonna go get this Toyota for $1,200 because I believe that's $1,200. I don't think that's $1,000,000 over there. So they say it was Musa Massa, but there's no way to count that. That's just more accolades that we put on each other. There's more black supremacy right there. I engage in it a lot too. You know, we all do. We always think of the craziest shit to say from our culture for the combat the other one when we're all just the same here. You know what I mean? We'll battle all day. Well, you know George Washington had slaves. Well, you know that the Arabs had slaves too. You know what I mean? That we'll tit for tat, dog. I mean, if they ain't getting none of it, I don't give a fuck if he was. You know what I mean? That's like saying I took a picture with Jay-Z, but what did he tell you? Did he tell you what the next investment? Or give you any points on the album? You just took a picture with him. I mean, just by saying, you know, the richest man in the world was black. I don't give a fuck. Did he leave me anything? Can you tell me how he got it so I can try to duplicate what he was doing? You know what I mean? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Insatiable. What's goody? What's going on? The dollar is weak. You need 3 to 4 jobs compared to the one income it was raised on. Right. Remember back in the day when your daddy came home, your mama was waiting on him, you were waiting on him, everybody, the people across the street, everybody, because that dollar was powerful. He give you that $5, that shit was more like $20 in today's money, and your mama would get to pay the bills. She didn't even really have to work. But she worked because the society that we was living in, the bills, everything was so high, knowing that the dollar was strong. They still price gouge. But remember that $5 your daddy used to give you? You go to the movies, buy a soda, get 2 goddamn candy bars, 1 Hershey bar, 1 Mr. Good bar, and some Now Laters, and still have like 40 cents to put in the change jar. And you done been to the movies and ate popcorn and did all kind of shit. That shit crazy. Give you $5, it'll last the whole weekend. Today, $5 is tax on some shit. It's tax on gratuitous tips. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. That's what people don't understand. This shit is about the dollar, man. Shit, remember shit used to be 2 for 1. And remember bread used to be more fresher? Shit used to be 2 for fucking 1. I seen the candy that we call penny candy. I seen that shit in the Habibi store the other day when I was out passing out water for fucking 25 cents. Like, huh? Peppermint candy is 1 piece is 25 cents. You know the dollar ain't shit. Me too, family. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with your skin color, but how you spend it. You know what I mean? You engage in white privilege. If you really want the finer things that they consider in America to be the finer things, a good quality of life, you're going to have to engage in the upper echelon. And that's predominantly the white world. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it tastes better and it cook different too. Back in the day. Y'all notice that food cooked different and that's why I always try to at least cook my stuff here. As opposed to going along, I like to go out. I like K-pop, like a motherfucker. That K-pop shit, ooh. But you know what I mean, and I do like McDonald's double cheeseburgers. I was raised off of them. I'm not gonna lie. But I like to cook my shit and use the finest of ingredients so I can taste my food. I don't like to go get a lot of corporate commercial shit because it's supposed to be universal to taste all over the world. If you got a good brand like Starbucks and all that shit, so it's a product that they put certain ingredients in to give you that. So I don't like to go out there and get all those ingredients and all that bullshit in it. I'll just try to get mine. Yup, fruit and water used to be free. Now, shit, you can't find nobody with an apple tree in their backyard or a grapevine or tomato vines or watermelon vines or anything. Remember, people used to have that shit. Well, in my neighborhood now where I live, when I was a kid, we used to come to this neighborhood and in my neighborhood where I grew up at, and get all the people apples and pears and all that stuff. Hey, but it's an orange tree out here that's crazy. Last year it was a tree with oranges on it. You don't even see bees. I went in a deep dive early yesterday morning on urban beehives. You don't even see bees anymore, man. Oh yeah, what kind of grapes y'all got, Tony? I remember those scrapper knob grapes with that heavy skin. Man, there's a data center right up the street from here, and it's been here for the last 25 years. It's a Verizon data center. That's why I'm on this e-bike mission because I'm gonna take and then I'm gonna show y'all the pump house that services it like a block down, but it looks like a regular house. Smash that like. Hopefully, I don't get arrested doing this one. Them data centers need to be regulated. Sassy Mo, did you see the new upgrade on what I'm trying to go at with the e-bike situation? Because a $500 e-bike is going to be just that. It's going to be what you pay for. The dollar ain't shit. And I found out that those $500 ones in that range, they're more or less like remember when iPhones first came out in phones and you drop them and the screen breaks. When you buy one of those, the biggest thing is how they market it. The the battery life is low, maybe 1 or 2 months, and then they're kaput, and you got to put more into it. So I have investigated the e-bike situation, and like I did a community post upgrading to, and I saw somebody on the e-bike yesterday because y'all know. Hold on, let me show y'all some crazy shit. Y'all know Chick-fil-A had customer appreciation day yesterday. I don't know if y'all got in on it, but all you had to do was come there dressed black and white. And me and my queen and my kids, we like to do fun shit. We went there, and Chick-fil-A did their motherfucking yesterday with the customer appreciation. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all something. Wow, did you say the cow? Wow, Kim, did you say the cow? What's the cow? Smash that like y'all. Seedless fruit comes from a lab. A fruit without a seed, your future it won't be right. Like mules and donkeys are two different things. One of them can't have kids. Smash that like y'all. But like I was saying about Chick-fil-A, you had to be a black and white. And me and my kids drew a cow. My son drew a cow. He typed with it. She drew like a space cow, like with an ink pen too. And he's a little one. And we went up to Chick-fil-A and they customer service. I said, damn, they gave us more food for free than when we ordered. They gave each one of the kids a bag with a toy in it that was like a little farm tractor, and it was like a 8-piece nugget, fries hot as a motherfucker, and a drink. My little one got Arnold Palmer. You know what I mean? Something that they'll probably charge you extra for any other day. And my lady had on black and white too, so they gave her one of the world famous Chick-fil-A sandwiches with the pickle. Y'all know that the secret to the Chick-fil-A and all these other companies is pickle brine. Dip your chicken breast and your chicken in pickle brine or soak it in there. That's that taste that y'all taste like. The KFC, that was one of the secret ingredients, pickle brine. If you must know, that's why they always put pickles on the chicken sandwiches. Chick-fil-A adopted that pickle brine. But yeah, they did their thing. Sassy Mo, as well as its cities that are conglomerates in themselves that owns business office buildings all over the country. We have a city here in my area that they do business all over the country because they build these industrial complexes and these industrial parks with a bunch of warehouses. Because the cow at Chick-fil-A, Randy, you never been to Chick-fil-A? Black and white. The cow. They are. I mean, they pro cow, anti chicken there because they sell chicken. The cow is their little go to. Know what I mean? Yep, they're poisoning everything. I'm good. Victor, you back in here. You're not a good example for your people because you should be at work, dude. Go to work, man. Go to work, man. Right, good marketing. You're not retired. You ain't worked nowhere your whole life. You're a car thief. Go to work, Victor. Who asked you? I'm retired. Anybody asked you? See, see how you got that going? Y'all tell all y'all business online. Yeah, look, that white privilege, that shit triggers them. That's why I've been running with it lately because then we can get to the conversation of American. I mean, because out of 1,000 of them that come in here, at least 10 of them see the light. Look, a bunch of retired motherfuckers. All y'all white folks retired from what? You see what I'm saying? White privilege. All y'all white motherfuckers retired from what? Drew, Drew, what did you say you was retired from, family? And you, the other young man, Victor, that said he was retired. Victor, you was in here 3 days running. I knew it was something. Why you ain't out in your tomato garden? Because you ain't got a green thumb. It's brown for smoking all them damn Marlboros, and your gums are brown from dipping all that chew. Okay, salute, Drew. That's what it is. You did just say that. Okay. Where were you stationed at on the East Coast, Drew? Peace, peace. What's up, Matthew? What's cracking, family? What's up, Matthew? If y'all haven't got over there and checked out Matthew Alex, know what I mean? Cool ass white boy, gangster with it, always up on his crippin'. What's up, homie? Somebody always knows a bunch of black something. I got black friends. That doesn't mean shit. You might know a bunch of black goddamn Uncle Tom retirees. They kill me with. I mean, you feel me? What you getting into today, Matt? What you getting into today, man? I'm just cooling. It's 15 of y'all in here, man. Double tap that stream, family. I knew it. A lot of y'all come in here, and I'm such a good judge of character that down in the analytics, I be pinpointing y'all. Whether it's your language, where you're from. This shit is crazy, man. I knew it. You smoking Marlboros, but it is what it is. We still, Victor, I ain't got nothing but love for you, brother. I am not a racist. A lot of times, these be trigger words. So I'm trying to find real Americans, no matter if you agree with me or you got, you know what I mean, whatever. But I'm trying to find real Americans. We come at all, you know what I mean, shades, colors, sizes, thinking. We Americans. We all are narcissistic and spoiled. I mean, the brokest American is more spoiled and keep his head higher than the richest foreigner. And you know it. We'll look at somebody from Spain, motherfucker, being a Maybach. We're like, man, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Smash that light, man. You know how it is, man, as an American, if you're really an American. We some narcissistic motherfuckers, strong-willed, stubborn motherfuckers. We'll go to a drive-thru and demand my fries be motherfucking hot. Hence FOG, fresh off the grill. You feel me? Being an American, you'll demand that shit. Smash that light. I know, Brandy. I'm telling you, fam, it's nothing against none of y'all because all of us got crazy ass superstitions and idiosyncrasies. But what we have in common be more. But we always point out all the bad shit because you know bad shit sells. You know what I mean? A bunch of peace, kumbaya. You don't even hear nobody saying that no more unless they making a mockery of that kumbaya shit. Because peace don't sell. A bunch of war, man. Every video game come out, ain't nobody help making no flowers and la 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 la. It's blah, pop, pop, pop. That shit sell, homie. Yeah, we human, man. You got me right about the SIGs, but that's it. Give shit. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Shit. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. You feel me? Smash that like. 6 syllables. Words. Idiosyncrasies. Okay, Matthew. Smash that like. I like that. Hater makes money, right? Hating people makes money. To love somebody, shit. Valentine's Day only come, goddamn, on 1 time a year. But they hate motherfuckers 24/7, 365 days. You feel me? People watch NASCAR for crashes, or maybe they just like chilling, because NASCAR boring as fuck. I do like Ricky Rudd because he the homeboy, but that shit boring. The fuck, I'm just gonna sit there all day watch somebody run in circles. You might as well go in the projects and sit in the park and either watch the kids on the slide board chilling and having fun, or the crackheads walking on the outside of that bitch waiting on it, or gonna get it, or doing what they got to do to get it, family. That shit crazy, man. There is no middle class because it constantly it fluctuates. There is no middle class. The middle class is just a buffer. You know what I mean? It fluctuates. I mean, everybody has their time. You know, I've seen so many people go to the middle class and come back. You know what I mean? And vice versa. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. You better bet it, Drew. Just like a white guy to take notice of it with y'all nosy ass. As you must know, I'm doing a little calisthenics in the background. Health is wealth. You know what I mean? Yep. Just like a white guy. Hey, guy. Hey, boss, he's not working. Being the straw boss. You've been working at the company for 40 years. No advancement, but been the snitch for 41 years. That's why they hired you. You used to stand outside of your job and tell on people. Smash that like though, Drew. Benedict Arnold ass. Smash that like, y'all. Matter of fact, let me catch me a good cup of Joe. I'll be back. You see how if I put up a bunch of stuff like this white privilege stuff and I engage in it, it'll churn up a bunch of rabble rousers. But just peacefully conversating with you as an American, it's not so entertaining. Yeah. Arguing about blocks and shit that we don't own. We worse than gang members. We argue about a bunch of shit that we don't have a bit of interest in. You dumb as hell. Benedict Arnold was not in the Civil War, unless you're calling the Revolutionary War the Civil War. Benedict Arnold was like the number 2 go-to guy. I mean, him and Morgan Green and Benedict Arnold were the number 2 go-to guys. And Benedict Arnold sold out the revolutionaries for some pussy. Smash that like. I'm related to one of Benedict Arnold's, not the traitor guy, but a different one. Shit, there's only one Benedict Arnold that I know. The one that traded. Yeah, he ran behind some pussy. Smash that like. Also related to the guy who was put in charge of protecting who? John Smith or Rolfe? John Smith or Rolfe. You know Pocahontas never really existed, dude. You know that, right? I'm in the Pocahontas state. It's a myth. Her name was not Pocahontas. You know what I'm saying? Who? James Rolfe. Also the nigga that got us smoking leaves. He took a bunch of tobacco to England and got money. James Rolfe. Smash that like. That wasn't the dude that was protecting Pocahontas. Pocahontas was Delaware is a little further up, family. It's two different Indians. Pocahontas and them was the Pamunkey Indians. Up north over there, where Delaware would have been the Lenape. Smash that like, y'all. Gamer, what's up? Chilling. What's up with you? Ain't you in Germany, Gamer? Where you at? You in Germany, right? We will always have spies, lies, traitors, haters, winners, losers, strong, weak, rich, poor. You just have to get in where you fit in and ride the thing we call life. Salute, Sassy. And in every form and fashion, we will all go. We'll have those days for everything you name. We'll have those days. Each one of us. And life, so much you can wake up tomorrow rich when you went to sleep poor. All your bills, you know how you gonna pay. It's just about it. You know what I mean? Fate. You never just know. You know what I mean? That's why I say keep going. Right. Exactly, gamer. That savior shit. The same with his Jesus, the savior syndrome. He's gonna save your life. Only thing that can better your life and save your life is you. You know what I mean? That's the only person that can. Right, I say that, yeah, y'all invented it, Germans. And not even with the Nazi party. That shit go way back to the Teutonic Knights and every lord that had a fiefdom. Yeah, do you y'all you doing it, you ever did in a deep dive on the Teutonic Knights that started the German, Prussian, all that stuff? Smash that like Germany at one time was just a big ass tribe of mercenaries. Have gun will travel type cats, man. And then somebody decided to take that soldier side of it and mix in a little that I mean socialist type of stuff. Crazy ass combination. Like with you see a white supremacist and he cuts his hair and shades it and has his ponytail looking all crazy. That has its history in the Scythians that were the Germans, you know what I mean, forefathers. That's why it looks kind of weird, but it's just their heritage. Like when you see people now, y'all see it's now normal to have nose piercings again. Remember they tried them with the eyebrow piercing. So many people fuck their eyebrow up with that bullshit. But people are getting more back into, you know what I mean, native culture as opposed to the European style. They are dreading up or not being too groomed, but groomed. You know what I mean? And not smelly ungroomed, but just more free flowing with instead of the European style of the white dress shirt and the gray slacks and the black shoes and the necktie. Now people are, you know what I mean, you can see the native coming back with the 5 or 6 earrings in their ear and the tattoos visibly showing, expressing themselves. It's coming more, you know what I mean, America is coming to more into its own, it's reversing. Remember how they used to show you Dick Van Dyke on TV? Now it's more, what was that motorcycle group used to come on? That's what everybody looking like now. What's going on, Aaron? Aaron Dixon, what's up with you? What's up with you, fam? Fair enough. I was referring to eugenics and how Germans went to Namibia to cook all sorts of that. Man, Germans did so much in Africa when it was in Namibia. They even when it was in South Africa, they created all this stuff around the wedding and the wedding ring to sell the Beers diamonds. Go Google it. They got y'all buying motherfucking diamond rings like a motherfucker. They invented all but invented the wedding ring in its concept today. Shit, Germans invented the Christmas tree. Salute, family. That's all you're gonna find here, man. Maybe the hook might seem a little racist or uninviting, but it really ain't. You know what I mean? Salute, and that's what it is. How you doing, man? What you got going on? Shout out everybody that's coming through too. Politicking. It's a shame that I gotta throw a hook out there to catch a fish, but how else am I gonna eat? You know what I mean? Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? The communists win. Who divided America? It's telling y'all in here. Somebody take a shot at that, at one of those. Y'all notice Trump doing everything outside of America. What has Trump done in America lately? Besides do a bunch of vanity projects, and sell vanity products. Joe Biden gave a speech last week. That shit was dope. Whoever wrote that speech for Joe Biden, he said, America, we need to get up and fight. As Americans, we too laid back. We'll fuss about it online, but then get off the line and get back online and order a bunch of Amazon because we goddamn consumers. We don't get off the line and go clock in at the factory. We'll get off the line and get in touch with a replenishment center because we need a new iPhone case. You feel me? We living in the replicator and we don't even see it. Yep, bring back the factories. Don't know, ain't shit created in America. At one time there was definitely white privilege, but in 2026 it isn't. DEI black privilege? No. DEI is white privilege because the person who benefited the most from it is white women. White women were allowed to get from under their husband's one check theory. One check, that means he had all the say-so in the house. Once they got out to make their own money, it seemed like they quickly divorced their husbands. Like divorce rate went up with white women. I want to do my thing. Some of them wanted some pussy, some of them wanted some motherfucking reciprocity and freedom and respect. Because being that anybody with any situation, whoever got the dominant side of things is always the one running their mouth for trying to run shit. Okay? So with that, in the black community, we had been stifled as a black man for so long that we couldn't run shit. You can't run shit because money runs shit with, broke on your ass. You making, you know what I mean? Your pride is a motherfucker, you know what I mean? And they killed a lot of us, but we still maintain that. A prideful lion, but the cubs and the females go get the meat. The prideful lion walk up and choose the biggest piece because that's how we were just raised. You know what I mean? Now, just like mama's boys, our community took care of us, and our community was mama. You feel me? So it's true in the essence, but then it was designed that way, taking out a whole voting block of people before they even turn 21. They give them a felon for the 18, so we ain't got to worry about them voting against us because we gave them a felon. Then we're going to make some money off of them because they're going to keep going back and forth into the judicial system. And then we'll create a few games for them to play, like prostitution and drug selling and black on black gang culture. We'll create a couple things like that and keep the business going. And I mean, and some of these people, these politicians, is a family business. I mean, to create mayhem. And then they say, damn, well, if it worked over here, you know what I mean? Consider these are the true and originals. We're going to go over here to this white community. We're going to turn these, we're going to bring some trailer parks in for them. And we're going to give them the same scenario. But we'll make them fight each other because we'll say, hey, y'all are better than them, even though they're, you know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? That Willie Lynch shit is what's separating America. They got the light skin fighting the dark skin. They got the Spanish speakers fighting French speakers. And we all supposed to be speaking English when we from America. But why doesn't America have their own language? You understand what I'm saying? Smash that like. Good afternoon. What's going on? Restructure. What's up with you, fam? I see everybody coming through, stopping in. That's what it is. And Trump gave the same speech on Biden and any fight it happened, they would charge insurrection again. But those on the left can say, because, hold on, you know that Trump is in charge, so the people that's, under him always got something to say. Trump is in charge, so anything that he says sounds like bragging, narcissism, intimidation. Everybody always root for the underdog. Joe Biden, did he lie though? Everything he said about Trump in that speech, he's doing all these vanity projects. He's stealing money. He's just doing it, you know what I mean? He's ignoring the American people. He named a lot of shit that Trump is actually doing. That's what they say, Drew. But the border been open, so they wanted to replace the black vote since got that gone 250 years ago. They opened the border. It's always been an influx back and forth over the border. The border ain't shit. They about to close the tunnels. It's always been an influx of that. Can you imagine that for every person they sent back to a country, it's like 50 people that's in a hidden nation here, hiding that we don't even know about? I know speak Mexican, Papi. I know. I know. Because Mexicans and Dominicans and Cubans and Puerto Ricans are different. All of them speak a patois of Spanish. That's what makes them Hispanic. All of them speak a different patois of it. Because one word will mean one in Dominican Republic, and it'll mean something else in Mexico, but it's all the root, the language Afroinkwa that it came from one of the Latin love languages. French, Spanish, and Italian. But the regulation on visas, and similarly, it's so many different tiers of visas that we haven't even. I only heard of the different tiers of visas when Donald Trump. And I ever even heard somebody say a H-1B visa. I never even had heard of it, but the different tiers of it. You know what I mean? I'm just knowing the same visa, the work visa, the one that Scarface and them got because they killed that dude. I kill a communist for fun, but for the green card, I'm gonna carve him up real nice. Remember, that's what Scarface and them got. They got a visa to come in the country. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Shit, if you don't, shit, Donald Trump used to be with black people too. It depends on how big the check is who they fuck with. Y'all remember Donald Trump was pro-black, and then he slipped off into the Nick Fuentes by way of his kids and stuff. That's how he meet a lot of these people. Donald Trump is an entrepreneur and you know what I mean, an opportunist. He does say it, but he says it to all Americans. Tony, you would accept it better that he dissing you and me, huh? He does say it. He says it to all Americans. You know that he said he did not give a fuck. He didn't say he didn't care about black people or white people. He said he didn't care about America's pain at the pump, and America's pain at the cash register. He said that when they was asked about what's going on, you know what I mean, in the world when they was that height of that Iranian, the first Iranian deal. He said he didn't care about Americans. You know what I mean, so that's crazy. You can understand it better if he directly directs it at a black person or something like that, fam. That's crazy. See, that race politics don't go, family, because now it's a matter of just being an American. Are you getting your rights as American? You feel me? Blacks got their numbers up. Abortion or not. You know, there's only a particular niche of people that engage in those spots, and they are all colors. Maybe it was a rape situation or an unwanted kid. They didn't want the family to know they was fucking. Maybe they was Christian, or maybe it was a prostitute and that's just her motherfucking part of her business. Get rid of and get back on her knees. You know, you just never know with abortion. But I say it's necessary and it should be a service provided because whether you like it or not, they'll do it. So maybe it's be a service provided, and if it is a case by case, if it's a case of a young girl just making a decision she doesn't want a baby, I think that the father should be notified. But other than that, I think it's necessary, in my opinion. I mean, Donald Trump will just tell it to all Americans. He won't say you black motherfuckers ain't getting shit. He'll say you Americans ain't getting shit. But y'all won't see that because you're too stuck on America ain't for Europe. America just told Europe to kiss my grits, Europe. Europe is mad with us because we are taking soldiers out, making their shit look vulnerable. We taking money. Europe has been getting welfare for the last goddamn what? 75 years since World War II. Europe has been getting welfare from the United States. But you crying about some American black citizens or some American white citizens, American Chinese citizens getting some subsidies. What are you doing with my money? Why aren't you asking these European people what are they doing with the money? You understand? Propping up their colonized cultures now that these people are waking up and are bowing down to United States, Russia, and China are the number one colonizers now. Europe has to stand on their own, man. Yeah, the Jews won. Yo, dude, what are your views on fun? Can I ask you this, fun? What are your views on Adolf Hitler? You made the assumption the Jews won. Right. See what I'm saying? Y'all got Adolf Hitler is this villain. You can't see his likeness anywhere. You can't wear a swastika. You can't talk about Adolf. You can't say, damn, he did a good job. But you'll come in and spit his rhetoric to the letter. Everything Adolf Hitler was saying, you'll come in and say it. That's why they just put out a joint that said that there's no need for any new white nationalist groups because the American government right now with the Trump era is going by the rules of a white nationalist, which is equal to white supremacy. And that's crazy. But you'll come in and say the Jews won and call these people all these derogatory names, and that's the same thing y'all got on Hitler and them about, right? So y'all, it's cool to do it, but you throw a rock and hide your hand. Why y'all not so accepting of Adolf Hitler? That the same doctrine that I see a bunch of people talking all day. The Jews in there, they're bad. They need to be out of this country. They're running Donald Trump. Wow, didn't Hitler say they was? And y'all tell that man to keep his head down and be quiet. And we want y'all out of here. I mean, and we're gonna give them this country. Why? Like it doesn't make sense. That's the same thing. But the same thing when I hear somebody coming in saying the Jews did it or I would say that I could put my people's rate in that. They'll say some shit my people did. Shit. It come from what white people don't like anybody either. Can you tell me somebody that white people like? They don't even like themselves. They'll separate into groups. Ain't that crazy? There's no white front. They'll separate into groups. The Irish will be fighting the Germans and the Germans will be fighting the French. The same thing that happens with the Democrats and the Republicans. Political violence. It's no less like gang violence. All of them got their own colors and mascots and weapons that they use. See what I'm saying? You saying the same shit Adolf Hitler was saying, but you'll say Adolf was wrong. That's crazy. Y'all are so motherfucking, what do they call that? The irony and it's it's hypocrisy. Wow. See what I'm saying? You talking like a global Hitler. He was just talking for his little fiefdom, Germany. You're talking for the world. Black and white people are being used by Jews. Damn. So was Adolf Hitler right? Or what? See what I'm saying? You must think Adolf Hitler was right. No, don't try to don't try to because a lot of these world leaders are Jewish. Zelensky, the lady out of Mexico. Like, wow. Right, but Hitler was a democratic socialist. Y'all not realizing that. Hitler was and Trotsky. So both of them had communists. They were headed to be communists. Hitler was a democratic socialist, just like Mamdani. It's different aspects of that stuff, y'all. Like the neo-Nazis you see running around with the skinheads, they have their birth in democratic socialists. Mixed in with the racist ideology that they believed that Hitler and them was pushing. You know? Socialist is a socialist. It's the birth of communism. As soon as somebody say they're a socialist, better bet 20 years from now they'll be a communist. You feel me? Because look at all the idols in socialism and communism. All the idols, the people that they worship, the cult figures, the cult of like the Fidel Castros. He owned even shirts in America. The Che Guevara's, Vladimir Lenin. You feel me? Even Karl Marx. Bob Marley is sort of like got a whole cult following. Look, let me show you something. How many of y'all did this? Put Bob Marley pictures up or had a Bob Marley shirt, and when you did it, you smoked weed. You feel me? Cult following. You did what would Bob do? Bob would smoke weed. So you know what I mean? How many of y'all did it? You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? When I was a kid, I would listen to Bob Marley. I associated Bob Marley with smoking weed. You know what I mean? If you went to socialism, it's communism. You feel me? Smash that like. Malcolm X was correct, but Malcolm X Shabazz was infiltrated and sold out the black community. He would have never got back to black nationalism. So Malcolm X was alright when he was listening to Elijah. You know what I mean? Karl Marx was an atheist. Karl Marx was a black man in Europe. And he was funded by a white dude. And you don't hear the white dude's theory. What was the white dude name that? Was it Nigel? Nigga. What was the guy that was associated with Karl Marx? He had the money, and Karl Marx had all that motherfucking, you know what I mean, the manifesto in his head. You know, Karl Marx was akin to Alexander Dumas, and also this Russian general by the name of Hannibal, not Hannibal, but yep, they take the words and use it for their own narratives. Yeah, Marx was black. Go look at the pictures. You can look at that. I mean, they won't tell you that he was kin to Alexander Dumas, the dude that wrote the Three Musketeers. He was black too. Pushkin was black. The Russian dude Pushkin. What was Karl Marx's homeboy name though? Because you notice they don't have his ism. I'll research that. He's still an atheist. Yeah. Well, who did you said somebody was he was an atheist? Bob Marley was damn near atheist because he was a Rastafarian. Rastafarianism is a cult group, to be honest. And I know a lot of people, oh my God, Rastafarianism is a cult group because Rastafarianism is the worship of, a lot of times, people that are hungry will grab stoning things. And how Rastafarianism, before the white folks got involved and put the stamp on it because they like to smoke weed and wild out, the Rastafarians came from Rastafari. Let's break that word down. Rast. That's the guy Menelik, who was Haile Selassie, the king over in Ethiopia. At the time, his lineage is the tribe of Judah, and he can trace his lineage back to what they the Jesus concept or Yahshua and Mary and all them. He was kin to them, and he was the head. And these black people in Jamaica was like, damn, this black man in Africa, that's the coming of Jesus Christ again, the king. I mean, and he was fighting these white people. He was going against Italy and all this stuff, and people out of uneducation, they will believe anything. And they formed the Rastafarians. Rast, his name was Rastafari, which means Prince Tafari. And Rast is the prince. R-A-S. Rastafari. That was his name before he took his coronation as Haile Selassie Menelik II. Okay, and Menelik, hence, there you go, the ancient Hebrew in it, because Menelik was the Queen of Sheba's son who took the Ark of the Covenant from his father's home in Israel when his moms came to get him when he became a man, and they say they traveled all the way down to the great Zimbabwe in southern Africa and dropped it off in the Limba culture. You know what I mean? Yeah, Prince Tafari. Yeah. That's why that Rastafari, all they saying is Prince Tafari. All they saying is his original name. Smash that like. You say white privilege doesn't exist. Why do you have to say it doesn't exist if it doesn't? And what's going on with you, Ed, New York? Let me put a jacket on you because you always coming in here. You know what I'm saying? Social Security is communism. Shit. Blacks cannot do anything whites can do. Whites can walk down the street and not get racially profiled. Ed, New York. Ed, what part of New York you say you was in? What's up with you? I gotta put a jacket on your creepy ass too. You got your own opinion, but that is what it is. Ed, you can walk down the street and not get racially Brooklyn. What part? Bensonhurst. Probably Bensonhurst with them white thumbs. What part, Ed? Chilling, 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 family. Just chilling. Right. It kills me when somebody says Trump gave to the HBCUs. You know that HBCUs is so fucking marketed and promoted, and they got they merch. HBCU is merch. They got white IPOs on HBCUs. Donald Trump probably owns all of the HBCUs or got money in them. That ain't giving nothing to the black community. That's giving money to a HBCU. Now HBCUs are a half and half because you know they found out that when white people go to HBCUs, they go as minorities. No matter what's their economic, they go off of their race as the minority. Ain't that crazy? A HBCU, a historical black college or whatever that shit is, nothing. Another gimmick. Somewhere we can go and join the step team and the Q dogs and the Q pups and shit and everybody doing the butt. You know what I mean? Having a good time. No less like a black plant, a plantation. The way I see it, when it was dope. I grew up in the era of doing the butt and EU, ow, sexy, and a different world was on TV and everybody wanted to go do the step shows. And when I think about it, they got a bunch of motherfuckers jumping around, but very few of them holding books in their hand. You know what I'm saying? Very few of them, everybody partying and clicking up and fraternalizing, but nobody's, you know what I mean? That shit crazy. That's what I looked at. HBC was a glorified party. And that's the same time when they had Girls Gone Wild and all that other wild shit. They were showing that college is nothing, no less, but a beer keg party in between learning some socialist shit. You know what I mean? It's the radicalization of the population. You feel me? Smash that light. Yep. Damn sure did. You damn taker. You in Bed-Stuy. Oh my God. But Bed-Stuy got that gone. It's got that gone regentrified. It ain't an old school Bed-Stuy do or die. It ain't Nordstrom Ave, ain't Nordstrom Ave no more. And over there by downtown Brooklyn, ain't no more Dominicanos. It's motherfucking yuppies and retirees. You know what I mean? They ain't going to Florida. Now they going to goddamn Flatbush somewhere and bound to goddamn old school brownstone. Do you live in the 90s when you at in Bed-Stuy? Well, the 90s is Flatbush, but you said you ain't goddamn Bed-Stuy. My daddy used to live on Myrtle Ave. And over there by downtown by the where they got the Barclays Center at. When the Dominicans was there, my daddy used to live there. Smash that like debauchery. Right. Smash that like I mean let's get this shit on the other side of goddamn 50, man. I gotta keep saying smash that like because the room is constantly fluctuating. You see that bill was gonna merge U.S. Yeah, that was like a month ago. Nobody said nothing about it. So that means they did it. Remember, they was gonna, and then that means Israel would be privy to all our military intelligence and even some of our new weapons. Like, and then they would have had a constant, you know what I mean, fallback, being associated with the United States military industrial complex. That's what I keep telling y'all. Donald Trump is not the president right now. He is the commander in chief. Everything he's doing is a military mission. He ain't doing nothing by way of the butter that he's allowed to play with. He fucking the butter over is melting. He going strictly with the guns. You know, every time they do the fiscal, they tell him what we doing this year. We're going to invest more in the operation of war, or we're going to invest in the butter. The butter is too much like giving away shit. War is making money. You know what I mean? There's more products to be developed. There's new lands to be conquered, and you know what I mean? All that shit. Look, he's a Jewish convert. Everybody's dissing Jews, but y'all mad with Hitler for doing the same thing. Y'all motherfuckers is some hypocrites. I grew up, okay, Fort Greene, then moved to Bed-Stuy near Marcy. Okay. By Tompkins. You over there by Tompkins too. Yeah, Fort Greene. Oh, you came up. Fort Greene, that's a tough town right there. That's a tough town. Over there, where you over there by the is that the pink houses? That's East New York, ain't it? East New York. That you over there by the pink houses. Smash that light. I know what Jay-Z was from. Marcy called for Belong, where I'm from. Marcy's son. That beat, that's my shit. Yeah, Tompkins, come on, fam. This is the fourth person today that I talked to because I'm an American and I pinpointed what's the flavor that they savor or whatever, because that's to see what I'm saying. We got more in common than you think. You know what I mean? Well-traveled, well-read, I mean, dope conversation. Why not double tap the stream too for the BMC, the 14 that's in here, man? Let's get them likes up, man. You over there by Tompkins. Okay. Let me guess, you know Tracy too. You know what I mean? And if you know Tracy, you know 50 Cent. The real 50 Cent. Not the mini man one. The little mini man 50. Smash that. What year was you over there, Ed? What year was you over there? Smash that like, man. Hoorah, good afternoon. What's up, Kenny? I told y'all I got a strong goddamn support group And them brothers that wear that fucking eagle, that anchor and that globe on their arm, they loyal to the bone. I'm not a Marine, but you know what I mean? I told y'all earlier, what's going on with you, Cannon? Good afternoon, brother Black. Can't stay out of Crane Down. Stop by to give you a raw, my brother. Do you work on the cranes too? I mean, salute for that, my brother. That's what it is. From the halls of Montezuma to goddamn the shores of Tripoli. I thank you for your motherfucking bravery. That's what it is, family. Trump is just management, just following the directions actually given to him by his bosses. He is just a face. You need to look behind the curtains and see the people who are, yep, the military industrial. That's why the Army ain't crying. That's why the Air Force ain't crying. That's why the Space Force ain't crying. The Navy ain't crying. Because they the ones making the moves. And Trump is just representing. He done got in the goddamn going pack with the Joint Chiefs of Staff as opposed of the Senate and the Congress. You see, he going by way of executive order. I mean, okay. You grew up, and if you grew up in the Fort Greene, you know the shoe shines and the, you know what I mean, the Delroys. You feel me? The gunmen. I know that shit was crazy in the 80s. I used to come through New York in the 80s. Remember, we all used to shop on Canal Street. You know what I mean? Yeah, I grew up in the 80s too. You know how much money they made off the New York Yankees hat, that blue with the white New York on it? It's been bootleg. Is that shit bootleg like the Air Force One and the Jordan? People fail to realize that the LA Dodgers and the New York Yankee hat starting is one of the most bootleg of American pop culture. You know what I'm saying? People need to know all presidents are just figureheads. That's it. Just why when they get out of power, they don't have no power. If it was actually them, don't you think they would take the power with them? When they get out of power, that's why they have no power, and they know that's like your favorite actor that retired. You're like, damn, that's Donald Trump. He'd be chilling. That's George Bush. He'd be chilling. I mean, shit. To a certain extent, because Jesus, if you look at Christianity is a cult that came out of Judaism. It's a Jewish cult. A Jewish cult, people that adhere to it are always coming in pointing the finger at Jews. And then if you out and do it out in public, it's ridiculed like Nazism. But to comment on the internet, the Jews, ain't that the same thing that the guy y'all said that was so bad? Didn't Hitler say the same thing? Do you think Mamdani will be charged by Congress with the Logan Act or the McCurran-Wader Act interfering with Iran? When did Mamdani interfere with Iran? What happened? Catch me up on that behind the scenes. Don't nobody like Mamdani. I don't. He's weird. You can't tell. And y'all notice that is a democratic socialist really the LGBTQ plus? That's the question. That's my next joint too. That's gonna be my next topic because I got to get back on my American shit, man. I've been pushing that agenda about my boys. They do need some reciprocity. Nolan Wales, Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf, rest in peace, Nolan Wales, Irving. It was another black kid. I mean, yeah, he's a Muslim fruitcake democratic socialist. It's too much going on there, man. I don't understand it. It's fruitcakes in all branches of the government. That's why the LGBTQ is the number one in America. They the number one gang. The LGBTQ plus. You got to wonder who is the plus? What's going on with that? Smash that like 10 of y'all in here, man. Let's get on the other side of 50 with this shit, man. Let's get on the other side of 50 with this, man. The LGBTQ plus. I'm gonna have to, cause y'all notice that everybody that's taking power with these democratic socialist movements, they dual people. They are also members of the LGBTQ plus as well as a democratic socialist. It says the Democrats might have let them people flip them. They don't let them into the goddamn power structure, which they already were there on both sides. But now they openly can do it because there's a party for them, and they have representation now outside of the Democratic Party. Democratic Socialists, y'all notice that it's seemingly like they the fucking LGBT. They're the same people that been sponsoring that No Kings rallies and all that stuff too. They have built up a fucking war chest. That's what we need to be looking out for. Trump, old school, we can tell what he gonna do. We can tell what Joe Biden we're gonna do because they old school with the bullshit. They so down to fucking sleep with it. They old as fuck. But these new Democratic Socialists, they have managed to hide right in front of us. And I'm telling you, it's got a great deal to do with that LGBTQ stuff, man. Hollywood, yep, because they are the ones that create the fucking dream. They give you the visual, so they know how to manipulate for whatever reasons, whatever they want you to believe in. They can give you the great white hope, the black villain, I mean, the Latino scare, or the immigrants either for or against. It depends on the movies they push for 10 years. They'll push a bunch of the Titanic and what's that little Mouse Flavel and all that shit. You notice they don't make no shit like that no more. Everything is a antagonist and a protagonist. Good and evil, the destruction of the universe and all this stuff now. Ain't no more, ain't gonna hurt nobody. Kid and Play made a movie in years, man. Or anything that's akin to it. There are no more comedian movies coming out on. Coming to America and stuff like that. It's all the destruction. Apocalyptic movies. Smash that like. Listen up. White privilege, no respect. But you HBCU Hispanics only get HSU. What's up with only in Mexico? I don't understand that, John. So, okay. Break that down in layman's terms. You just lashed out, John. John, can you break that HBCU out text you did so I can understand it? That shit sounds just like a lash out. HBCUs are just motherfucking petri dishes. They're no less like a view into what they used to do at the plantation these days, because I live up the street from an HBCU. Matter of fact, I live up the street from the HBCU that Michael Vick is the coach there. Michael Vick, you know what I mean? One of the greatest quarterback in the NFL history, in my opinion. Well, Michael Vick is the coach over there at this HBCU. But when I go there, guess what the field is now? I grew up around this school, going there for the free lunch programs and the summer programs that they had. And I seen its growth. Now that shit gives you the feel of fucking, and whether you at Notre Dame somewhere, because it's more white people than black people, because white people don't found out if they go to a HBCU, which is a historically black college or university, you know what I mean? They are the minority. And now it's cheaper. No matter if they come from a successful background or a, you know what I mean? And they also know that they have that piece of paper, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter which college it comes from as long as it's nationally accredited. So, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Ain't no such thing. That's why they gave all that money to the HBCUs, because their grandkids are going there now. You know what I mean? They IPOs, because it's more in the merch. HBCU, remember that shit was getting money. That shit was a motherfucking brand to wear something from Morgan State or Norfolk State or, you know what I mean, LSU. You know what I mean? So, Savannah State. You know what I mean? Smash that like. It was a whole goddamn genre of getting money with it. Yep, Peter Thiel. He's married to a man. I have no problems with it. And he's a billionaire. He's an oligarch. Trillionaire, even. They got what they wanted because they paid for it. They paid for American white privilege. They paid for it. They wanted that. They lobbied Obama and the Democrats. The Democrats sold out. And then these Democratic Socialists, y'all know the Democratic Socialists is a whole different subcultures under the banner of Democratic Socialists, from the extreme neo-Nazis of Democratic Socialists to the guys that want to defund the police, and then the guys that want to have transgenders read books in the library. All of them are falling under the Democratic Socialist banner. So we better be aware of that shit and stop going against each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what Zuckerberg is. I don't care about who he's sleeping with. You know what I mean? What's his money like, and how can I get some of it? I don't give a fuck. You see what I'm saying? We got to start worrying about who dick they sucking, who hold they punishing, and what's the GDP? I mean, what's the VIG? We got to learn about unrealized gains and gains. Fuck all that shit. We'll be talking all day on that. White privilege doesn't exist, Frank. And okay, so you saying it did exist, right? That's the same as saying racism doesn't exist in 2026. You feel me? Islam has guys until they get power. Then they ban the flag. Seemingly democratic socialists have did all of that. They're gay and they got in power and now they banning everything that's against it. What does Islam have to do with it, family? Y'all gotta stop being so Islamophobic, man. The co-owner of Fox 5 married to a lot of people are married to men and women. I don't see nothing wrong with it as long as it's not weaponized. Because that's just the bare, minimum of what's going on. They run in the world and you don't even see it because you're too busy looking for a Democratic, a Republican, a Democratic Socialist, a Conservative, the Green Party. They're all a member of all those parties. It's like so dumb when somebody comes and says the Democrats started the KKK, not even thinking that. Well, although they might have had started it, but everybody joined. That means everybody. Nobody was excluded. You feel me? From the KKK. Nobody, family. Smash that like. I argue there are more Jewish. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, Frankie? Now you sound like Hitler. Because that's what Hitler was saying, wasn't it? That's the shit I'm talking about. Y'all don't come in here and say Hitler's a bad guy. I don't want any Democratic Socialists, but you'll come in and talk some Democratic Socialist shit. Everybody that hates the Jews, that's Democratic Socialist terminology. They hate the rich people. Jews are always considered to be the handling the money. Right? That's crazy, ain't it? Y'all don't even realize that. What's up, DB Coastal? Leninists and Marxism Leninist was the red communist. Trotsky was more democratic socialist. Trotsky was. That's why Stalin took over and then you saw that Russia went more a communist straight up with a strong man and a code of personality. What do you think the people in government do once the cameras stop rolling? They drink and smoke cigars and talk about the preference they played before the. Yep. And they also talk about what they gonna do when the camera cut back on, like lawyers. You think lawyers don't kick it with each other? They discuss your shit over Chablis and smoked old fashions. They discussing your life. Especially if you a slime ball, they really fuck you over with a fruit goddamn highballs and some goddamn mint juleps. Oh yeah, give them like fuck it. Okay, well we'll let little Johnny go. His grandma loves him. You know what I'm saying? You tell me. We talking about white privilege. That shit is just like when somebody will come in here and say, well, what did Obama do for black people? Is there black privilege? That's not the question at hand. Why can't you answer the question? Similarly, that must be a trigger point. That's something that you don't want to realize. Does white privilege, is there black privilege? Wow, Frank. Wow, Aaron. Smash that like, y'all. We're gonna look up one day and we all gonna have on them ugly ass brown suits that the Democratic Socialists be wearing. Watch this shit. We're gonna fucking look up one day and all of us are gonna be wearing some factory worker shit. There are also anarchists who can't stand the government, right? The anarchists is terrible. And all of them, and most of them are educated. Like the Unabomber. The Unabomber was a professor. So for so many years, he fucking taught students. So you think he ain't got nobody that maybe want to be a junior Ted Kaczynski? I remember what Ted used to say this and that. He out there somewhere. If he's not in mainstream American politics. Yep, the majority has the most. Well, Antifa, man, speaking of Jews, they are taking over Bed-Stuy. They already own Bed-Stuy, Ed. They had a brand new synagogue on the block. You mentioned Myrtle Ave. The line right across. Dad, they got a new jump. Right across for Marcy on Myrtle. Wow. What's next? Garvey. They about to take over Garvey next, huh? What are their interaction with the Caribbeans in the 90s? And like Flatbush. Are the Jews there too? But they own everything anyway, fam. The Unabomber was on to something. Wow. See what I'm saying? What's up, Steve? Right, whoever has the money can indulge in white privilege. White privilege costs. That's what I keep saying, Steve. What's up with you? Yeah, Crown Heights. Right, exactly. Remember, all in the 80s, there used to always be an uproar in either Bensonhurst, Crown Heights, Flatbush. You know what I mean? You ever been to? I know you heard of it. Was it? Is it Sheepback Bay in the cut? You ever hung out in Sheepback Bay? Yep. Antifa, what they call the werewolves in Germany. They got the fascists out when, because you know the fascists was taking over Germany by way of Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's friendship. When they fell out, when Italy switched up and went with the Allies, they had to get everything that was seemingly the fascism out of their country. But the fascists, the Antifa people today are just the disgruntled kids that don't want to be their daddies and mamas and their granddaddies because they don't sit in the room and listen to these people talk all of this shit. And some of these people, guys want to marry guys and girls want to marry girls. And they're like, hell no, I would never be like my dad. I'm not my dad. So that's who Antifa is. It's nothing to do with what went on in Germany and all that. These are disgruntled kids. They want to live their lives. They want to be Twitch and Instagram and TikTokers. They don't want to have nothing to do with the family business. You know what I'm saying? College is a debt scam. Yep. Sheepshead Bay. Yep. Sheepshead Bay. Yeah. Okay. I said Sheepback Bay. Sheepshead Bay. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yusef Hawkins, man. Remember Chubb Rock name dropped him. Yusef Hawkins got what he got? He got ran down in Bensonhurst, right? Remember Tawana Brawley? That's how Al Sharpton and all them church people got paid. They was using Tawana Brawley as the face of civil rights, and come to find out her ass was lying. She was on the Fight the Power video with Public Enemy with that white on. But all the Christian people got behind her and got all this money for civil rights and stuff, and come to find out she lied on some police. Smash that like, wow, Arian, you terrible. Al Pimp. You know that Al Sharpton was known as son of James Brown when he was a young kid, right? He used to preach the gospel on the corner of 125th, the same corners that Malcolm X honed his chops on, and I mean James Brown did a spin or two, bringing his Southern flair to the NY streets, and Red Fox even did comedy, stand-up comedy out there. Al Sharpton has his birth in black entertainment. I told you that. He was known as the son of James Brown. He's a little preacher. Trump is being controlled. Look at all of his handlers, right? Shit, when he got inaugurated, who was there? Oligarchs. You know what I mean? Wasn't but he don't really have that many friends anyway. I don't see too many people that be fucking with Trump. His friendship always they comes with a price similar people are not willing to pay. A lot of people get it from around him quick. I got a lot of them, dude. What you talking about? Do I ever watch this shirt? There's a lot of them. I make them. You want to buy one? Let me show you. This shit crazy, man. There's a lot of these shits, man. I don't know why you're caught up in it, thinking that I would wear the same shirt every day, man. It's hundreds of them around me. I'm in a Black Money Corporation, dude. There's a lot of them, homie. Listen, if y'all want to get one of these Jones, this shit's glow in the dark too. You know what I mean? It's a science to it. These shits glow in the dark. It's a lot of them, homie. Every day, I'm like Damian Dash. I don't wear the same one. I wear a different one every day. That's the beauty of the corporation of having your own. You can just produce 1,000 of them. A lot of y'all ain't never had shit with y'all name on it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hoodies and shit. You want a hoodie? Hit me up, man. I got them, dude. What the fuck? That was the perfect timing for you to come and say that. Y'all, you want a hoodie? Here go one. It's thousands of them, fam. It's hoodies for days, my G. Y'all want a hoodie? Look, I'm surrounded by my portfolio. I'm in my warehouse, man. I'm doing this live from the BMC warehouse. It's more than just some black guy cooling with some dope Versace's on. So hit me up on my Gmail if you're interested in one of these joints, man. They glow in the dark, like I said, man. Transformers more than meets the eye, man. Wow. Why do I have to go on a tangent? But it was a good tangent because I've been waiting for somebody to come in with that bullshit about this shirt. I ain't never will. I don't wear the same one, dummy. Get your mind right, homie. What's Little Afghanistan? I ain't never heard of no Little Afghanistan at New York. New York is New York. I mean, the 5 boroughs. And 90% is all black too, rich folks. Okay. Smash that like. Right, Bensonhurst. Too many Catholics. They're at the bottom of the totem pole. But look who the Catholics are in New York. The Catholics in New York are the Irish, the Latinos. I mean, predominantly, Catholicism is prominent with the Afro Caribbeans, like the Haitians, and the you know what I mean. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. What they do? Bernard Getz, they had the subway shooter. Remember that shit? That's when New York was gritty. New York was straight goddamn graffiti and glory holes and sticky seats in the movie theaters. I mean, smash that like, y'all. The gritty New York. Smash that like. Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? The communists win. Who divided America? Take your pick. There are Catholics, Protestants, Baptists, and even Jewish before any Muslims. Right, and that's crazy. But you go to cities like Philadelphia, which is a quasi supposed to be city of brotherly love, and you'll find the mainstream Islam is more mainstream than Christianity in Philadelphia. And in Philadelphia, Christianity even is a little bit more freer. There's no Catholic or Protestant. There is more a Episcopalian presence, and with the people like the Quakers and everything else that was involved in that shit, the creation of Pennsylvania. If you go to Pennsylvania, it's a different field than New York. I mean, as well as New Jersey is too. That's why I say Staten Island should be in New Jersey because them Staten Island niggas act like Jersey niggas. Yes, the Commodore Theater with the sticky, yeah. Man, they got there going. All the kings of England was marrying young girls. They was being betrothed and at 9 years old. So go do your history. All of it got its birth in just what happens in history, dude. So every finger you point, this finger's pointing back at you. So Muhammad married a girl, but go look at Lucretia Borgia. She got married off at 10, 11, 12 years old to a bunch of men that were 40, 50 years old. Know what I mean? And she ended up killing these people for her daddy. Know what I mean? Who was the Borgia Pope, who with Isabella and Ferdinand started off the European slave trade over here on this hemisphere. So what are you talking about? You blaming Muhammad? That shit you can't prove that shit. Mama's baby daddy's maybe 5,000, 6,000 years ago, and it's always a talking point when you're trying to knock Islam. Is the United States against Islam or is they against Iran? What the fuck, man? Y'all do too much. You know what I mean? This shit crazy. Are y'all at war with Islam or Iran, dude? You'll come at Muhammad. Who the fuck knows, man? Somebody that's propaganda against Muhammad, man. That's crazy. Y'all are terrible, man. But the same things people come in and say about these other groups, they were saying it about black people, or they'll come in and say it about black people, man. We ain't talking about Muhammad right now, dude. We talking about America. So if that's what you want, go find some people that's with the Muhammad shit. So what, Matthew? We talking about America right now. Islam has this and that. Nah, dog. America might have a problem with Islam if y'all don't treat these people right and they manage to get in power because y'all so lazy thinking that shit ain't gonna never change. Then you're gonna be motherfucking in for a motherfucking treat. So I'm not gonna sit here and I mean, the wheel man, what's up with you? What's up with you, Will man? Can you tell me what, in your interpretation, what you think socialism and communism is, fam? He got caught trying to set up a appointment with the Iran leaders at the UN. Who Mom Donnie did? I didn't hear that about Mom Donnie. I ain't never heard of that, Matthew. I heard some statistics, but they was muddled. And that same statistics like that, I will make that akin to how people come and say black people are this amount of the population, but this amount of the crime. I heard somebody say that before. I will bet money you're in the UK, Matthew, and y'all are extremely Islamophobic. So I mean that Reddick over here is not. If that's see, I'm gonna weed you out because we talking about America and you talking about some Islamic shit in UK. They gotta eat their cake, man. We Americans, man. Shout out all my international people, but to come in, I don't even want to hear that shit, man. Come in on your old or your new shit, man. That shit crazy, fam. I'm gay, huh? You know what? You're fired for now, man. You're out. He didn't get caught. One of his advisors went behind his back. A meeting them happened. He was furious with her. Right. I didn't even hear about that, Sassy Mo. Wow. The wheel man. The core difference is the socialism is primarily an economic framework where workers own or regulate industries, whereas communism is an ultimate political and social goal, right? And then also communism is different. Is socialism is a conglomerate, the proletariat, the people. As a group make the decisions. In communism, it always leads to strong man. I mean, I don't know uh, behind the seal, but she about to play like she did. Just saw the news today how Madonna is allowing New York to look like the streets of Skid Row in LA with all the homeless after they Eric Adams changed clean the streets up. Yeah, Madonna is fucking up. He lost a lot of money, man. They going bankrupt. And by pushing out all the billionaires by saying he gonna take their money, he making New York go down. It's turning into you about to be an immigrant that's prospering, or that immigrant status ain't gonna matter in New York. He fucking New York up, man. Smash that like. You say depends on where. What's up, Jerry Garcia? What's up with your family? Shout out everybody coming through, man. I'm in New York, and I'm going to tell you, billionaires don't like what he's doing because he's working for the people and using FDR socialist ideas, right? But what happens when he spend all the billionaires' money up, little sis? Come on now. I'm still tripping off you from last night too, Measly. Easy with the PB. Wow. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Is that happen for a gangster? But that can fuck it up because New York is ran on a tier system. You have to have that elite because who the fuck gonna buy them expensive ass penthouses? That's now you know it's gonna become a ghost town, and it's all because of some political ideology. New York, I mean, the rich ones make up New York as well as the poor ones being New Yorkers. Y'all do know that, right? Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know he was in a. That's the one that was in a wheelchair, right? So he was the number one. All that civil rights stuff he did was because he was handicapped. That's who was in the wheelchair, right? FDR. Smash that light. Yup, and his wife helped with the women's suffrage. She was. Excuse me, my baby. Y'all get some chips or something. If y'all get a snack and y'all juice and all that. Where? Eleanor Roosevelt, FDR, he fooled y'all. You know that FDR, salute, salute. Ian, that's what it is, greatly appreciated. Salute, Ian, coming through Ian in the bushes, Ian in here. Shout out my boy Ian, man, always showing that super support, man. But yeah, FDR, you know he was LGBTQ. You do realize that, right? And his wife was LGBTQ too, also Eleanor Roosevelt. She did a great deal for women's suffrage. Yep, she the one that instituted that DEI stuff to the fullest. Susan B. Anthony, people like that also were involved. But Eleanor Roosevelt, at the highest heights of it, she was that pillow talk is a motherfucker. She was LGBTQ. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. He had polio. A lot of people, black and white, don't even know that one of our presidents was handicapped. He had polio since a young cat, but he was privileged, white privilege, the Roosevelts. And Eleanor Roosevelt was a Roosevelt before she married him because he married his cousin. It wasn't a marriage of love. It was a marriage of necessity and probably marrying the money. You feel me? It was marrying the money. Eleanor Roosevelt. Do your history on these presidents. Franklin D. Roosevelt was at the meeting at Yalta in a wheelchair with a blanket through across his legs, and you never said, why ain't he standing up? Because he couldn't. He was in a wheelchair. Nobody really speaks on the president that he got more civil rights benefits than any of us because he was handicapped. That's, you know what I'm saying? Another tower for the world's trade is going up. The only one who is leaving are the crooks. You said the current president is handicapped? Shit. The deep state and the politically elite are pulling all the strings. Yup. The military industrial complex. What's up, Godfather? Ain't nothing wrong with being in the wheelchair, but it's not highly publicized that FDR was in a wheelchair. And that he had a lot of socialist stuff going on. His wife was at the head of fucking women's suffrage. DEI stuff. You know what I'm saying? Chilling in. Salute for that super support too. You see how I had to set the bar up a little bit with the e-bike situation because, you know what I mean? If I buy an e-bike for $500, I'm going to get just what I paid for it. And then I seen a guy on one. Did y'all go to Chick-fil-A yesterday? My kids, I couldn't find the picture, man. But one of my boos is an amazing artist. Both of them are, but they drew a super cow. It's sort of like a space-age Pokemon cow looking thing where Chick-fil-A was having customer appreciation yesterday. And you go there, and if you got on black and white, they will give you free Chick-fil-A products. Man, they gave us a big enough bag. And my older one, she had ordered something. But so we was paying for something, but they gave us a big enough bag, free customer appreciation to make the order look little like that. Chick-fil-A did their thing yesterday. They must be getting a lot of money off of these yuppies, man, just handing that shit out. That's for real, Ian. We went to Chick-fil-A yesterday, man. And they gave out the customer appreciation kid bags. The bag looked better than when you order a kids meal. They give all them apples and all that bullshit. This shit had a toy and some more shit in it, man. Shout out Chick-fil-A for that customer appreciation yesterday. We went in and participated. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Chilling, fam. In. It's all love, family. Never sweat them dollars and cents. It's from MLK. Yo, I told you, I'm going on MLK Boulevard and give out some of them dollars to one of the brothers out there holding the signs, and I'm telling them, in. Maybe I'll even give out a 6-pack of PBR. That shit'll be crazy. We gonna have to get together on that. I think I might give out a 6-pack of PBR. I mean, the wheelman. Someone make sense of this. Graham Plattner gets accused and drops out. Trump's get accused by E. Jean Carroll. She shows up with DNA evidence, gets convicted, and gets reelected. The same way Marion Barry got caught smoking crack, got out, and became the mayor again. Is whoever they want to be in power is going to be in power. Yes. And yours, says Sassy Mizelio. Shout out all my super intelligent, highly opinionated Americans. Whether we agree or not, it's always a dope conversation here. Once the conversation gets the trigger words out the way, y'all. They gonna give me a net hub, BLC. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it. I ain't racist. I mean, I ain't racist. Ain't nothing wrong with it. That's the next part of town that I'm gonna hit in. I'm gonna hit the whiter side of things. I mean, it ain't doing so good. Like the black side of things won't doing so good over there. I'm gonna hit all of us need help. All of us need a cold bottle of water. I'm gonna hit them next. I'm trying to make it, and then I'm gonna hit the Latino section. I'm about to do the world tour. I mean, watch. It's gonna be where I go at. It's gonna be predominantly, or you're gonna see a good bit of it, and it ain't gonna be on no dumbass shit like ridiculing nobody, because no American, I mean, whether they got their hand out or they just need a hand up, don't need to be ridiculed when you do it, because if that means you're not doing it from the heart. You understand what I'm saying? So it won't be no ridicule when I do go to these places. Just be spreading the wealth. I can't just pinpoint one set of Americans, because all of us fall under that category. Americans, family. For real, Ian, we all fall into that category as Americans, whether we like it or not. Yep, we all hurt. I see you said this. Roll up a fat one and pass it around. Laid back, hypnotized by the funky sounds. Uh, Dr. Dre, I think Jay-Z might have wrote it. Who said it? Oh, Humpty Hump. Was that Humpty Hump? Who was that? Smash that like. Share me out. Shout out all my Americans, man. Whether we agree or disagree, we still Americans. Okay, I'll be out there. You know what's so crazy? I got some people out in Austin right now. Or how far is Austin from Abilene? Let's get it. Maybe you can get with us and start it. Maybe you can do a giveaway, some free water. I mean, and you can give me a little shout out. Maybe you can do it. That's how we help each other. Maybe you can do it. You can start the BMC Water Foundation in Austin, Texas. Get it popping. Hit my Gmail if you're really interested in it too, John. Because like I said, a few of my people's always donating to the BMC Black Money Trust for the E-Bike Foundation. But if you're really serious, I can pay for a couple of cases of water so you can go out there and implement it. I mean, on your word is American shit, I'll shoot you half. I mean, we can get it popping over there. All it takes is one bottle to give out. You gave some to an American, so shit. The case is what? What's the case of water over there in Austin, Texas right now? Freeze it up in your deep freezer. Get out in the morning. You ain't got to go on this big drive with a big truck. I'm about to give out some water. Get, you know what I mean? Do what you can do as an American. That'll show you. That'll show them our solidarity. What's good with it? I challenge you to it. Put your money where your mouth is. Out there in Texas. Yeah, all around. I told y'all Humpty Hump. I told y'all. I called it, didn't I? And I said, was it Humpty Hump? I mean, or was that Tupac verse? Okay, because I know I think my homeboy is either in Austin or Abilene. What's going on, JP? What's up with you? He lived in NYC for 65 years. Just have to know how to play the game. Life is a matter. Yup. But you live in different parts of NYC though, right? Sassy me. White privilege exists, and anyone who doesn't realize it is part of the problem. Salute, JP. That's what it is. Come on, man. You an OG like me. That was L Cool J car drive by with the boom. Oh shit. And LL is one of my boys too. LL, the old school Jay-Z, and cars drive by with the booming systems. Cars drive by with the boom shit. Yay. LL, man, that's my nigga. I was running around with the troops and the troop suit and the gang code, man. LL Cool J is hot as hell. Battle anybody, I don't care if you tell, they or Bell. Gotta be enemy, rock the bells. That rock the bells is my shit. And I'm like, the quintessential LL. We had that. And in fact, there's a lot of rumors going around us. And bad baby, you might even have to skip town. The 7 million bitches in and say it's you. All I know is you did it with the whole damn crew. That Dear that shit. Then we did that joint, the Bristol Hotel, room 515. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. I'm a music head, man. That rock the bells, knock. I know that on the Beastie Boys with that Paul Revere beat, that shit bang too. But that rock the bells, ooh. Cause I make a lot of money and your boyfriend don't. And we're gonna do it well. Rock the bells. You know what I'm saying? All right, fam. Yeah, give me a shout out. Hit me up on my Gmail if you're serious now, Josh. You can help your peoples over there, and you know what I mean? You can give me a shout out. BMC. I challenge you to it. Somebody drop my Gmail. Hit me on the Gmail. BMC the formula at gmail.com. Right, Sassy. Why does John Deere owe everything to Abraham Lincoln, fam? Explain that one, Will. I know you got a story to tell with that one. Is it Abraham Lincoln he owe it to, or Johnson, the slave owner that followed up and helped give the slave owners their money for their slaves they was losing, and also give them their property back, their land, and put the black people back on the land as sharecroppers? Would you say it was more as not Abraham Lincoln, Johnson? What John Deere got brought up about Germany now? Because I know Germany got a crazy ass farm. Was it crop or something like that? Smash that like. Yeah, Ford ain't American no more either. The F-150 made in Mexico. Shit, Coca-Cola. They get more money out of their Mexican shit than they fucking American properties. Ain't that crazy? Smash that like. Not too many like me that agree with me, but my time favorite, yo, Big Daddy Kane. That's why I got this Nefertiti on. That's the reason you in here, New York. Big Daddy Kane. You see, I got a Nefertiti on. The first time I seen a black man with one on was Big Daddy Kane. Dude, my eyebrows are one of their back. I had 3 cuts in my eyebrow trying to wild out. I had the fucking Koofy. Before Biggie was talking that Coogee shit, it was Kane. And I had a Coogee just like Kane. Hold on. And with every booty had a Coogee. I had a Coogee, family. Big Daddy Kane is my favorite rapper, man. A lot of people used to say I looked like Big Daddy Kane when I was a young cat. You know what I'm saying? I used to wear the ballys and the clocks. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. Hold on, here we go. When every cutie with a booty had a Gucci, I was out there. I mean, in the world with it, man. I used to be a crazy Big Daddy Kane fan, man. I got the Nefertiti on right now. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all go get a cross or some bullshit don't mean shit. I mean, and wow, this is in essence to my black queen too, because she got an even bigger, better one diamond out on her neck. I adorned her with that, but it was all in. I mean, I used to like Big Daddy Kane. Thinking about the Southwest swamps when it's happening. People out. No, do it now, not the Southwest swamps, because you might not be even affecting your community. Do it in your community. Don't even worry about the Southwest swamps because there's gonna be so many people. Go where it really counts now, where it's hot, like by bus stations and where people of poverty. Don't go to a shopping center unless there's a outer rim of people that need. Know what I mean? Don't where people are going to spend money. Go like I said, I go to the bus terminals because I know if they're on the bus, more likely they don't have a cold bottle of water because they've been too busy in transit to even. I mean, it's crazy, but that's where I go at with the people that's gonna need it as opposed to people that just gonna want it because it's free. You understand? But yeah, that's why I went in Nefertiti, Big Daddy Kane family, East New York. I used to move like Kane. Yeah, I used to move like Kane. I used to do my Scooby scrap. I mean, I had the pots in my hair, the box, and I mean, 3 cuts in my eyebrow trying to wall out. As you see here, the coogies. I did my thizzle in life. But yeah, Big Daddy Kane was my people's, man. Look, let me show you something. When I move like Kane and them. I mean, look, I should have a deal with these people, man, because I promote them so much. But look, in essence of Kane and them, I mean, these the wallabies, but I mean, I don't go to ballet boots. I can't really find the ballet boots no more because they got the tennis shoes, but they need to bring back the ballet boot. But you know, if they bring it back, they gonna do some dump, put some space shit to it. But yeah, in that of them Caribbean steppers and Big Daddy Kane and them, you know what I mean? I still keep a few remnants of it. I keep a few, you know what I mean? A few pairs of dress slacks and shit and keep it gully. I still keep it gully. You know what I mean? I keep a Levi jean jacket or two. You know what I mean? Yep. The clocks. You know what I mean? I told you I was a Big Daddy Kane fan, man. Look, the same earring that you see in my ear right now is the earring that's in this picture, dude. I'm a stickler for keeping my shit, and I probably got on, if not this one similar to it or close to an age of this one. You know what I mean? You said you seen it talk with Trump many times. And possibly Sassy may have talked to Trump too. I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's wisdom in Sassy me. That's why I got her in here. That's why she got herself in here. Air likes connect minds, and it's a lot of wisdom with Sassy Mo. You got to understand her, fam. Before you go against her, listen to what she's telling you because she's a quintessential New Yorker herself. You know what I mean? Yeah. The 3 cuts though. It's not 3 parts. There's 3 cuts in your eyebrow trying to wild out, but it's the parts. Yeah, I had that. Man, shit, I had the box fade, all that shit, man, when I was a young boy, man. Yeah, Big Daddy Kane was one of my favorites. And I mean, but then, I did get used to hang out with some New Yorkers and some Caribbean cats and you know what I mean? Shower Posse and Black Roses. You feel me? Bunch of, you know what I mean? Smash that like yeah, I was a fan of just blackness when I was a kid, man. And my mom just so happened to let me explore all of it. Also, I was above super intelligence, you know what I mean? It went beyond my monetary status in the world. They started looking at me for my intelligence. And I always was in classes with white boys. White boys always got the best weed and they actually turned me on to the Bob Marley shit. You know, in the hood, you smell the weed and you heard it, and you know what I mean? But really, the Bob Marley dropping them jewels and shit, the white boys listen to it more than the black people. Yeah, the Charlie Daniels haircut. What is that like? The bushy shit, the shit. Damn, it got wings on your head. 50-50, that's what it is. You 50-50 on Trump Henry. The same year that the Mac came out, Mizzy. The same year that the Mac came out. Smash that like. Lively up yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the big bush shit right here. No on white privilege running America. I hate Trump. Can you tell me 3 reasons why you hate Trump, Henry? Smash that like also. Then you say you started cutting your own hair. A high and tight. You wear the high and tight like the Mohawk type of joint. Okay. That's that Native American in you in. That high and tight, that little boosie. Sassy, I was getting my hair cut at the World Trade 2 days before 9/11 and was across the river watching the second plane go down. Wow, behind the seal. My boy, Nordstrom Ave that come through here, he a OG with it. His mom was working there in that building that day. He lost his mom to the World Trade. That's crazy, man. Did you suffer any kind of lung disease or anything because of it behind the seal? And can you explain your name behind the seal? That's dope. I like the name. Let me see if you got a catchy analogy of why you call yourself behind the seal. But did you suffer any kind of respiratory disease or anything, or have you noticed, or did you get it compensated? Because that's crazy. That shit probably contaminated all the 5 boroughs with asbestos and all kind of glass and forever particles that were in the air that day. That's crazy. Even the outside area, the tri-state, Connecticut to New Jersey, should be able to get some money off of that shit, all that stuff, man. And this crazy, Henry. But you know what? That was a classic case of collateral damage. America's a collateral damage. You got to know it. We're all collateral damage. At every given point, you were supposed to be able to give your life for the service of your country, being a citizen. And I mean, they would say a few pieces of rice gonna fall out the bag and never make it to the pot, but that's just what it is. As long as the pot is full, you feel me? Speaking of 9/11, my mom's friend got, yeah, but I'm telling you, my homeboy that come through here, salute when you see him. Maybe he might come drop through here today. Nordstrom Ave. His mom actually lost her life to 9/11. So salute him, hold his head up. I'm a fan of anybody that's doing their thing, man. And yes, I can be a fan of Bob Marley and Trump. There's a lot of them, dude. And I'm not a fan of Trump as a president. I'm a fan of Trump's show, The Apprentice. You know what I mean? Pro politics, I'm fucking with Trump. After politics, nah, seemingly like with Jay-Z. When the blueprint and all that shit started coming out, I kind of fell back. But I'm a Jay-Z fan from the beginning, the Reasonable Doubts. You see what I'm saying? I like to get people in their essence. And I'm loyal. I don't change up on Trump. I don't fuck with the shit he doing. He's a meathead. But he's the president, dog. That's what I'm saying. As Americans, we got to stop saying who can do what and just do you. You know what I mean? Bob ain't no real leader. He was an entertainer. You got to be able to separate the English from the Dutch. He no less like Tupac or even Jesus Christ is giving you something to believe in. All he did was drop some words of wisdom that's been said throughout the eons, but just put in his own way. You know what I mean? He was no less like Gandhi and Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? I ain't no fucking MAGA. Silverback, don't sit down. MAGA is white people that fucking drank PBR and fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not no fucking MAGA, dude. I don't even fit the demographics or some black guy with a MAGA hat. White people don't wear MAGA hats, but black dudes that they wear MAGA hats and shit, man. That shit is crazy. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Nah, I ain't MAGA, dude. I ain't trying to go against Trump. I'm trying to speak my piece on the shit he doing. As a citizen, I should be able to speak my piece, right? I know you're gonna let me have my opinion. I'm not fucking with a lot of the shit Trump is doing, man. Smash that like, y'all.
If Trump runs again, we need to get Obama back. I've never been to NYC, but my mom says it was way more lively before the attack. Yeah, because then once the attack, it was a reason for them to militarize it. Now super monetize it and militarize it. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yeah, just regular people kicking it. Sassy, they won't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't take time. They just see a black guy just talking. They automatically think either I'm MAGA or militant. And the ones that always come and quote Malcolm X, or they say, I got a black friend, or the 80% of the crime shit, that 13%, the 80, this shit, I mean, it's crazy. We just having a conversation. A bunch of old folks, some of us young gamers, and maybe even, I mean, some supremacists, whether white or black, are in here. But as Americans, that's how we conversating. We'll get off on some Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves and the Democrats started the KKK to some old what's your favorite Pokemon. It's just it is what it is. You know what I mean? We all are experiencing today's newsreel is the future's American pop culture. And we help shaping that until we realize we are help to shape American pop culture. You know what I mean? That the divide will continue. Can y'all see my success rate? I'm just trying to. I'm narcissistic. I'm on my Trump shit today. You see how many? I went this shit from September 27th, 2004 to September 26th, 2025. I had a couple of million worth of views, but since I fell back with what I mean with anything, I had to try to understand and study it. You see that I had 3 million view. One was Trump praised for his, I mean, Jay-Z lawyer was, and Jay-Z says, "Can I live?" That's all of that shit was popping back then, and it was that actually this million view was one of my first times when I endeavored in politics, because in September 2024 when I did my first political title in my page, I went viral with it because it right here 1.2 million. The first time I ever, and that's why I knew it was a niche in it, talking about politics. The first time I put up a political, it was something about Kamala and Trump. Would you vote for? You know what I mean? That shit went bolo. You feel me? And this is from September 24th. And then when it cumulated up into, I mean, Longbeard, what's up with you? How you doing, fam? What's up with you? You working today, family? Shout out Longbeard. Godfather, what up? MAGA is just an American push for American. Yeah, we get, see, Donald Trump has said it so much we get it caught up with him. MAGA is just Americans trying to do what they can do to survive. You know what I'm saying? Sassy, you notice since someone said something real to the dude, he ain't got nothing to say? You notice that, right? Of course they do. That rabbit hole crazy. We need to change this shit not to the BMC, the Black Money Corporation, but the Black Money Rabbit Hole. Because the motherfucker come in here and conversate with Ian and Sassy Mo and Longbeard and um you know what I'm saying? With Forensics and Godfather and the Coast Budgets and the fall down the motherfucking rabbit hole. Yep. Getting that money up. Longbeard. Somebody in here earlier was talking about the 50th anniversary Corvette. Is your Corvette a 50th anniversary? Somebody in here earlier was talking about they had got one. And let me ask you something. What's the upkeep light on that Corvette, Longbeard? Because you know they meant to be driven fast. How often do you get to just, let the engine out on it? The best NYC has been in my lifetime was a Republican. Mayor Rudy Giuliani cleaned the city up and crime was very low from 1994 to 2001. Yep. And that's when it started being a change in the black community. From the boom bap wild out and the protesters on the side and always fight the power to where they started showing their entrepreneurship and helping cleaning up their areas to the black people in New York. They really was shining. And right after the crack epidemic, Rudy Giuliani came in to stabilize it because the Republican Party had knew what everybody had done anyway as politicians in America. They sold out America to get money to churn the butter. Okay, premium oil change and fuel. Okay. That's what it is. But do you sometimes got to take it out on the salt flats and run the engine because you know with those like even with Mercedes Benzes and BMWs, even Volkswagens, they're designed to move fast. So when you take them at a slow pace, it's like telling a runner not to walk fast, and that's what he does. He's a runner. The tires are expensive. What's some good? I reproach the microphone because I ain't no joke. Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. What's goody with y'all, man? In the 50s and 60s, we were able to sleep with our and sat on the porch. Even in the 70s, in the 80s, when I grew up, I told you I grew up sitting on my porch at night when the cool air was blowing in. I would listen to this dude, Mr. Ed, was saying to his wife, Miss Doris and shit. He knew all the songs, so I wanted to be cool like that. So now when you catch me cooling out with my queen, I drop a tune on her ass, and I shout out Mr. Edward in my mind because I know where I got that from. I seen it worked, you know what I mean? I always get further with honey than with giving up hell, you know what I mean? So yeah. I used to, the porch was everything. Remember, the porch in your block was the set you repped. It was damn near tribal and cultish. That everybody on your block in school was your cousin or your brother, depending on your parents' interaction with them and your interaction with their family. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that crazy? Remember when we had that? Now you barely know your neighbors. They either peeking out the curtains at you or you peeking out the curtains at them. You know what I mean? Remember when it was you could go in your neighbor's house, like you said, the doors weren't unlocked. You walk in. What's John? You know what I'm saying? Boy, wipe your feet. Sorry, auntie. You feel me? We have gotten away from that. Right, yep. The sweep up and went home because it was community. You know that was your people's spot, you know what I mean? Now we don't know each other, man. And you know what I mean? I had a 1974 Corvette in 1981, 454 with a 4-speed, past everything but a gas station. That bitch was a gas guzzler. That shit was a gas guzzler. Well, they created a whole industry around leaving kids home by themselves to sell door keys and locks and different kind of new technology for locksmiths. Remember, Home Alone and shit. All of that shit was creating industry. And remember, Home Alone was the ultimate latchkey kid. Smash that like. And if we had a key, everybody in your family, even people that didn't live there, had one too. What you doing here? Oh, Ray let me use the key. You know what I'm saying? We had 2-bedroom house when I was growing up. So I lived in the den. No AC, so it was window fans and nothing but an unlocked screen door between me and the outside. That's what it is. So you must have been the boy. Were you the boy? And your sister and them got the room? Because me, I grew up the street from here. I mean, one day I'll turn y'all on to it, but when I really can't, either this way or that way, I took the picture on a horse 1.5 miles that way. I grew up as a teenager 1.5 miles that way. I grew up as an adolescent 1 mile that way. I went to school, you know what I mean, 1.5 miles that way. My first day in school was 1.5 miles from here. Ain't that crazy? I'm within 1.5 miles of so many things in my life, but I have been millions of miles away from here also. You know what I mean? Back at the starting point, feeling good about it. When I heard certain sounds or smelled certain things, I'm nostalgic of when I was a kid too, man. Like that cowboy picture that I got, that was taken 1.5 miles from here. You feel me? I went to school, like I said, kindergarten, and you know what I mean? A lot of shit that happened to me is within where I'm at right now. But I've been so far away from it. Smash that like. Make sure y'all take the poll too. $9 to the gallon. God damn. Don't get caught out in the desert in a Corvette like they be showing you on TV. Y'all notice that they always, but well, I see the correlation. The fast car, you can go fast as you want in the desert, not that much traffic. But at that many gas stations, either you go out there spending up all that goddamn gas, and now you stuck in the Mojave at the height of the dry season. Remember the ice truck? Yep, you can buy a whole block of ice or bag ice. Then they switch from the block to the bag. Shit. Man, I'll take y'all from within a mile away from here. There was the ice company, the Southland Ice Company. Remember Southland used to own 7-Eleven, not these Japanese people? Remember everything in 7-Eleven that was generic was Southland Corporation? Yep, they had it. And they put the flavor. Remember, they started selling that shit on TV, man. The icy mix. They started selling that shit on white folks. Got so nostalgic for that shit. They started selling that shit, man. That icy shit. Remember that? The icy shit. That shit crazy. Motherfuckers started selling the icy shit on TV. You remember you could order the fucking icy stuff? Motherfuckers at home making the icy. But shit, in the hood, we had the frozen cups. The iceberg lady. Which was a step up from the 6th one I was getting before I put in 4-barrel Holly. Okay. And we had one, I told you. We got them, we call them boosters now. But they used to come through selling shit, man. Even the fruit man will come through, and if you really got some age on you, remember the fruit man will come through with a horse-drawn buggy. He'll have a horse on that shit with all the vegetables, all your fucking rutabagas. Remember I told you I used to go to the fruit man and get 2 rutabagas, a Dan Doodle, and a muskrat, which was a neutral rat. For one of my OGs, that was my first job. I used to go to the store for this black lady named Miss Dorothy. And before I worked for her, there was another group of people. Stephanie and her brother worked for them. And when they moved, she saw me one day coming from church. My dad used to send us to church on my way to church. I never really made it sometimes. And she used to see me coming from church. She threw a key down. She said, "Yo, come up here. You need to go to the store for me." Oh, okay. And back then, when the older head said that, I knew who she was. I always waved at her. I always spoke to her. She was in my hood, my block. This when I was living in the black community too. Because after we got a little more, you know what I mean, a little extra, we moved out of this community. But I lived in there for 3 years. But I never forgot it, and I always came back. That's where I got my bones at. That's where I made who I am in those streets of this neighborhood called Park Place. But I lived in another neighborhood. You know what I mean. But so I used to go to the store for it. I used to get her a muskrat. Like, this shit had a tail on it with teeth and shit. It's a neutral rat, as we call them now. Yep. Moving. We still got them around here. And y'all ain't got the truck that ride around with the bread and the ice cream and the soy sauce. And it might cost you 50, 67 more cents. Probably $1 or 2 more now. And the sodas might even sell a little bud on the side. We had the ice cream man that sold, not only you can go get a bomb pop, you might can get a goddamn 50 of that motherfucking good Irby Scurby too. He had a 50 a lid. That's when they sold weed with lids and half a lids. I mean, you know, what was it, the 3-finger lid and all that shit. What if you got big fingers, you know what I mean? That shit crazy. Yeah, if you had 50 cents, man, you could do so much with it. You can go in the candy lady house and get a frozen cup for 10 cents, some penny candy, some cookies, and probably buy a bologna sandwich or get a hot dog. You know what I'm saying? For 50 cents. Yep. The bicycles and the scooters, yep. In Brooklyn, they've been doing it. The delivery. Motherfucker might walk up with your pizza 3 blocks down. Walk your pizza right to your door. Smash that like, y'all. The milk truck, yep. The vegetable truck, the fruit man, the bread truck, yep. Remember when they used to have that excess of bread and cakes and shit, and you could go in there and get like a whole goddamn cardboard box full of cakes and shit for like $5, and the cakes will be good, or day old bread and all. Remember all that stuff? They don't do none of that shit no more. Everything got to be sold, or they rather destroy it before they give it out to the people. That, and y'all want some democratic socialism power? They'll fuck all that shit up, in my opinion. But remember that shit though. You can go to a discount bakery and get all the fucking hostess you wanted. The apple pies, and I mean the tasty cakes, whatever, man. The hammer truck with the cases of soda every week. But shit, we used to go to the goddamn RC Cola plant, and they had a pallet, wooden pallet, covering the door. They Doberman pictures in there was chill as hell. We would move the wooden pallet. It was a hole giving you access to the whole warehouse. We would go to the RC Cola plant in Park Place on the outskirts of the black community, which is gentrified now. I might take y'all back there one day. Once I get this e-bike, I can take y'all to these places where everywhere we go, I can tell you a whimsical story of something that happened to me that will be like, what the fuck? But we used to go to the RC Cola plant and Sunbeam Bread, and we would go through get in the warehouse and take all the. My favorite, I used to get a lot of the chocolate sodas, the brownies. Remember the brownies? That was my shit. We would go in there and get all the RC colas and everything. In the hood knew about it. People that worked at that a warehouse lived in the hood. Nobody never told or nothing. People that used to go up there, sometimes you would see shopping carts full of people, junkies or just kids having fun, or go run up in the fucking joint. And seemingly the RC Cola people, I mean, they never minded either, because it made the RC Cola a mainstay in the hood, because everybody had a hot, cold bottle of RC at any time. I mean, they even used to steal the trucks and stuff. Damn, you was getting your Gomer Pile on. And how old were you in 1972, Godfather? Yep, them little storefronts. Yeah, remember that shit? That them hostess held a nigga down. And tasty cakes too. They all that shit done shrunk now. Remember that shit used to seemingly have real fruit in them. The products really was what they was trying to promote, until they found out. I mean, we'll buy anything if the brand is right. I mean, no matter what it is in the product. Yep. Notice you only went somewhere to have a good time or go to work, but to shop everything to you. Yep. Okay. Okay. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. That's what it is. Salute to Godfather, because you got some, you know what I'm saying, some wisdom with you too. Salute for always coming through. What was it, Ian? Andrew. Oh Lord, them Andrews. Oh yeah, that's the dude, man. You did right, Ian. That's crazy, Andrew. Ain't nobody said nothing racist in goddamn going 30 minutes in this motherfucker. Or even nothing. This motherfucker's politicking as Americans of all cultures. You come in with that bullshit. Yeah, you did right, Ian. That vibe, that bad juju. You know what I'm saying? One bad the apple will spoil a whole bunch. That bad juju coming in. Shout out all my Americans. Does white privilege run America or what, man? And I'm asking that to everybody, whether you're white, black, because white privilege is a pronoun. It's not a verb. Read it carefully, man. A lot of y'all, man, is tripping. I mean, you just sitting and chopping it up, and they had to come. Yeah, but that's what it is. Hate can only come in hating. They can't come in peace, brother. What's going on? Because I mean, that's why sometimes I get those firebrand. I mean, sermons going, because that's good for the goddamn business side of things. People don't buy into peace. It's more they don't you don't hear nobody going to a peace truce paying money, but everybody's paying to go see two guys fight or two women fight. You know what I mean? Somebody race, somebody compete in soccer. You don't go nowhere where people are doing something in unison together. Like, you know what I mean? Smash that like. Don't nobody pay for peace. Everybody pay for the fight though. I mean, smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? Did communists win? Who divided America? You started working when the wages was $1. Wow. Oh yeah, Ian. Was it in 575? So you must have been working in the 90s. Yep, when I was 10, that's what I was doing, hustling. We used to go take all the newspapers out the newspaper. You know, the newspaper joint, you put a quarter in. Remember back in the day when, even like you said, Sassimo, with the doors being open, remember the newspaper was an honor system? You put your quarter or your 15 cent or your dime or whatever, it depends on the times when you was doing this. You put your money in and you take one paper and you, but the most important paper was the Standards paper, and that was like $1.25. But you put your, and it had all the free shit in it. You would put your money in, we would go put the quarter in and take all the papers and then go sell them to the neighborhood. Everybody wanted the paper. The paper was the internet. Every morning, we'd go on our neighbor's doorstep and take the paper, take the sports section or whatever. I would take the daily break, like what's going on in the community and what's trending out of it, and take it back and put it back on the people's porch. Remember that? And some people on Sundays will take the TV. You come to somebody's house and take that green part of the paper, that TV shit. Their daddy will call your fucking house. Where my green paper at? They want cell phone. He'll call that phone on the wall. Where my green paper at? I mean, where the TV at? Right, yup. Yeah, that paper, man, was something. I came up reading the whole paper. Even the one ads and all that shit. The one ads was the first, like, you know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Yep, everybody. I used to snatch the papers. Yep, all that shit we set out. The milk, everything. The Yoda's Dairy was popular around here. Miller's and Yoda's. Am I still muted? Am I still muted? Remember, you know the album Music Ain't Shit when they used to, you can send a penny or was it penny or 10 cent, and you can get all them CDs and records and albums free. Everything was credit back then. Remember, you could send in a penny and get some free Walt Disney books and the bookshelf to go with it. I'm telling you, you go buy a soda, look underneath the cap. I mean, you might want another one. Y'all think this guy can be the president again? You think he'll ever see president again? What's going on? Check, chickity check, chickity check, chickity check. Free Carmelo Anthony. Okay, damn right. What's the? Give me the update on Carmelo. You know, so much has happened. With the trending black people of the day. They got the Nolan Wales, and also there was another young man in Texas that lost his life to two friends. It's crazy, man. Everybody. And let's see what was the top 10 CDs that everybody used to get. Bob Marley, Parliament Funkadelics, any Michael Jackson, any Prince, Sade. It was certain global records that everybody would get those records. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. Columbia. It was Columbia House. And you said she loved it. Most of the women she friends with at her age, I didn't grow up rough like her. She could definitely vibe with you. How's Mama Ian doing, Ian? You said the young MAGA are reconnecting with their KKK roots. A lot of young MAGA are on the poor side. I see they are imitating like the black people's handbook, and they creating their own music and their own little militancy in MAGA with the young ones. The Ku Klux Klan ain't never leave white culture. It just got pushed aside. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot no deputy. Shot the deputy. All around my hometown, they trying to shoot me down. They want to bring me in guilty for the life of a deputy. But I say, I shot the sheriff, oh Lord, but I did not shoot no deputy. Oh, who killed the deputy? I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot no deputy. Sheriff John Brown always hated me. For what? I don't know. Every time I plant a seed, he said, kill them before they grow. Kill them before they grow. I say, if I am guilty, I will pay. I shot the sheriff, oh Lord, but I did not shoot no deputy. Who killed the deputy? That's one of my shits right there. Smash that like. Y'all, I mean, the KKK got watered down. Yep. Once they moved the F-150 plant out of America, shit. Smash that like, y'all. Salute everybody that hung in there, man. One of my people's call. I had to take that call. You know how it go when your homies call. You know what I mean? Smash that like. What was we at, man, with it, Ian? What was we at with it, Bama? And like I said, we're going to get back, you know what I mean? And get the Woodland Foundation popping off too, man. Beans, I was standing on the corner of Melrose Avenue and Greenpoint across the river in Brooklyn next to the Acme Fish Company and watched the second plane go down. Damn. Behind the field. Where's the Acme Company? Is that in Red Hook? Is that real? Exactly, Stashimo. Remember when shit was taboo? When you found the Playboy books and everything, and you was like, oh shit. You felt like you had broken the bank? You know what I mean? Ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing off limits now in this day and age. Nothing. Ain't nothing off limits these day and age. Shit, yeah, that go get switch shit was crazy. Pick your poison. And you come back with that little switch, they beat your ass with that little switch, and then you went out there crying, getting a bigger one. And people be like, what happened? God damn, now they know what's up. Ain't no I'm getting this switch because he about to beat my brother. She done beat your ass, you gonna get another one? mm-hmm. I remember I was out there getting a switch one day looking crazy. Man, you got a ass whipping on your way to get another switch. I got a little one like that too. My little one got my grandma in her. My grandma was crazy, wild black Native American, wild as fuck. You know what I mean? Granny was something else. And my little one looked like her, and her spirit is defiant. She will stand her ground on anything. Like, wow, man. Two blocks west of the Manhattan Avenue McDonald's. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, that sassy is for Sazon. Yeah, the Bean Pete. There's a little Afro Latino. That's that Sazon and that worldly view, being a quintessential New Yorker. Okay. You over at the 5 Point by the Bowery. Smash that light. I got all the food. Nope. It's the R, man. Rakim. It's the R, man. Yep. Those were the days, and you knew who you were then. Hey, that's some whole homophobic shit, ain't it? Listen to the Archie Bunker theme song, and that's MAGA today, and Donald Trump and them. Boys were boys, and when men were men, we need a president like Herbert Hoover again. Wouldn't be no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. G.I.O. LaSalle ran great. Go listen to the Archie Bunker theme song. Those were the days. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Instant gratification. I remember when fast food really started getting popular in the 80s. That's when it really started getting popular. You know they had the drive-ins and all that shit, but You meathead, yep. You know that dude just got killed. Him and his wife by his son. White privilege. Killed his goddamn mom and daddy. Rob Reiner just got killed. And his son wants to use some of his inheritance money to defend himself against the murder charges on his mama and his daddy. That's crazy. The shit our kids do to us. Nope, you know what Andre 3000 said? Roses really smell like boo boo. Yeah, Rob Reiner. His son just killed him and his wife. What apartment was you paying for in 2000 for $2,600? Where the fuck you live at? $2,600 gonna get you a whole house in where I'm from. True, Ian, true. But that's right though. Nobody really stops and enjoys the beauty. People go on trips because their cousin there and they might got a good deal on some weed they can bring back in their suitcase. Nobody just goes to just parlay no more. Even when people go to these beautiful destinations like the Dominican Republic, they go and just to goddamn because it's cheap pussy and shit. And I mean, this shit is crazy, man. Smash that like. That's how I do it, Sassy. I'm laid back. You know what I mean? And sometimes maybe in life I missed out because sometimes I felt like fools rush in and a lot of people got a lot of accolades and maybe even some financial, but the price that they had to pay was my mean. You know what I mean? Curtis, what's up with you? Hello, everybody in heaven. God bless us all. In Jesus' name, amen. Have a blessed day. Thank you there, Curtis. You too, brother. Let me pin that right there, family. Shout out all our Americans that came through today and voiced their opinions and gave their 1-2s, man. Smash that like, man. We almost on the other side of 50, man. Let's get them likes up. We've been politicking for a minute, man. Let's get them likes up. We on the other side of 50 with it. Everybody talking all it up about me. Why don't they just let me live? Tell me why. Mm. It still bothers me that that boy didn't want no cheese. Yeah, they just ordered that shit. He just put in the order, man. No cheese on the burger just now too. So you mad with him again? The plane crashed in Long Island while taking off. That's not the one where the pilot saved the people in the Hudson River, is it? Because I see he got some kind of disease or something now. Is that one? What God has for me is for me, Sad. That's what it is. Is that the plane crash you're talking about? You know, kids are finicky and funny, man. I told you I don't like mayonnaise. I don't, and condiments. In certain condiments, I feel like go with certain shit. Ketchup goes with fries, but nothing else. You understand? Mustard maybe on a sausage, depending on what kind of sausage it is, and on a hot dog, just one line. But it depends on how I'm feeling. More likely, I'll eat my shit just plain. But I'll eat it whatever way my queen fixes it. Like as long as it's minus mayonnaise, I'll eat anything else besides mayonnaise. That's my right there. It draws a line. And my queen is a very excellent cook, as well as myself. I'm cordon bleu. As a motherfucker, I can throw down. I can get down and dirty on the grill and do my thing, making a a dope sandwich and put a little zap on it or whatever, man. A Christmas goddamn goose or whatever, man. Peking duck to the oxtails, whatever, man. I'm nice with it. And sometimes we'll be having conversations when I slide off, I'm somewhere hooking up on an elixir for my family or enjoying some of that good eating that my baby boo. My baby boo can throw down. My queen can throw down, family. I love ketchup on my fries, especially hot fries. I mean, I'm alright with cheese, you know what I mean? I love bologna sandwiches, like that good German bologna sandwiches and ham sandwiches and turkey, fresh deli, sliced deli meat and hot dogs. I do not like chicken hot dogs. My hot dog has to be beef, and I have to taste that robust beef flavor. And if I do a patty, like a burger patty, I want it to be non-smash burger because now they done got us with this smash burger shit. Shit be this fucking little. It's a smash burger. No, I want a burger. You know what I mean? There's a good brand, I think it's Philly, that I fuck with. Yup. Yup, make sure your cheese melts because now it doesn't have to have that much real cheese in it for it to be considered real cheese. Y'all are aware of that, as well as milk. You know what I mean? That's what it is, Curtis. We as an Americans got to smash that like. I'm going out here and get y'all bags, man. McDonald's. Auntie came and brought y'all some McDonald's. Granny, when y'all talk to Granny, tell Granny thank you. She the one that sent it to you.
Okay.
That's right. See? Right. You gotta find this version that I can't have it. Is that it? There you go, Lottie. Just so I can eat it. You want it?
This looks so good. That's the way you got.
Y'all good? Okay. No, you getting the tea. You said you wanted tea. Tim said he wanted it. They gave him a big ass. No, because they probably just gave him. You don't want any of this bring to the eye. Enjoy y'all meal. Okay, enjoy your meal. Remember, bring me this. Okay? Smash that like, y'all. Had to get my booze there, Mickey D's. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. We got to get back on that water jump, man. Shout out Ian for always supporting, too. They're having their best life. Ian, he just got that burger with no cheese. Yeah, you talked it up, you know what I mean? That laughter, man, is a motherfucker. It's more therapeutic than any of this shit. This shit is nothing. This is just something to do. That laughter from my kids, putting a smile on their face, is more therapeutic than anything, family. Smash that like. Okay. Okay, that stop and smell the roses, right? For sure, family. For sure. And this is that pass some out. That water. Salute for that, Ian. For that BMC Water Foundation. Maybe tomorrow I'll get back out there. Yep. And I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit what just happened. Big Mama, my mama sent my babies McDonald's. Took their order, asked them what they wanted, you know what I mean? Exactly how they wanted it. And my big sister, big sis just brought it to me. You see what I'm saying? That's family, you know what I mean? Remember when you used to depend on your granny for the biggest Christmas gift was from your grandparents? Or when you went to your grandparents' house, the money that they would give you, they go in the room, you expected it. Oh, granddaddy coming over here, we going to granddaddy's house, grandma. You know they had something in their pocketbook for you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, but that's what it's about. Giving back to my community, which I have destroyed the community before as a young person and not knowing, and I have also developed the community as a refined older gentleman. I always seem to find these young kids out here in the streets to drop jewels on, and a lot of them listening in high places and important places in America, and also their well-being. I have insisted that a lot of people outside of even my kids survival out here, man, and it's just what it is, giving back. That's what I'm about. I'm about more. I like opulence. I like Versace and all that, the trappings of, I mean, wealth. I'm not gonna lie, but I also got a soft side for the underdog and people that need, because I've been in need before, you know what I mean? And I know when a motherfucker don't give you something and you need it, you be ready to take it. It will, but sometimes hard work is not even available. You know, work is a commodity, right? Sometimes it's not available, and even especially if the industry or whatever that you're proficient in is saturated. Hard work, you know what I mean, is few and far in between, in places that don't have replenishment centers or industry that's, you know what I mean. Can't mess with them grandbabies. Grandma go to fucking war. Grandma come down there in that slip she have on the slip. You know what I mean, like they call it a moo now, but we call it a slip. Grandma, what you doing with your slip on? Shut the fuck up. My grandma was gangster, so I know some of y'all might have that. Oh, hi, dear. My grandma was like, don't come over here if you ain't got no sugar daddies, no fucking sweet society snuff, or no ginger ale. Don't even come up, knock on my door. She'd be in the window with it. And my grandma didn't drink the regular water from her city. Hence, she knew something, because later on they had a class action suit of people who babies maybe been compromised or something like that from drinking that water in that area, in a particular city in my area. So my grandma used to get her water brought in these big 20-gallon junks, the water shits, and she'll make you go wait it to get the city water. And if you go and try to get some Chesapeake water and put that shit in there, and she'll spit it in your motherfucking face. This ain't no goddamn city water. She knew that shit, you know what I'm saying? And then years on the line, I said, Grandma knew something, because she used to be like, it's like snakes or something in your belly or something in that water. She knew it was doing something, you know what I'm saying? John Q helped me understand that sometimes just working hard ain't enough. Right. John Q, what is that, the movie? A lot of times, a lot of these movies, I never even seen them. Was that the John Q movie? Okay, yeah. I ain't never seen it. I just know the name and stuff like that. I don't watch a lot of new age mainstream stuff. If it came out in the last 25 years, I'll catch it when it's 25 years old. I like a lot of the classics, the older stuff. And God no, I don't like remakes. Like, you know what I'm saying? I binge out on the Planet of the Apes, Godzilla and all his fighting all them Monster Island and all that stuff, or even like the old school karate movies and stuff. But all the new age stuff, it always seemed, I mean, like they try too hard to recreate the original. Like that Roots that had all those obscure people in it, like T.I. and stuff in the new Roots. I didn't get it. They all looked like a rap video to me. Smash that like. That's that was Mama herself. I mean, when your homies called, Big Mama just called me. You see all the movies. Yeah. A Time to Kill. Was that like with the white dude Billy Bob Thornton in it? I think I seen that. Or was that Sling Blade? Was that Sling Blade? Tubi got some good movies. I was watching a movie the other night on Tubi. Samuel L. Jackson, y'all notice that he is American pop culture because he played the robber on Coming to America. He's Master Window in the Star Wars. He's Nick Fury, Marvel. He's also the guy cussing everybody out in Pulp Fiction. He's in the Django. Samuel L. Jackson, his face, they use his face a lot in American pop culture. As well as what's the other guy? His voice is synonymous with God. Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's voice is synonymous with God now. And before Morgan Freeman was synonymous, it was George Burns. Remember? They was using George Burns in the 70s as the voice of God. Remember he was in the movie, Oh God. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Checking on him. I told you I grew up a spoiled kid. My sister and my mom's, you know what I mean, whatever to their affordability and nothing fashion or trendy that they couldn't touch it, I didn't get it because, I mean, that's how it was, you know what I mean? Family took care of family. Make sure we looked good and take that thumb and wipe that coal out your eyes. Shit, if your mama ain't never did that, or your daddy, or you missed out on that love, boy, that, come here. I mean, you, God damn it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I come from a strong, close-knit family, though. Super spoiled. I'm telling you, my sister, my mama always had a smile for me and a bag of candy or some fruit ones and twos. Even when I went on the wrong side of the law, still was supported as, you know what I mean, baby son. I mean, son always shine. And I never was without. That's crazy. I fought some darkness out there. And mama and my sister always been the light. So salute to the queens out there that's holding them black men down. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what we got to do. Salute to the American women that's holding their man down. Matter of fact, all those strong women out there. You know the women are the backbone. You ain't shit till you get you a good piece of it. And you know it. And then when you get you a good piece, some of us fuck it up. But a lot of us get a good piece and stay up in it. And that's what I suggest. Get you a good piece, stay up in it, pay your bills, stay out the way, get high how you get high, and mind your own motherfucking business. Do what you do. Enjoy yourself. Don't spend too much time worrying about shit. Go get it. Family, you want it, go get it. You said the one Ian is talking about has racial tension in it. Which one? Matthew McConaughey. Oh, was it Matthew McConaughey playing like he was like a cowboy dude? He had the glasses on and shit and he went off on the motherfucker? Smash that like. Deep South Trail. I think I seen that one. It was one I was watching yesterday. And I mean, in my downtime, that dude was Billy the Kid. How everybody think Billy the Kid got killed. Dudes ran up on Billy the Kid and he had it out with him and his son. Oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm not too familiar like with the mainstream movies. I know a lot of that type of shit happens in real life. I know a lot of people who did that type of shit in real life. One of my homeboys spent a couple of years in prison because somebody disrespected his peoples at her where she worked at. And this dude was a laid back, know what I mean, cool motherfucker, but somebody disrespected his sister and he went up there and turned that dude TV off, like the New York cat Hassan Campbell says, turned that motherfucking TV off. And did his time and got out, and now he's a successful barber right now. I had to get over there and see my G too. Smash that like. Thank you there, Rakim. Wow. Can you imagine if they made a movie like that? That real shit that happened when everything was lawless? When there was no law? So you imagine that shit. One of my favorite movies about the West is Dancing with Wolves. That shit is dope. That Dancing with Wolves. And also, what's that Clint Eastwood one when he got the old school Indian guy with him? When he got the old school Indian guy and the Indian girl, and he looked up the cover, and the old school Indian guy was knocking the Indian lady off and shit. What's that movie right there? Is that Fistful of Dollars? Or Outlaw Joseph Wells? Damn, I never heard of that, Ian. Manila. Wow. I haven't seen it. I'm not on Facebook or TikTok, any of the social medias. I'm on X because I just shit the shit out. I created a discourse too. I don't understand that discourse shit. Maybe I have to go into some people's pages and see what they're doing. But I opened a discourse. I felt like a dinosaur. I felt like I was from the Mesozoic and I was in the Paleozoic because I was like, what the fuck? This shit been out for years. I don't get on it. I didn't know what to do with it. I created one though. So if I got discourse, go over there. And as soon as I get it popping, it ain't gonna take me long. I just wanted to set it up. It was smooth the way Lawyer told them to close their eyes and describe everything they did to her and said, now, imagine as she was white. Wow. That's crazy. What movie is this, Asimo? Is this John too? I didn't need that saturated fat, but good. I need it. Smash that like, y'all. 5 of y'all in here, man. Let's get on the other side of 50. We're at 48 right now, family. It's 92 degrees. Stay in the shade. Know what I'm saying? Stay out the way. Oh, A Time to Kill. Okay. Who is my favorite superhero? Me. My mama. In the real world. But my favorite superhero, because, let me see. I'll say in the superhero realm, I'll say, dang, Spider-Man, because he's the most regular superhero. But like with mutants and stuff, I'll say like Wolverine. But see, my knowledge on superheroes and I mean stuff like that, I used to read comic books, so I know all the different aspects. And you know the criteria for superhero, you're talking Superman, Batman, the Legion of Doom as the villains and stuff, but also the mutants can be considered superheroes also. Smash that like y'all. Batman and Thor. See two different ones and then two different universes. Batman was proving that you didn't have to have a superpower. Or he did all his shit with gadgets. He was just a normal human. He did his shit. But y'all saw how they took Batman and went in every aspect of emotion. When they like they got the dramatic Batman, the deep dark Batman. You got the funny whimsical Batman. You got the Batman dealing with addictions and normal problems. But Thor is not even a superhero. Thor is a god, a mythological, a mythology, a whole legend. You know what I'm saying? He's also is the predecessor to Jesus Christ. Before Europeans wore crosses on their neck and all that stuff, they wore the Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Man, it's an inventor. Is a one of you guys is an inventor. Who was in here last night? Young Blood dropped the link. He invented a can crushing machine called Mjolnir after Thor's hammer. That shit was tight. Yep, nobody can speak for only themselves. That's right. Sandra Bullock, Samuel L. Jackson, Donald Sutherland, Matthew McConaughey, even the guy who played the Rock, the garbage man in TV. Okay, Charles Dutton. His name is Charles Dutton. The dude that played the Rock. You know he was in prison like 20 years for murder before he even acted on the screen. His background was in prison. He was a prison actor. Everybody likes nice, shiny things. That's how we're programmed. Smash that like y'all. The hate is real. Know that y'all will never get bested by someone that's doing better than you. The hate is real, man. Smash that like, man. Shout out Donald Trump and Barack Obama. Two Americans. We not might not like what they do, but they do what they do. You know what I mean? It's their job, it's their right. That's when they're the president. Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Check me out. Does white privilege exist? I see. Boot up, y'all. Come on, do they like Obama or do they not? Dude, you said nobody liked Obama, but the media was dropping roses at his feet. You're starting to be contradictive. You fucking with the chi, man. You fucking with the feng shui, dude. I know you probably get it all the time. You fucking with the feng shui right now, man. Salute, Sassy Meezy, because that's crazy. Bye, Felicia, Janet, and Rebecca. Smash that like wow, like some people just wow. You know what? Black people like underdogs. Why are you trying doing like reverse racism? There you go. Why are you doing like reverse racism? Like trying to make it seem like Donald Trump is so pro-black. He's not. I don't know no president that is. Even Obama. Obama was still adhering to what his lobbyists wanted him to do, and his lobbyists were the LGBTQ plus. Right. Right. Hey yo, y'all know that Europe has a bed bug infestation. Paris has a bed bug infestation. I'm like, jeez. Yeah, we was chilling. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to get away from the white supremacy, the black supremacy, the white militant separating and get into American pride and prudence. You know what I mean? We was having an American moment, and then some commie sympathizing pinko. Nah, it was crazy. And that dude had been coming around for like a week or two. His ideology and his brand don't fit the mold for people that come through the BMC. You know what I mean? No matter if it's some KKK in here or white supremacists or whatever, they still maintain a absolute respect for each other as opposing forces. If it's the black militants or anybody that's in here, we're all Americans, and the people that realize it are the ones that stick around and realize no matter what, because we got so much in common. I'll put up one of these fucking hooks, and they'll come in here and they'll talk that shit. In the end, we end up just having a conversation about Knight Rider, the Dukes of Hazzards. That's the main topics. Finding that we got so much in common. We all watched the same shows, ate the same foods. Damn, so they brought all them goddamn bed bugs to America. Ain't that crazy though, Ian? They don't come in with a hypothesis, an educated guess. They come in with knowing that what they're saying is so right. Because they're indoctrinated, Ian. That shit be crazy. Yeah, we start scratching shit. They might have did that diarrhea lettuce. Y'all, you know, no, when they rented it to get it, somebody, that's what they do. Remember they were saying avocados was fucked up. And then it was green peppers, and then it was pistachios, and you know what I mean? That's a different form of economic warfare. Also, where's that lettuce coming from? That's so supposed to be damaged. That's what we got to look at, and what's the climate in that area? Because if the focal pinpoint where this food is coming from, that means all the money gonna stop in that area. Now, where's that area? That might be another form of I mean. Cause I seen that shit, but my queen, she don't play it. You got to watch that fucking fruit and vegetables off. I mean, that's number one on my list. Vegetables. I'm always ordering 5 tomatoes, different kind of lettuces. Baby, it's the baby spinach leaf or the regular leaf, and always fresh cheese, deli meat, cause the processed meats in them little packs is some bullshit. But milk, eggs, you know, the basic staples. Butter, real butter, the real as they say on the pack, real butter. I mean, for that taste, and also the mixture when you do ingredients, using margarine sucks. I mean, I keep all the fucking stadium food, hamburgers, hot dogs, the buns, and the fucking the hamburger and hot dog buns, shit like that, man. Yup, they got fired. Nobody's monitoring the food. There's definitely something to look into. I'd be interested in where it came from and the impact. Yeah, where is the lettuce coming from, and what's the impact on the community that are about to lose that money? That's what you got to look at. Everything happens for a reason. Know what I mean, get at me, Ian, if you find out what's going on with that. With what's the real impact? Who are they trying to hurt with that? You know, a lot of this shit be weapons, man. And then it might be some kind of experimental food that even the government knows about, and they won't take, I mean, account for it, and they'll say it's an outbreak of this and that. Maybe it's something that they, because how are they gonna know if shit happened if they don't use some people as guinea pigs? In my opinion, that's not fact. I'm not speaking that the government's doing that, but you know what I'm saying. Because have y'all ever seen in them TikTok videos about in China how they eating all that artificial food, making fake eggs and fake lettuce and shit? What the fuck? And that's why the United States wanted TikTok, because TikTok is a whole algorithm. Like it's what's that, Alibaba and Timu is their number one supporters, because that's a good way to glean a lot of information, to push different agendas and propaganda, also to sell a bunch of shit. I mean, they clearing these fucking Timu America warehouses out. We're in between them indoctrinating our kids with all this other stuff and keeping our minds, I mean, occupied. They selling shit. Don't, you know what I'm saying? And you out fam. All right, Ian. Good looking today too, family. Sadly, that is bad. The U.S. already has had a hard time selling food outside the U.S. because of the lack of health and safety regulations. Dennis, the United States need to be selling food in the United States. All of our shit come from outside of it now. The farmers markets and all that stuff should be booming. You know what I mean? We should be in support, as opposed of all the food that we get out of the supermarkets is outsourced from somewhere else. When it's dealt with from a local farmer, it's always made to be like a spectacle. And you know these are Virginia-born cherries, but you only got a little bit of them. It's no mainstay. You're not solely getting your cherry. There should be no other cherries in here. If you're really trying to stabilize the economy, it should be, you know what I mean, homegrown, everything, within a miles away from the end point. From field to refrigerator should be, you know what I mean, at least regional. We don't have that. We don't have no farming system that. Remember the farming system when we was kids? Everybody had somebody in their family that was a farmer or worked on a farm, and you go down south or to farm country or Amish and enjoy that shit. Remember, everything now is either a fucking laser tag or trampoline center. How does a fruit have no pits? How does a fruit have no fucking seeds? Yeah, we got away from that. None of this shit is homegrown. It's even avocados from Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Shit crazy. Economic warfare. You feel me? But we too busy worrying about, you know what I mean, why they're black or what Obama did for black people. What the fuck are they feeding us? You know what I'm saying? Ain't shit made in America no more. Everything in America is at a fucking replenishment center. It's all stock, restock shelves. Everybody, just think about your jobs. Who's working at a factory that really produces something? Everything either they assembling shit that come from overseas, or at a glorified replenishment store. Even in retail, it's just replenishment. Nobody's back there actually really making anything. Even in bakeries, they're not making the bread; they're proofing it. Some, you know what I'm saying? They're proofing this shit. They have forced farmers to use genetically modified organisms, as well as, you know, darn well a chicken wing is not supposed to be like a, yeah, you gotta ask, you'd be like wondering where these Chinese people get these big ass chicken wings from. Chicken wing, goddamn big ass soup bone wing. Smash that like. Wow. Well, I'm not even gonna be a conspiracy theories gamer. I didn't hear nothing about it, so don't even speak on it. Don't spread the rumor here. You gotta know here. Don't say what you heard. You gotta know here, family. Smash that like. Not I believe. You have to know. Smash that like. Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? The communists win. Who divided America? We're on the other side of 50 right now. Greatly appreciated. Other side of 50 with the likes. What's going on with this ICE and traffic stops and stuff? I see ICE has been in the news lately that they ain't gonna be traffic stopping people. David, what's up? Money is the only privilege that runs America. It's all one color green. Get you some privilege. No, that's how you get white privilege with money. White privilege costs, fam. You got it halfway right. Doesn't matter where that water is in North Carolina. That don't mean I'm gonna be there, fam. No, I'm not in NC. You know, Food Lion, that's the home of Food Lion, North Carolina. Remember Food Lion? Remember that shit? Yeah, nah, I ain't in fucking NC. David said he in Jacksonville, NC. Ice, baby. Y'all notice they say Ice can't pull you over or some shit now, like. You're from Charlotte. Okay. Charlotte is on maybe become the Atlanta the new Atlanta of the South. At one time it was. What happened? It's not too promoted as such now. Remember Charlotte was booming. It had got the team. Now it's fizzled out. It's pushed fizzled out. North Carolina. Everybody was trying to move to Charlotte. Yep, your money gets you everything but salvation. And maybe gets you that because you could pay for some Hail Marys and some penance from your local parish if you're a Catholic. Even if you're a Protestant, you can put some money in a collection plate. And seemingly, that pastor will tell you the Lord has absolved your sins, brother. You paid for the church choir robes. You know what I'm saying? You know, really ain't nothing, don't nothing really matter if it ain't monetized. So you got to think, religion, it has no value as of getting you closer to the gods and the deities and the pantheon of gods that you should worship. It only can get you closer to being, I mean, the number one supporter of whatever branch of religion that you choose to engage in. You can pay for your sins and all that shit. That's how you know that there's no truth in none of those religions because it's so monetarily based. Ain't don't nothing matter until you monetize it. Like rap music was just some black kids beating on the table at lunch or on the jail cell bars or on their chests or whatever they had, buckets or whatever, you know what I mean? And making up different words that rhymed, okay? That was rap music. And the moment that they monetized it, it became hip hop. Nothing means anything to the world until they can monetize it. So you gotta know religion is about money. Just like white privilege is. And you know this, look at the word that I have up here. I don't have white privilege. That's a verb. This is white privileged. A pronoun. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Food line in 10 states. Right? Now, where Food Line was supposed to be that, Publix is trying to make its move. All right, Sassy Mo, what you going shopping, sis? Thanks for always coming through showing that super support, too. Going shopping. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Black, I'm a white man. I am magnetic to the police. If I see him, if they see me, they will pull me every time. I have been pulled over 200 times in my life and have only been arrested 4 times. But why are they pulling you over, David? And what area do you live in? Are you public enemy number one? Is all there in your area is white people, and you just fit the bill as the white version of a black person there? Like maybe like you one of the have-nots riding with a bandana on your head, or do you ride a Harley Davidson motorcycle, or carry a buck knife and always buying PBR when they're in there getting their free coffee and shit? You in there gritting on them with the PBR. What's your demographic? What's the reason being that you're a magnet to them? Is it just visual, or have you had any kind of contact with them? Do they know your family? Is everything happens for a reason? So that's what you got to look at. What's your demographic with it? What's your interaction with these people? You was told to leave a black neighborhood by the police, and Drew, you said you're white, right? Because you probably was looking like a customer. They wanted to save you some money, or maybe a hard time, knowing that you probably would have got your pockets dug. I was profiled every time for being a in lover. Okay, because every time I had black men in my car, every time. Okay, I got you, David. And that happens. See, but you weren't profiled. You were singled out, and there was their way of warning you. You're not right. The black men were in the car being profiled. You were being warned. Like, nah, dog. Every time we see you do this, we don't want you doing it, David. And what area was this in, Dave? Delaware. Okay. You know, Delaware, half of the people in Delaware are from Haiti. When I was living in Hartford, Connecticut, my roommate was Jamaican and I'm Italian. I would make her pulled over 200 times a month. I don't think I've been pulled. You know why? They thought both of y'all was Puerto Rican. Because Hartford, Connecticut is full of fucking Puerto Ricans. They thought both of y'all, because an Italian I could see as a light-skinned Puerto Rican, and a Jamaican probably looked like a dark-skinned Puerto Rican. They thought y'all was some Puerto Ricans. They thought y'all was Latin Kings, V. That's what it is. And Delaware, yeah, commie state, the Democrats. Delaware is the Swiss Bank of America. You know, you can do an LLC in Delaware and it'll stand all over this country if you know your business. Is the banking. Delaware is no tax on nothing. They say America ran by these reptilians, Luigi. I'll go for it. Smash that like. Okay, but that's why they always do it. And then you was with some black guys. They were getting racially profiled. You were getting warned. Stay from around here with your white privilege, exposing them to it. It was in your nice car. Yeah, you was over there exposing these black guys to white privilege. And pretty soon, next thing you know, they got their own white privilege. They got a foreign car too, all off of hanging out with David. You know, David got a car like this. Next thing you know, he went and got him one with some, I mean, America is ran by those reptilians, huh? What reptilians? The brown ones or the green ones? They did it because we had, yup, I read that. Smash that like, y'all. They act like they Delaware shit. They the slave owners. Quakers had slaves too. And you know that shit should be federal land because the Delaware Indians. They took that land, Delaware, from Delaware Indians. The black people. That's why they bring Haitians in and try to mix them in with them. Y'all notice where all huge amounts of black Native Americans, they always mix in another culture simply trying to mask it. David Ike, yeah. You know, Dave crazy though, Luigi. But I would go for, they say it was seven manifestations of a humanoid here before we popped up. You know what I mean? I imagine we went through our reptilian stage as we got, like I say, the web hands, or maybe even our bird stage where, our toenails and different aspects of how we have our babies and hoard over them and shit. Being pregnant is no less just like setting on an egg, but you're cultivating it from the inside. You know what I mean? But we have so many similarities to so many of these um lesser animals that you could tell that we like a blueprint that's been tweaked over the eons. Delaware is the only banking capital of the world. It has the most franchises registered in the states that is radically changing to Wyoming. I did not know that. Thanks for dropping that on me. What's so special about Wyoming? I mean, but a lot of people don't know that Delaware is the Swiss bank of America. So you do know what I'm talking about when I say this, Dave. That shit is crazy. It's offshore dealings in Delaware. If you know what I mean, trying to get your business off the air, off the ground, the least amount of taxes and shortcuts that you can take advantage of. I say try Delaware with your corporation, especially if you're doing an S corporation. They lying to you about no tax. They just say for more in Delaware. They just say for more in Delaware than they do across the border. Then they collect the tax from business. Business collect from U.S. back. Yep. It's sort of like EBT. The people that benefit more from EBT than the people that get it is the stores that participate in the SNAP program, because not only do they get reimbursed for the product that was sold to you, and they might have marked that up, they also get the tax and a little bit more incentive. So say for every dollar that's spent with EBT, if not, the dollar is not being matched, it's damn near a dollar in some change. So if I spend a dollar with you and you give me a product that's a dollar through EBT and SNAP, the government will reimburse that corporation and company their dollar, another dollar, and maybe 75 cents, and which was the tax to the first initial dollar. You understand what I'm saying? The corporations and even the mom and pop stores that engage in that SNAP benefit program, they are the ones that's benefited the most. People don't realize that. They'll go at, you spending my tax dollars. No, half of that shit is being paid out to the corporations that are accepting the EBT and SNAP. You feel me? Smash that like, y'all. William Ellison was a black man and slave owner. He owned, I'm pretty sure it was plenty black men. They attribute the first person to buy a African on what is now known as the United States, they say was a black man. They didn't say African brought two more Africans. They say a black man. So a black man had that much prestige and honor and power and money to buy one of the things that were like an iPhone of their day. You do realize that chattel slavery, it turned people into like products. They were no less the trending product of the day. Everybody had one, black, white, Chinese, whoever you were, to further acclimate and state who you are in society was to buy something that was trendy. Like now, we look at people that have iPhones, that drive Teslas, and wear Lululemon and drinking a Starbucks. There's gonna be a set perception about them. Oh, they must be super suburban middle class. Know what I mean? You feel me? They're experiencing white privilege. So back in the day, the badge of honor, or to say that I finally made it, was to own another person, because that was trending back then. So everybody engaged, even the black, the white, the Chinese, everybody who could get one. It was trending, dude. So I mean, smash that like, y'all. What's going on? Mark Jameson, what's up? Shout out everybody coming through, man, showing that super support. Let's get them likes up, though. We're trying to get 100 likes right quick. Mark, you said it don't exist. That's what it is, fam. What part of the country you in, Mark? I assure you, Black Money, if you had one white friend, it would be me. I got a lot of white friends, so join the club. I don't have friends because of their color, I have friends because of their integrity. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, what part of Virginia? I got friends because of their integrity, fam. Not because of their color. You understand? I have a lot of white friends. That sounds cliche, don't it? Oh, Fredericksburg. Okay. Are you in Fredericksburg or are you in Falmouth? Shout out everybody in Fredericksburg. That's what it is. You know anybody that lives in Falmouth? Every bank that is real bank. The headquarters are in Washington, Delaware, which we call murder capital. Okay, Dover, Delaware is wild as hell. Dover, Delaware got a lot of immigrants there too. Okay, okay, that's what it is. You know any of the Lutzes down there? You know any of the Lutzes? Lutz. Smash that light. Some of my homies was out of that Falmouth area. Okay, which ones do you know? Megan, Robin, and their brother. Smash that light. Salute for sure. For sure. They sure are. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. For sure, family. Y'all make sure y'all get over there and turn the notification. We got the BMC e-bike foundation, but it's also going to be amalgamated into the water foundation where we're going to give out a bunch of water in the community while we on our road to reach the e-bike. We still got to put some of the donations back into the hood. I mean, the support back into the hood, back into the neighborhoods where everybody needs a cold water. And this heat, it's shit. It's man, look, it was 92 degrees on my thermometer. Now this shit say very hot weather now with the thermometer up. So, shit, who don't need a cold glass or a cold bottle of water, especially it's free. So I'm gonna probably be back out there tomorrow on the pound with it. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to go over there and donate to the BMC, you know what I mean? Also, even check out the video on the channel of us out there in the streets. And I say us because I was live streaming. I mean, I was out there doing my 1-2 like a couple of days ago. And like I said, if you want to participate, if you don't, it's cool. Yeah, what's this thing with the family trust? I heard the ex music mogul Dame Dash talk about a family trust. Can you give us a brief explanation, real quick? I think you did already, Dave, with the family trust shit. Can you give us a brief explanation of what a family trust is for those that are peeking in and listening? Maybe you might could drop some knowledge on somebody. Family, it's all good. Y'all smash that like. What's going on behind the scenes, y'all? I've been live streaming all day. I've been checking the news every now and then, but what's the current? What's the current? What's the current? Okay, okay. Is it a market of that? What is it? Are they made out of silver or what? Was it a market for that? Did you find any belt buckles or even like bayonets or any old rifles or anything like that? Mark Jameson, what you know about the laws with the marijuana that they just say they fucked up? That for like a year until the actual taxing of the marijuana going into effect, that they don't somehow allow um young people and all other people to sell marijuana and possess it up until, but I think they say they're fixing it. And Mark Jamison, let me ask you something. If you're from Virginia, why do you have in your profile pic um the Sydney that Sydney theater joint? You say it should be legal? Well, yeah, it's legal now to possess it and give it out as a gift and even grow a little bit of it and move around with it. But it's not illegal. It's not legal to smoke it out in public. You can smoke it in your home. What's going on, beans and rice? I'm chilling, family. But the sale of it, they should let people acquire it how they want and sell it how they want. Just get out the way. But you know, with anything, the only thing that matters is that they can tax it. So of course they want to regulate it, and it's only gonna be like 350 dispensaries. So that's gonna be like, imagine just 350 Wawas in the state. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna be no less like a monopoly on it for those that are allowed one of those 350 licenses, especially if you're out in the rural area. You're gonna make bank because motherfuckers gonna have to come so far to visit it, and it's gonna be like for at least 5 years. It's gonna be a damn near tourist site because everybody gonna want to go hit the dispensary and get the legit weed. I mean, certified like going to an ABC store. So if you can manage to get one in a rural area and where you would do your most damage and make money, because a lot in the city is going to be saturated because people are still stickler for dealing with their weed man, their local source of marijuana, instead of going into the store because it's mainly mainstream marijuana always seems so it's not the official from the grain. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Yeah, they're gonna add all the chemicals. Yep. Yeah, but integrity is sometimes a learned behavior, family. You know what I mean? Integrity, everybody, even the most dastardly person can learn integrity from experience and just looking at it on the opposite side. You know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. All right, that's what it is, family. That's what it is. Biden brothers is a blame it on Biden now, huh? Blame it on Biden, huh? That's crazy, fam. Oh wow. Smash that like, y'all. Delaware sucks. It costs a lot of money to live there. Lots of hidden taxes. And this shit making money too, because everybody from the surrounding areas go to Dover, Delaware for the play the casinos. And you know that the state getting a cut of that. So Delaware is a big ass slot machine, family. Smash that like. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming through. It was something random seemingly was Obama and Biden's whole um run sponsored by the LGBTQ. These people in the Democratic Socialists, it's seemingly the people that had the war chest have now taken over, pushed the Democrats out the way by way of Donald Trump. He might be working with the Democratic Socialists to get the Republicans and the Democrats out the way, fam. I'm telling you. Smash that like, y'all. He might be working with them folks, man. He working with them people. Smash that like, man. The white privilege run America. Hmm? I have I have have no issue with the LGBT. I have an issue when it's shoved and forced in my face every worse when it's being right. That's what I had the issue with, James, when they had the kids in the library reading the stuff by the LGBT, reading that shit to the kids, man. Hell no. No. Smash that like. When they started doing that, that's when I was like, I can't with these people. Like, really, dog. Smash that like, man. Share me out. Let's get them up, man. We're at 55 right now. Thanks. Greatly appreciated. Let's be trying to make 100 right now. Let's see, can we get to 100 likes in 30 minutes, man. Let's get them up, get them up, get them up. Yeah, I ain't got no problems with the LGB, especially because we all have LGB in our communities, in our family, some of our kids, some of our parents. You know, that's just the American way to be different. But the LGBTQ plus seems like it's a corporation. That's the ones that you got to be worrying about, and they're the biggest because they are in every group. You can't tell me ain't no Republicans, ain't no Democrats, ain't no Democratic Socialist LGBTQ plus. You see that with everybody that's in the forefront of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They are of the transgender and LGBTQ persuasion. So you see they have a foothold in socialism also, as well as in every aspect of life. So the same people that are funding No Kings are the same people that are funding, that were reaping the benefits from the Black Lives Matter stuff. It wasn't black people doing it. It was, they was using black people as like the product. I mean, black people's suffrage was the product that they was pushing. Black Lives Matter, and it was not associated or a black product. It was like somebody creating Afro Sheen or a black product for black people, but they were white people and people of the LGBT persuasion. That's a whole different bag. It wasn't a racial, one race benefiting off another race. It was one corporation using somebody's ethnic and cultural background as a vocal point of the product that it was pushing, which was black victimhood. And it was black people wasn't even with it, but it gave a bunch of white supremacists an excuse to stop being a victim. No, that was me being a product. They took black victimhood and made it a widget. They sold it, they pushed it, they marketed it. I mean, and they reaped the benefits. Them motherfuckers said they brought McMansions and some more shit off of that Black Lives Matter money, but they didn't benefit off the backs of black people with it. They were just a product. They didn't give us any of the money. They didn't put any of the money into our communities, but you can't go nowhere and say, oh, Black Lives Matter dedicated that. Black Lives Matter, because you know what? They split the money amongst themselves because all that, if black people didn't even donate money to it. That's why you hear black people mad like, well, where's my check I sent them? Where's my cash app I sent them? Because guess what? Black people latched on, and then when they called on that they weren't associated with it, they either told their aunties or their cousins who got them involved, because it probably was somebody that's a member of the LGBT community that was closely associated with like the Black Panther, the new Black Panthers or some other black organization, and they came in and yeah, auntie with it. Auntie slid off once the money was made and got it with the other LGBT supporters and promoters of these corporations that are popping up, like the No Kings. You can go to my page. I've been to Black Lives Matters, and all I saw was like LGBT people out there. I have been to No Kings rallies, and all I saw was a bunch of old people, and the black people that were there was like out of 1,000 old white people, it was probably 10 black people, and they were young people, and they were with other young white people who would have been off the grid as mainstream America, like looking like some hippie type, or it was a lot of Rebel Yale people and shit. One dude, he had 6 simple Tyrannus or whatever that's on the Virginia State Seal or the Amazon standing on the man, and he had it on the back of his camper. He had like a big like tent, whatever that shit was on his back. When I was getting up there to get the phone on him to get him, he was moving away from me. I was like, look at him. He on the slide don't want me to record his Rebel Yell ass. But when I went to the No Kings, I was like an anomaly. Go to my page. A lot of people ran up to me and wanted to conversate. I was like an obscurity out there because I was like the tallest, darkest. I was probably the most you could have got to as for representing Black America out there. It was me and my queen, and we represented well. But I was like the only like. Other than that, it was like a lot of older white people from all over the country there. So I got the footage on my page, and I went through there, and one young lady ran up. I had on a hoodie with my logo, and she was like, "I love your hoodie," and I gave her a little interview. Brigitte, shout out Brigitte. She said she was a ex teacher. I asked her was she American, and gave her one too. Was on Donald Trump. Go hit my page and check it out. Also, I ran into a Democratic socialist out there, which she told me not to film her, so I didn't. But you can see from the beginning of our conversation that she was trying to give me a pamphlet, and I was asking her was she down with Democratic socialists like Hitler and Mom Donnie, and she was getting all amped up. But then, like I said, the conversation went left, and she told me to not record her, so I respected her wishes. Go check that shit out, man. Smash that like. It's BMC at the No Kings. I wanted to go out there and find out was it really a bunch of old people and what was that? It seemed like an old hippie fest, like somebody brought them out there because although it was young people giving the speech, old people were out there listening and making up the bulk of the crowd, and all of it was set to move like together. Like when they got ready to go, when it was 1 o'clock, they left. Wasn't no standing around or nah, we about to tear this motherfucking shit up because it was right on like the waterfront. And what's so crazy, where they had the speech at is where right in front of it was the cruise ship, hence like a slave ship situation. But right there where they had the speeches at for the No Kings is where the slaves would have been auctioned off if it was the 1800s. It was right there on the wharf. And maybe they even had a slave ship schooner in the background, but it all seemed like it was like some old hippie type shit. It wasn't too much against Trump, but a lot of people had the fuck Trump flags out there. It was like instead of smoking weed, Trump was the drug they was on. They were smoking the Trump pack. Like the young people in Chicago say smoking on that hot pack. They were smoking Trump pack out there. It was a dude, I talked to him 2 times. He had these big flags that said fuck Trump, and he was out there. That shit was crazy. It was like, it seemed like a circus, but it was more people out there engaging anti-Trump than it was people engaging in the Trump fair that he just had. It's crazy, but they all seemed old. They were older. It was a bunch of old people. Go back, go look at my stuff. And if they weren't old, like I said, they were obscure. It seemed like Bottom and Bandit Circus meets the Trump haters. Let's get them likes up though, fam. Lively up yourself. Smash that like, y'all. Do you think there should be stronger regulations on laws regarding crowdfunding sites? You see a lot of fucked up fundraisers like $1 million for Renee Good or Carmelo scam. I mean, no, because shit, that's your money. If you're gonna donate, make sure you look into what you donating and who you donating to. You know what I mean? It's on you. I don't think it should be regulated. Shit. You think they gave any of that money back that the March of Dimes and all them people collected with them jars on the counters of all these 7-Elevens and mini marts and shit throughout the years? Remember them little, you put the quarters in there, shit. Sometimes that shit'll get filled up. Nobody would come pick it up. The goddamn cashier take that shit home. Shit, and Donald Trump gave them billions not to crash, and seemingly they still crashing out on him. He gave him super hundreds of billions. Obama gave them 1.7 billion of their own money, interest earned from BP oil. Yeah, Black Lives Matter was a scam. Black people ain't. You don't have to tell me I'm out. I know my worth and I'm priceless. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, man. What's up with you, family? I'm just cool and kicking back, man. You know how I do. There's 7 of y'all in here. Double tap the stream. Let's get on the other side of 100 with it. We on the other side of 50. Chilling, yeah, Montrese. You know, I be going live at night sometime now. I'm trying to broaden the range. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to broaden the range. Oh yeah, you at work? Just chilling. Thanks for coming through, showing that support while you out there getting that money too, family. Greatly appreciate it. Goob, what's up? Somebody got $1 million out of Renee Good name. That's good shit. If whoever was dumb enough to donate to it, that's what I say about Black Lives Matter. Nobody that was black even reaped the benefits if you want a member of the LGBTQ crew that got that money from that LLC. Wow, from the connect. You said that yesterday too. Wow. You notice how it was raining in some spots and ain't no clouds out? Oh yeah? You said you go to work in about an hour. Greatly appreciate it that you taking time out to politic, Godfather. Greatly appreciate it, fam. And you OG status too. I'm telling you, OG status. I see now. I mean, there's be plenty of wisdom in here, man. Be coming through here in these conversations. Sassy Mo, Godfather, Steve, Wild Ass. Steve, man, is a freshman. I mean, shout out my boy Steve out in Ohio. Smash that like, y'all. Trump versus Obama. Who handled Iran better? Did communists win? And who divided America? We've been politicking on this shit all day. A lot of people came through. Greatly appreciated. Voicing their opinions, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it as Americans. Even the hook, if y'all coming through by the way of the phone, does white privilege run America? I mean, amazing hook, because a lot of y'all took time out of y'all busy schedules to answer that, whether it was, I mean, conforming and non-conforming. Your opinion was greatly appreciated, fam. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. So, y'all think Trump handled Iran better or Obama? Yesterday, we had that overcast weather on the sky all gray, but instead of gray, it was orange. Wow. Can you feel the heat too, James? Y'all better get out of there. Okay. Shout out. I'm gonna put a jacket on you, James, because I had Rhode Island come through here, and then I had New Hampshire, and that two anomalies. And you know what I mean, greatly appreciated as an American. You representing the New Hampshire mob. Which competition? I'm a true libertarian. I want a small government with limited social service programs. Okay, okay. So would you say some of your influence was the Mao Little Red Book Godfather? Would you say some of your influence was from Mao? And also coming up in the Daisy Age where everything was, you know what I mean, either this or that. It was like all kind of militant groups and psyops going on in the 60s. And seemingly you enjoyed your life too. Smash that like. Yeah, it's a competition, Prayerful Soul. Because you notice everything that's being done with Trump, he'll compare it to something either that Obama did or that Joe Biden did it in the name of Obama. Yeah, just Google that shit. That's a fucking trending topic. Google Trump versus Obama. It's goddamn think tanks that are comparing that shit, man. That's the fucking that's the ultimate right there. The Trump versus Obama. That's coffee talk. 200 years from now, they'll be debating who is a better president, Trump or Obama. You feel me? because Trump, for whatever his wicked ways, he has managed to get him a place in motherfucking American history, pop culture. He was already American pop culture icon. The name Trump was synonymous with casinos, opulence, and then you're fired is my favorite one. But you know what I mean? He also is the closest to an average Joe that we can get. The average Joe, but is a millionaire, albeit. But you know what I mean? First you get the money, then you get the power. You know what I mean? So, because what's so crazy is how we look at these politicians, some of them as just being like politicians, and then we look at Donald Trump as being this millionaire that wants to be a politician. Nah, some of those politicians are already millionaires also. Smash that like. You said can't nobody fix it. Everybody should just get their chance to do their 1-2s, man. That's what I say. Everybody should get a chance to fuck it up now, or to do whatever they feel like they can tweak it. Some of that shit might work, some of it might not. Trial and error. Everybody praising Mom Donnie in New York, but they're not realizing they pushing out New Yorkers. It's taken away from the feng shui. The millionaire, billionaire New Yorkers, they're the ones who occupy those tenements, those big ass penthouses and all that shit. And they're the ones who spend that high end money in on Fifth Avenue and all those super opulent shops that we don't even know about. I mean, they got heavy investments in the Diamond District, and even in the slumlord is probably looking out of a penthouse but packing up because Mom Donna is chasing the money away. New York has a certain flow, and to fuck it up, they gonna fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? They gonna turn that shit into Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, man. Reginald, what's up? United, the United Snakes of America. You said God's will is all that's mattering to you. It's your Allah. It's your Allah is all that matters. Okay. Smash that like. That's what it is. Proper soul. You see this medallion right here? I was sassy Mo left and in, but this medallion is the medallion that my queen wears around her neck that I adorn her with. It's like this one, but it's superimposed with the, you know what I mean, the baguettes and whatnot. You feel me? Yep, a free ghetto. And that's what's so crazy, but they'll say, no, it's progress. Nope, it's decline because New York has certain tiers in the way they run, you know what I mean? Smash that. God deliver us from Egypt. God. You know, that see all of that is modeled in mythology. You know what I'm saying? Gentrification is real. You can't use the capital letters, man. Smash that like gentrification is real. Yeah. Well, Moses, Tutmosis, as he would have been called in Egypt. Musa, as he was called in Africa. You know what I mean? Moses, the Europeanized word for it. Yiddish. But yeah. Smash that like. Tutmosis, yeah, Moses did. He was Tutmosis. Remember, they romanticized everything. That's why they got y'all. I don't know what to believe because it's all been romanticized. The aspect of God is so romanticized and mixed in with Greco-Roman beliefs and superstitions that you'll never get to the bottom of it. But yeah, but you look on the walls of ancient antiquity, you'll see the stories of Tutmosis, Thutmoses too. You know, Moses was supposed to have been bringing the laws. Thutmoses, Thot, the creator of the immortalities that they call him, Thoth, the Europeans. The Ankh is the same thing that the Anunnakis got in their hand. And you notice that the Anunnakis are wearing watches. Go check out the Anunnakis. Don't listen to what somebody's saying about them. Look at them. And even if somebody was to even just be drawing a creature out of their imagination, why would some seemingly hundreds of thousands of years ago person draw a watch on somebody's arm and earrings in their ear, if they wasn't doing that or they didn't see it. And then also draw muscles on this person. They didn't draw him in like a form like it looks almost like they drew him just like they saw him living. It almost like he's breathing when you look at a statue of an Anunnaki, or what they call the Anunnaki. You know, they got them. Some of them have these long flowing black curly beards and hair, and like I said, got all the jewelry on and watches. Then some of them have animal heads. And then they try to tell you that the Egyptian pantheon ain't had nothing to do with the Anunnaki pantheon. They was all just up the street from each other. The same way they try to get you to believe that Hebrew and Arabic don't have the same origin. Shalom and As-salam is not the same thing. It's just maybe he got a lisp and he came from up north and up there of the Levant. And he came from down south in the desert of Mecca and Medina. And Anunnaki, not Andrew Naki, a Anu, like Nanu, Anu, okay? Anu, Inke, Enlil. Some of the stories you might find if you were interested, Google Gilgamesh. Enkidu, the wild man who they tamed him, they fucked with his DNA. And that's where they came up with us, so they say. They came here from another planet to get the gold to put in their atmosphere. Google that shit. I can't teach you a motherfucking thing. Me too. You know the dude that first brought it to us, he died. What was that? Stitching. All right, Godfather. Shout out my fellow Americans and you too, Godfather. My super supporter and my fellow American. Plenty wisdom. I'm telling you, that boot shit still, I mean, you wild as hell. That's what it is, family. Enjoy your evening, man. Trump is supposed to do tomorrow. Apparently, there's supposed to be this crazy, insane news information being dropped. I don't know. I believe it when I see it. I don't buy into, you know what I mean? Because right now, you never can tell, but I'll keep my ears out for it now. Can you drop a link of where you heard that from? Because that might just be, you know what I mean? Okay, you're familiar with the Medu Native. Okay, the wing little junks, you know what I mean? The car and the bar. Smash that like, y'all. But you know, all of that stuff got romanticized and Europeanized. They looked at it as something that they kept a secret, and then they altered it, the mystic arts, to benefit them. Because as when y'all see stuff that got Cleopatra on it, you know when you see it with that greenish, like light green tint, and the people look almost like white people with tans on the pottery. Yes, true indeed. That is maybe 5,000 or 6,000 years old, but it would be what's so ironic about it. There are bootlegs from something that was 10 to 20,000 years old. Ain't that crazy? Which originally had men of darker colors on it. And that's just what it is. See how that fist thing right there is on up there on the Black Money Nightbot dropping? That's how it began with those antiquities also. That's why when you run across some that come from the deepest, darkest ages, they'll look almost alien. And then if they look too African, or shall we just say black and nose features, the nose will just be broken off. It'll be holding a spear that's so fragile, the spear won't be broken, but the nose will be smashed. I think that was a phenomenon too in American and in German archaeology. They were trying to get there going whitewash, you know what I mean, antiquities. On the one about the boots. Let's set it up, Godfather. Let's set it up, family. Let's set it up. Hit my Gmail if you're serious, my G, so we can set up a date on that. Because I got the Doug the Poking guitarist coming through too. And I know that sounded like it was crazy, but Google, YouTube, who Doug the Poking guitar is, he came and played on when I was I used to do like help everybody get their content up, like their 1,000 supporters and the 4,000 watch hours that you need to be monetized. That was what I was into before I got into the political round. And as y'all can see, y'all see these lives right here. These lives went 1 million views. The Black Money Corp in between September 2024 and September 2026. But you see, also I did some numbers, some half a million, a couple of quarter millions, all kind of shit, man. And you see the topics, the intricacies. You got to understand the algorithm, fam. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to tell y'all. If you're a content creator, you got to understand the algorithm and mix up what's trending. Don't go if you're really trying to be a content creator. Hey, if you're just standing on what you believe and you don't care about, you know what I mean, the numbers. Okay, cool. I'm with that because that's how I do it. But you also, if you want to have any kind of impact or you want to see some kind of results out of your work, you're gonna have to adhere to. Like I suggest, go to your YouTube studios and look at and find the that YouTube got an AI shit called YouTube. Ask YouTube Studios. Ask them to give your channel a diagnostic. It'll tell you where your strong points are. It'll tell you your highest grossing video and why that was, or give you little pointers on how to build your content. Because a lot of times we go at YouTube because we think it's be cool, or maybe we got a new car and we sitting in it, or we kind of handsome, got a haircut, or you just lost some weight or some shit, and you think people are going to feed into it. It's also, remember, YouTube is also a monetized, you know what I mean? You have to know how to placate the algorithm, fam. Like I said, see, I did some numbers before, but, you know what I mean? And I caught it all at the times when the shit was super trending. For real, this is my trademark. You know what I mean? It's my trademark. Go to my page. I got a video. Go find a video of why I got these glasses on. So you went from helping people build their channels to the political game, and now you're into dope sunglasses. I've been on the dope sunglasses game even when I was into helping people. But the political game is so much more to reach more people. I still help people out because you see some of them come in here. You know what I'm saying? Is any money in OnlyFans now, Charlie? This your second time saying that shit. Is any money in that shit? It's so saturated. I mean, people are so willing to just defile themselves, to disrespect themselves, fam. Is any money in that? I always stick to YouTube because, you know what I mean, it's always been my first love as of social media sites. I'm super loyal and all and for real, I made a lot of advances in currency by way of YouTube and sponsorship. Met a lot of dope people all around the world, from all around the world. You know what I'm saying? So I stick to the strip. I've been successful at it. Smash that like. Smash that like. Prayerful. Prayerful. Where you say you was from, fam? Hey, I just got my feet together too. You know, shit. The last 10 years, gotta you standing on them. I mean, on the fucking meat wrap, fam. Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. What's going on? What's the weather like where y'all at, man? What's the weather like where everybody at? You said, why you say it don't work? They keep doing it. It's hot, for sure. It's crazy hot out here, man.
Why is it so small? Oh, those are for the stairs. That's so rude. If you can cover up the place.
Smash that like, man. This shit. Yeah. Donald Trump and the boys. What y'all think about him in that airplane? All of a sudden now, he don't want to fly in the airplane. And I just heard not only is SpaceX gonna be doing some things, Nvidia. Don't let that Nvidia stock get past y'all, man. The stock tip for the day, go get some Nvidia. Oh man. Damn. My icon in the politics from my area just died. That's crazy. Geechee Dan. You know what a Geechee is? It's crazy that in Chicago, Geechee are like homosexual people. They call them Geechee. Must be some guy from down south that was probably from South Carolina that was Geechee, because Geechee in South Carolina or on the East Coast is not like a native black person who has like a mixture of Native Black American and African culture that makes them sound like they're from like Ziegler. Yeah, I mean, wie heißen Sie? What's going on, Ziegler? Geechee Dan was light skinned with a gold in his mouth on it.
How long did he been building?
Yeah, I know. One of my daughters is Geechee. I got a daughter that's her people's from Spain, and a daughter that's Geechee. Straight out of Beaufort. You feel me? Yeah, I know better than that. One of my best friends was Geechee. Matter of fact, Henry Frazier, a true G from out of South Carolina. He was Geechee to the bone. That boy, shout out Henry. He got killed down there. He was a Frazier. He was kin to Joe Frazier and them. You know, they Black American Yamasee Indians, the boxer Joe Frazier. I'm fine. I'm chilling in bed. It's 10 p.m. p.m. It's late. Right. Yep. Oh, is it? Yes, it's late here in Germany. Wow, 10 p.m. and he's showing that super salute. It's 4 p.m. here, so we 6 hours behind y'all. That's crazy. We're 6 hours behind y'all. That's crazy. Shout out everybody coming through, showing BMC that super support. Yama Mama, Yamasi. They so crazy they trying to hide it. There's a monkey farm next to the Yamasi Black Native American reservation, and it's also the Amtrak stop. They don't have an Amtrak station there. They got an Amtrak stop. I mean, to each his own, man. They ain't got nothing to do with it. What's going on, Mud Butters? Yeah, he in the future, literally. You in the future because you 6 hours ahead of us. So when you go to bed, we'd be just about to party. You understand what I'm saying? Smash that like. We be just about to party while you going to bed. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. Nah, these I'm clocking your Versace stage watching you. You feel me? Smash that like, fam. Nah, where the Charlie Kirk statue at? Is it in America somewhere? Breaking news: Trump would not support the opposing investigating on Jeffrey Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. He would not support Charlie Kelly. That shit is so old news and boring. Who cares about that stuff now? How can we get some of that motherfucking money that they're supposed to be making off of all this straight up Hormuz stuff, all these dealings that they're doing? And now he's backtracking that. What about that? What's your feelings on that? That Trump was trying to get some money out of the Strait of Hormuz when we all know that's been an Iranian thing. Why he trying to step on their toes? Do you know anything about the Norwan Canal that Trump and them engaging in for a couple of billion in Iraq? He had the when they been so cozy with Iraq, that's right next door to Iran. Ain't nobody seen nothing wrong with that yesterday? They had the dude from Iraq here, but he was there to solidify the Norwan Canal. Go do your research on that. Oh yeah, Times Square always track a bunch of weirdos, fam. So ain't no telling what you might see in Times Square, man. That's why all the little kids be out there doing the motherfucking TikToks and shit at too. So that ain't that. I thought maybe he had built it somewhere in the bastion of white supremacy, put up a Charlie Kirk statue and claimed it Charlie Kirkwood or some shit, man. In Times Square ain't no telling who you gonna see out there, man. Smash that like, y'all. I'm without a face. All right, we're going to wrap this up, y'all. Thanks for everything coming through, showing that super support, fam. That's what it is. We'll be back with another catchy topic. We'll go see what's going on.